Good morning. This is
Do we have to change the program or what? Do you know? Does anybody knows?
You are muted. Can you unmute your?
Yeah, I am.
No, you know. Okay.
Okay. Do we have to change the program?
Sorry, we had some feedback loops here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Revisiting the Hilly Flanks conference. We're very excited to welcome you all this morning or this afternoon or this evening, depending on where you are right now in the world. We have a really exciting program to look forward to this week. I'm certainly looking forward to it. So grateful to all of the panelists and speakers who are joining us from various places around the world, and really, really grateful that they've been able to make the time to join us in the next coming days. As you know, we are talking about the eastern part of the so-called Fertile Crescent and its role in the Neolithization process, based on a lot of recent field work that's been taking place along the Zagros and its flanks. And we have many new studies, evidence, and data that we will learn about this week. I don't want to talk too long so that we stay on schedule. I just want to give you a few of the rules, I suppose, for the conference. If you would like to ask a question of any of the speakers, you can use the raise hand function at the bottom of the Zoom window. You can also, to ask questions, use the Q&A function, which is also at the bottom of the window next to the participants and between the participants and the chat. If you have any technical issues and you want to get in touch with us, please use the chat function. So don't use the chat for asking questions. Please use the Q&A or raise your hand, and then we will give you speaking rights and unmute you. We will probably have some kind of technical difficulties at some point. It's kind of inevitable with this kind of online meeting. So please bear with us, but we've made lots of space in between with open time slots. So hopefully we'll be able to address any kind of technical issues. If for any reason you cannot join in on the Zoom, we have a live stream on YouTube. I posted the address in the chat. And you can see all the speakers there, and you can also post questions in the chat on YouTube, or find us on Twitter, which is @CSEAS4, the Twitter account of our center, and there we'll also be live tweeting a little bit. And if you can have any questions, you can also post them there for us. Last but not least, we've had, unfortunately, a few cancellations, and I'm not going to give you all of them for the rest of the week, but today, the first speaker after the lunch break was going to be Benjamin Arbuckle. He's unfortunately not able to make it today, so our lunch break will be a little bit longer. Instead of 1:30, we'll start again at 10 to 2. So we can all have a slightly longer lunch, just to let you know that. But now it's time to start really with the conference, and I'm delighted to introduce Professor Barbara Helving director of the Vorderasiatische Museum in Berlin, who will be our first speaker. And the title of her talk is Revisiting the Hilly Flanks, New Data and Shifting Paradigms. So I'll pass over the virtual microphone to you.
Thank you, Tobias, and good morning to everybody. So we are even 2 minutes before the time which we can use to get the technical issues sorted. Is this visible?
Yes.
Thank you. I take it this was Roger.
Yes.
Yeah. So I say good morning to everybody in Iran, in Europe, in anywhere in the world. It's a very ambitious program that we are having this week. It's postponed for 1 year, and still we are not able to meet physically, which is really, well, a little blow, but nevertheless, I'm really looking forward to a lot of new informations. And I feel honored today to be invited also to present the first lecture in particular, as I'm very well known as somebody who is not a primary researcher on the Neolithic. And I have some experience in Iran, but the Neolithic was never in my focus, more or less for reasons of opportunity, not for lack of interest. So I therefore think my task today would be to open this talk here with a few general considerations. I know that a lot of those among the Neolithic researchers who are really highly invested in theory, in the building of a new understanding of the Neolithic will talk after me. We will also see a lot of new data, so I'm not going to move into any of these. I will basically just try to kind of provide a few planks left and right, which way I think our questions could go. So, and now it is to the point, 10 o'clock, revisiting the Hilly Flanks. The conference has been in the making for 2 years or a little longer. And of course, I have followed research over the last years quite closely. So I'm very interested to see also what we will be learning this week. And I start this with an opening image on one of the confluences to the Seymare Valley in the Zagros Mountains, so that we get a bit of a feeling for the landscape we are talking about. I want to begin with, in a way, taking stock of where was research on the Neolithic in around 1980, taking 1979 and 1980 as the sort of cutoff line for when a lot of ongoing research had to stop, and then entered 2 decades where people started to write up all the data they had been generating. And in the meantime, the rest of the world kind of progressed further with research. So in my title that I actually submitted more than a year ago, like we all did, I was thinking that we have a lot of new discoveries in the field indeed, and as all these are being presented here by the researchers themselves, I will not dwell on them very long. I will talk a little bit about chronologies and about the new perspectives opening by the application of a new methodology. All this goes under the header of new data. And then I will have in particular a look to what's happening in the neighborhood of the Hilly Flanks of the Zagros. What has changed in our understanding of the Neolithic, and what would be a way forward in Iran if things were ideal. So inevitably, when we talk about the Hilly Flanks, we must introduce the Fertile Crescent first. And we are all familiar with the concept as introduced by James Henry Breasted in the 1910s, actually, where he considered the foothill ranges and the plains immediately after as the hotspots for the development of early civilizations. This expression has gained a dynamics of its own in the meantime, and is mostly now used actually for the Neolithic, but it was not exactly what Breasted had in mind. And when we talk about the Hilly Flanks, then we come straight to Robert and Linda Braidwood, because it is they who introduced first the concept of the hilly flanks of the Fertile Crescent as being exactly that area where the transition from foraging lifeways to a food-producing economy would have taken place. So this is very faint on this map, but wherever it is marked in green, this is what the Braidwoods considered to be the hills around the Fertile Crescent. And this is really the meaning we should come back to. And Braidwood, of course, is very well established and very well known also because he had a unique capability of putting complex concepts into graspable words and also graspable graphics, as you can see here, both published in the 1950s by him. The idea that what really marks the transition to sedentary food-producing lifestyles is a major transition in the way humans live. He was not the first to say so, and he had been in close exchange before that with Weir Gordon Childe, whom we all hail as one of the fathers of conceptualization in prehistoric research. So when Braidwood drafted these schemes on how the food-producing revolution, as he called it, would have started, you see that he considered the Hilly Flanks to be one of the so-called core regions where this would have taken place. The logic being that simply this is the area where the plants and the animals that were the predecessors of the later domesticates were to be found. And Braidwood is also remembered in particular because he really introduced a way of researching that set out with a precise hypothesis in the beginning and tried to test this hypothesis in a planned research design. So here, just as a summary, you can see from his, it's from the same publications, in his early sketch, you can see, even though the dates have now shifted backwards by several thousand years, you can see that the Hilly Flanks were always part of the core area of the so-called food-producing revolution. And when research, field research in particular, stopped, we could say that most of what we today consider to be the basic knowledge on the Neolithic of Iran and the Zagros in particular goes back to the writings of what I call here the Braidwood School. And in particular, it was Frank Hole, who will also later this week, I think, contribute here to the conference, who has conducted a lot of research and published it. So that a sort of research paradigm by the Braidwood School was set in the early 1980s. But the Braidwood School were not the only ones. We also have other approaches, also invested deeply in the anthropological approach to prehistoric research, for example, within the framework of the large Hassanlu project, the work of Mary Voigt on Haji Firuz Tepe. And of course, one reason why all these writings are so influential is that they were also published in due time and they were accessible to other researchers. A third group that was again closely connected through the person you see in the lower right, Jean Perrault. Jean Perrault, who had, while he was, before he came to Iran, was engaged in research, in prehistoric research in the Levant, in Natufian sites and others. So he was also a very prehistorically trained mind who had also closely exchanged opinions with the Braidwoods, who had spent some time in Chicago as well. And he brought together one conference where the photograph, I believe it's a very well-known photograph of this group. You will recognize a few people on it here. And it was in particular Geneviève Dollfus, who then engaged in reopening excavations in a couple of prehistoric sites, late Neolithic to Chalcolithic, in the Khuzestan plain. So what I wish to emphasize by pointing at these various, so to say, schools is that there were different but interconnected approaches, all merging together in the period after the 1980s when basically researchers could not continue to work in the field and therefore had to sit at their desks and write up their publications. So this map tries to bring together an overview on the sites that were known by the time when field research stopped in 1980. The map is far from complete, but these are the sites that I consider to be like the best known at this point. And I may have overlooked the one or other, but we have, as you can see here, a strong concentration in the central Zagros. We have a second cluster in the very northwestern Zagros around the Shanida sites. And we have very little evidence from the central plateau and just this one extremely isolated outlier in Sange Chakmak in northern Iran. So what happened after 1980? You're all familiar with the importance of radiocarbon dating in our field. Going back to the first discovery of the principles of radiocarbon dating, and it's in fact the Braidwoods were among the early adopters of this new dating technique, and this contributed a lot to pushing back the boundaries of the Neolithic in the years when they worked in Iran and Iraq. It took until the 1970s that this technique became a bit more mature, when it was recognized that the dates themselves couldn't be used without a proper calibration, and when a tree ring curve was established that allowed to calculate the deviations and the probabilities. So we are in the 1970s here, but two further steps that are important happened after the main field research before the revolution stopped. One was that with AMS dating becoming available in the 1980s, only the amount of material that was needed to produce a sample was drastically reduced. So many more materials could be sampled by then. And in the 1990s, another conceptual issue came up, which was the introduction of Bayesian modeling that helped to put dates in an order and also to narrow the ranges of deviations, etc. So I've deliberately marked this in dark gray because these two latest steps, 3 and 4, only happened after fieldwork had ceased. And so a lot of these new advances in our discipline simply never took hold in Iran, which had severe consequences, because the dates that were known from the research before 1980 were just sitting in a static way on the shelves, whereas a lot of research took place, in particular along the upper and middle Euphrates, and later on also in the Tigris headwaters, many due to rescue work within large dam flooding areas. And it seemed as if there is an enormous increase and an enormous amount of old sites that seem to be older than what we know from the Zagros, which is in fact an artifact of the research history. And it led to the formulation of influential theories that focused on the uniqueness of a so-called core area. So from the very wide range of a core area as formulated by the Braidwoods, here we see a narrowing down onto the headwaters of Euphrates and Tigris in a way that the French called it. He has
when you see a guy reach for stars in the sky, you can bet that he's doing it for some doll. When you spot a John waiting out in the rain, chances are he's insane. There's only a John you can be for a Jane. When you meet a gent paying all kinds of rent for a flat, they've all got an A's down in the hole.
I want to take you to the neighborhood, to the Euphrates and Tigris headwaters. And you see here a lot of sites indicated that have become iconic in recent years, starting with the very famous Göbekli Tepe that will be introduced tomorrow. But this is a map that, well, I don't take away the single points now, but in 1979, hardly any of these sites was known. And when I was a student, we learned about approximately 3 Neolithic sites in the whole area here of what today is the Ataturk Dam. This only changed with some research projects taking place. And again, it's the Braidwood School involved. We have in particular the long-term collaborative work between the Braidwoods and Halet Jambal from the University of Istanbul on the Upper Tigris, where we have the large-scale exposure of a pre-pottery Neolithic settlement with numerous successive occupation phases, and in particular with some specific buildings, a whole sequence of them, of which the skull building in which we have remains of humans deposited at large scale in a systematic way, has become the most famous. So this was under excavation since the 1960s. In the 1980s, Harald Hauptmann excavated in the Ataturk Dam area, and I was fortunate to be a team member there. You see, it's a large-scale exposure, and a building was discovered here where you see a standing stone in the middle, which in a way shifted fully our understanding of what the early steps of the Neolithic could mean. So here you see this building in its older phase, and it was equipped with a lot of sculpture and monumental stele and the like. So for the first time do we have here in Chayenu and then in Nevalachori evidence for a sort of institutionalized ritual buildings. And this is what allowed to recognize the importance of a site that is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This is a Göbekli Tepe, not very far from Nevalachori in the foothills of the Taurus close to Urfa. You're all familiar with this site, but suffice to say that it was discovered actually in 1963 by the Braidwood Jambal team, who by then registered that there were the relevant flints on the surface, but who took the remains of the stele to be a sort of probably a Roman graveyard. And this is exactly what had also happened when the Nevalachori team came across the upper part of the monumental stele. It was after the experience from Nevalachori that Klaus Schmidt and Harald Hauptmann went back to Göbekli and started to investigate this place. All this happened after from the 1990s onwards. So we are way beyond the moment when fieldwork ceased in Iran. And on an anecdotal note, I remember very well in 2004, there was an exhibition in Berlin where I took Dr. Malek Shamirzadeh to the viewing, and there was also Harald Hauptmann joining us, and we were looking at the statues from Ain Ghazal. And then Dr. Malek said, well, we will never find anything like this in Iran. And then Harald Hauptmann answered, well, he would think just the opposite. He just said, we need to know what we need to look for. So this was a major incentive coming out from the neighborhood. And it was corroborated by a lot of theoretical conceptualization, a very famously the work by Jacques Cauvin, who had excavated in Mureybit on the Middle Euphrates in Syria, and who at the time of writing had only very little really material evidence, and who unfortunately did not live to see the whole the whole flourish of this new findings, but who considered that we need to really think about the symbolic foundations of human life before we just turn to food production. And on a different pathway, but somehow in parallel, Ian Hodder, who has recently completed his 25-year research program in Çatalhöyük, had a similar approach, talking about the ways how people really make a living in the world by also creating meaning in their environment. We have by now numerous other new concepts, and I'm sure some of these will be introduced in detail here. Trevor Watkins has used, for example, niche construction theory as an approach to grasp the data. We talk about the fact that humans tend to create by repeating and repeating the same meaningful action time and again, create meaning in places. This is what we would call placemaking or history making. Ian Hodder has introduced the entanglement approaches. And after all, we also see in particular from research in Turkey now that we shouldn't look for the one big solution, but for mosaic-like solutions. And the symbolic behavior is an integral part of this. In Iran, we have good evidence in small scale. We have figurines and clay tokens, whose interpretation, of course, remains under debate. I see that I'm running past time. The very fruitful season by the Matthews in Sheikhiabad has revealed evidence for a behavior where carcasses reminding us of, or reminding the inhabitants of probably memorable events and feasts were integrated into the walls in a similar way as we see it in Çatalhöyük. And we know from the literature that Ganj also had similar features, and Asyap also has something like this. The practice of head shaping is another way of symbolically pointing out individuals within a group, which I'm sure we will hear more about this week. So we have some small-scale evidence in finds and in objects, but we lack so far the large-scale exposures that Turkey has seen over the last 2 decades, and therefore we don't have really buildings that were dedicated to, at least we don't know them yet. I believe that the fact that for lack of support, mostly for the small scale of excavations, we will wait for another time to find these buildings, but I'm sure that they should exist. And I also think that the close-up observation, the application of the finest possible methodology will be vital to also recognize practices that so far we have overlooked. So for the future, I hope that the conditions will come back that will allow for long-term problem-oriented planned research, that will allow for large-scale excavations beyond the proverbial telephone boxes, that will provide access to lab resources, to expert personnel. And more than everything, I'm sure we will need future collaborations at the expert level to create a similarly complex picture of what we have seen just in the neighborhood. And with this, I thank you for your attention and wish you an interesting week.
Thank you very much. Okay, sorry about the feedback. We're still trying to work out how this works over here. Thank you very much, Barbara, for this great introductory overview to the problems we're looking at and so forth. We're running a little bit late, so I'm going to thank you again and pass the word now to Professor Dorian Fuller, Institute of Archaeology at UCL, who will be talking about multi-centered or mosaic consideration of metapopulations of early domesticated crops and their domesticators around the Fertile Crescent. Dorian, please.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me all right. Yeah, okay, I'm going to try to share my screen. And then bear with me a minute while I figure out from the beginning that I need to swap. Okay, so hopefully you can all see that. So there's my title and just a random Near Eastern tell site. So I'm going to kind of consider this issue of what is a center? What do we mean by that? How many centers were there? But within the specific context of crop domestication. Now, if we look at the global patterns and the origins of agriculture, of course, we know that at a global scale, domestication or the development of agriculture, which are, of course, two separate but interrelated things, is multicentric. In my view, there's something like 20 centers of domestication around the world. But of course, you can see it like on a map like this, it lumps all of the Fertile Crescent region into one center. And our question today is, if we zoom in on that center at a closer scale, does it break down? Is it really, at a global scale, you might say that's a Fertile Crescent center. It's quite different from China or the Western Sahel or something, or Mesoamerica. But if we zoom in, what does it look like? So that's sort of what I'm going to address today. Now, of course, the classic way of looking at this would be to do things like map wild progenitor distributions. So here we've got some of the wild progenitors, the wheats on the lower slide, mapped against a kind of modern rainfall map. That, of course, nicely defines the kind of Fertile Crescent in biogeographic and ecological terms, but it doesn't actually tell you where hunter-gatherers engage with these plants in new ways that led to selection pressures that ended up evolving those plants into what we recognize as domesticates today. So that's the sort of question we need to address. And the thing that is clear, of course, is there's a lot of species involved from the plant point of view when we're looking at the Fertile Crescent. In some ways, the Fertile Crescent is quite unique in that it involves domestication of a large diversity of species. If we contrast that to, say, the Yangtze Valley, they only domesticate rice. If we contrast that to, say, the Sahel in Western Africa, they only domesticate pro-millet. Here they're dealing with a whole bunch of species, and that in itself tends to hint that we're probably dealing with lots of different mini processes, a mosaic of processes, rather than one. And of course, the bigger, in a sense, the bigger question in asking of where are the centers, how many centers are there, is to turn that question around and say, centers of what? Are we talking about the very initiation of cultivation? Are we talking about places where the evolution of domestication traits speeds up in a significant way so that it becomes a kind of point of no return in terms of plant evolution? Are we talking about places where domestication is fixed in genetic terms? Or are we talking about places where the economy transitions to agriculture as opposed to hunting and gathering with a bit of cultivation? And all of those four different things are different things that don't necessarily happen at the same place. They certainly don't happen at the same time. Now, in recent years, it seems to me there's been two really significant developments in terms of data and methodology that have deconstructed the notion of simple centers of origin, something like a golden triangle concept, etc. And that, on the one side, that comes from genomic work, as whole genome sequencing has replaced simple gene or marker phylogenies. And on the other side, from the archaeology, from the archaeobotany, we have clear evidence for a very slow, gradual process, the protracted domestication episode, which gives lots of time for gene flow, for cultural change, for cultural movement and exchange, and for variable rates of evolution. So both of these things undermine the notion of a simple center. I will focus on the archaeobotanical side, but just to illustrate the genomic side, we can take, for example, this study of Poet et al. On barley genomics, where they find that when you look at the whole genome level, most modern barley land races draw some of their ancestry from a very wide pool. So That's shown on the map below. So in the yellow box, we take modern barley land races from the coastal Eastern Mediterranean. They only draw about, sort of 30%, 25-30% of their ancestry from those Levantine wild barley. They still have 10% of their ancestry drawn from the genomes of wild barleys found in northern Iran and Central Asia. So that shows that the amount of gene flow from different wild populations over the protracted transition of domestication has been significant. So in a kind of genetic sense, there isn't a point of origin. It's not one population of wild barley that was domesticated, but it was a protracted process that allowed a larger macro-regional metapopulation to contribute different genetic components over the long term. So that decenters it genetically. But the other thing that, of course, has become obvious as we've accumulated more archaeobotanical data is that the evolution of those traits that we recognize as domestication characters, the things that differentiate a domesticated crop from its wild ancestor, these things have evolved rather slowly. Now, when I was a student and finishing my PhD in the 1990s, the kind of orthodoxy was what we could call the Hillman and Davies orthodoxy, which was that domestication was really rapid. 20 to 200 years was the official estimate. So something like a century or less, a few human generations. You could, in theory, take a wild species and domesticate it and select for genetic changes. And of course, that of course did happen in the 20th century. Farmers in the US domesticated so-called American wild rice. It took them about 40 years to do it. Of course, they were applying modern plant breeding and industrial scale harvesting and all sorts of other things that were not relevant in prehistory so much. But the archaeobotanical evidence clearly shows that the Hillman and Davies prediction of a rapid domestication simply is not true. And so these are plots from now a few years ago. The upper graph shows percentages of non-shattering. So this key change in seed dispersal that makes wheat and barley dependent on human farmers for dispersal. In terms of percentage of those plotted against median age of different sites, and the bottom size is grain size estimated from grain width. And you can see that for einkorn and emmer and barley, we're looking at a gradual process of between 2,000 and 4,000 years for these things to change. So that's an important implication for what that slow transition means. And in some sense, it really demolishes our old paradigm. So again, when I was a student, we were taught the most important thing you can do is answer the question why, explain why domestication came about, explain why agriculture came about, and people debated whether was it a climate event, was it population pressure, was it competitive feasting, all these kind of single prime mover causes. In fact, that only makes sense if you're dealing with a very rapid process that takes a couple of human generations. That also a rapid process implies a strong bottleneck in genetic terms, and it implies a kind of rapid, strong coefficient of selection. Once you have a slower episode, it becomes a kind of a ridiculous set of assumptions to try to actually have a single cause or a single rate of change and coefficient of selection, because to have a consistent rate of change in the domestication process, a consistent selection process, you have to assume there's been no environmental change for 3,000 to 4,000 years, no cultural change for 3,000 to 4,000 years, no intercommunity contact for 3,000 to 4,000 years, all of which are demonstrably wrong. So instead, what we need to realize is the domestication process is a protracted episode, variable rates, changing selection pressures, and alongside that, changing cultural and changing environmental factors, and therefore a number of different causal processes have to be involved at different points along the episode. And of course, for different species, perhaps being domesticated in slightly different regions, those causes and the relative timing and ordering of those different factors may well be different. So it's not a one-size-fits-all model. So therefore, we need to assume multiple causal factors and variable rates, etc. So this is a kind of cartoon that I worked on with some colleagues, Robin Allaby, Chris Stevens, and Logan Kistler, to try to illustrate what we think it looks like today. And so you've got a time scale on the bottom that shows, if you blur your eyes, that kind of S-shaped sigmoidal curve that we associate with evolutionary processes of, say, domestication. But rather than it being a single curve that might be the kind of average, it's very sort of lumpy and there's different rates. And of course, that's happening at different rates in different populations with different amounts of selection. At a spatial scale, you have to assume that some wild cereal populations are being impacted by human activities of harvesting. Some are then being cultivated. Some of them being more intensively cultivated. You have trade of grains between people. You have gene flow through pollen and natural seed dispersal as well. And so you have different levels of selection. And in fact, what we really need to think about is what biologists like John Thompson, he has a book called The Geographic Mosaic of Coevolution, which isn't about domestication at all, it's about coevolutionary processes in general, but we need to be thinking in those terms. So he talks about metapopulations. In some areas, you have hot spots where selection and coevolution is very strong. You have cold spots where in fact selection may be the opposite. And then you have to think about what are the strengths of selection in different pockets and what are the degrees of gene flow and so forth. So we need to grapple with quite a lot of complexity. And in some ways, we don't really have enough data yet, archaeobotanically, in the Great Fertile Crescent to fully grapple these, but we have enough data to start to think about what they might look like. So what sort of data are we looking for? So if we're looking about the evolution of non-shattering, so this is one of the key domestication traits shared across cereals. We really want spikelet bases or spikelet forks in wheat, rachis remains in barley, and then we can categorize them as the domesticated morphology or the wild morphology. Practicing archaeobotanists will know it's more complicated than that. So recent studies of wheat, there's kind of 4 or 5 categories on how it's broken off, and some of those categories occur both in domesticated and wild. Some are more prevalent in domesticated, some are only present in wild. So it's slightly more complicated than that, but we can boil it down to this: what percentage look like the domesticated type over time. The charts on the right, again, plot published archaeobotanical assemblages in those terms against median age, so median calibrated radiocarbon age, and the maps on the left show where these come from. So at a kind of meta-population level, a kind of pan-fertile crescent, mostly from the west and the north, we can see this gradual process. But if you look at the color coding on the right, you can see that we don't really have as much data in each region or micro-region as one would really like. But we can still see from this that at a kind of pan-regional level, it's a gradual process. It takes some thousands of years. So how can we get at things like variable rates? So in the past, about a decade ago, I published a paper on estimating Haldane rates with Michael Pruganen, and we tried to estimate rates of change by putting a linear regression through data like this and saying, okay, what is the average rate of change? Of course, if we assume that rates are a variable and you have hot spots and cold spots through both time and space, then it's a kind of a nonsense to say what is the average rate of change. You actually need to grapple with variable rates, and that's sort of where we are now. So what are some approaches to that? So one approach is represented by this paper led by Robin Allaby a few years ago, and this was only to look at non-shattering, and the reason we did that is because we could assume that the underlying genetic architecture of non-shattering was relatively straightforward, a single recessive locus, and therefore the hereditary was very straightforward. So we could estimate selection pressures using those from the genetic side, using those as kind of assumptions, whereas things like grain size have multiple genes interacting through the developmental process. And what we did is we took the data took the sites where the data and set up what we called selection chains, or these kind of selection networks. And what these show for einkorn, Immer, einkorn, and barley at the right is sites, and the older sites are at the top. Younger sites are as you go down, and the arrows are potential relationships and the ancestor-descendant relationships, in that they're distributed, from older at the top to younger below. And what we did is we estimated the selection strength that would explain the evolution from one box to the next. So all those different arrows. Now, all those arrows are potential directions of evolution. We also allowed for regression. So in some cases, things could de-evolve and become more wild-like. And then we also made a spatial matrix. So we penalized sites that were further apart. So the idea is that sites were closer in time and closer in space together are more likely to be related to one evolutionary process. It's kind of imperfect. What you can see is the selection coefficients in those graphs. And what's interesting is in both cases, you start out with quite low selection coefficients, a slow evolution, and then there are periods when they speed up. So you get these kind of hot spots in time and space. of where the strength of selection of the evolution process speeds up. So this, in a sense, is when what I would say pre-domestication cultivation becomes really entrenched, and you're starting to evolve. The crop populations are evolving to the extent that it's probably a point of no return. So they're very unlikely to revert fully to wild. That would be hypothetical. Now, what I've done here is I've listed where are those hot spots in time and space. So for einkorn, it's the upper Euphrates areas where you get this, where you appear to get this rapid upturn in selection, and it's kind of at the end of the 9th millennium BC. For Immer, it's more, there's a couple centers, southeastern Anatolia, central Anatolia, rather later, more 7th millennium, more 8th millennium BC. And for barley, we have both northern Mesopotamia and northern Levant centers, and again, it's late 9th to 8th millennium BC. So what do those look like on a map? And I've done similar things by taking the size change data. We don't have the same coefficients of selection estimated for lentil pea and chickpea, and I've kind of circled those sites that are involved with the hot spots. So places where the evolution rate seems to increase several fold in these periods. And so you can see we have a couple centers of barley there. That's the hatched orange, the little purple center for einkorn wheat, the little green centers for emmer wheat, and then a kind of strip for lentil, a little, interestingly, the area where you see the most rapid evolution in chickpea is in the southern Levant. Of course, there's no wild chickpea there, so it's partly about it being removed from its wild habitat, perhaps. And pea in that, again, in that kind of upper Euphrates area. So that suggests that we have a number of different hotspots, so centers, but these are centers where the evolutionary rate of domestication speeds up to the point that it's sort of pushing towards the end of the process. And this is taking place from the late 9th millennium BC through the 8th millennium BC. Now, the thing you'll note here is, for the most part, we don't see any of these hot spots in the east. There are a couple little circles there, so there is some evidence that could indicate a kind of hot spot for lentil domestication evolution in the east. And these are relying on data from very few sites, Chogogolan and Ganj Dairy. But on the whole, of course, this eastern arc of the Fertile Crescent, this theme of today, there's largely an absence of early sites. So is that absence of early sites really evidence for absence for these kinds of domestication processes? Not necessarily. So as Barbara said in the previous talk, we're kind of lacking the same level of data and sampling to make it comparable to these other areas. Nevertheless, based on current evidence, it doesn't look like hotspots of evolution of domestication in the same way. Now, there are other ways to approach variable rates. So something I've just been starting to play with is, again, going back to the notion of Haldane rates. The nice thing about a Haldane rate is it's a phenotypic measure. So it's something we can estimate directly from archaeological evidence. It basically takes a population distribution, again, a normal curve, estimates a standard deviation on that, and says what percentage of that standard deviation, how much has it shifted, how much has the population shifted within that per generation. But rather than taking an average, which is what we've done before, trying to think about variable rates. So these graphs on the right are some first attempts to look at variable rates in terms of Haldanes for einkorn non-shattering, einkorn grain size, and also some data for sheep size reduction, some data from Ben Arbuckle and Joris Peters that they provided. What you can see is that when we do that, we see fluctuating rates. And what's interesting is when you get upturn. So you get this upturn in the 9th millennium in einkorn grain size increase, but the upturn in non-shattering is a little bit later. It's at the end of the 9th millennium, and the upturn in the kind of sheep size reduction is in the 8th millennium. So different species are doing different things. Again, I haven't had time, but we could roll this out across all the species with data, and then we could ask where in space, not just in time, are these kind of hot spots for more rapid evolution. So in general, most of our more rapid evolution of domestication traits does fall into this late 9th and 8th millennium, so the early and middle PP&B, but it's in multiple hot spots, so there's no one center. This period is also interesting because it sees in general an increase in crop diversity. So the top plot there is number of crop species on a given site plotted against its median age. And you can see that in this gray area, this time period that I would call entrenched pre-domestication cultivation, when things like non-shattering and size change, which you see below, are rapidly increasing. that gray area, you get a lot of sites with 8, 9, even 10 domesticated species on those sites. Later, after the Neolithic is after the pre-Pottery Neolithic is over, crop diversity tends to decline. So you tend to kind of retrench back to a few crops that work rather than trying all these crops. So there's something interesting there. Then we can ask, in this period of more rapid change, to what extent does this correlate with degrees of dependence on crops and or technological changes, cultural and technological changes that might be driving this. In recent years, I've been exploring the concept of intermediate economies, which is something I borrowed from the late David Harris, with the idea that intermediate economies are where you're in between foraging and agriculture. So in archaeobotanical terms, we've estimated that as saying crops account for more than 20% of your seed remains and less than 80%. And the reason for that is once you get to the late Pottery Neolithic or the early Bronze Age, it tends to be that your assemblages have 80% of crops or more. They tend to be heavily dominated by crops, and the wild things have disappeared. So when we take our intermediate economies, this is looking, so the graphs in the middle are intermediate economies, the letters are regions, and then the color coding there is by region. And what you see is, all regions have foraging economies early on. That's not surprising. All regions have intermediate economies, but when we move to the really agricultural economies, they appear first in just a few regions. They appear in the northern Levant and the upper Euphrates and the southern Levant. So that suggests that there are sort of hot spots for economic change, perhaps as well. And this kind of plots them on the map. So wild-focused economies, agriculturally focused economies, intermediate economies. And what's interesting to note here, again, the number of data points are relatively few where we have that quantified data, but you get these kind of early agricultural, so botanical assemblages, relatively few wild foods in the upper Euphrates region and in the southern Levant. So kind of two different hotspots. Now those one of them overlaps with some of the hotspots in terms of domestication in the north. The southern one really doesn't. So again, these things aren't necessarily driving one another, but they show that it's a complicated mosaic process. The other thing we can think about is technological change. So a few years ago, I teamed up with Osamu Maeda, who's a lithic specialist. He drew maps like this one, which are kind of different lithic blade typologies by region. And what's interesting is when we look at those crop domestication hotspots, they're either occurring in the northern part of what he calls Group 5 or within the Group 3 zone. And if we look on the graphs below, in the western one, the Group 3 zone, that's an area where we see massive investment in sickle, so increasing proportions of sickle blades in every lithic assemblage in this period of the second half of the 9th through the 8th millennium. Not so in the east. So when we look at the Group 5 area in the eastern Fertile Crescent, in fact, the increase in production of sickles seems to be late. It takes place post-domestication in a sense. So this again tells us that this isn't sickles aren't an explanation of the domestication process, but they do show cultural coevolution with the domestication process in at least some regions, in this case, more in the West. Other technologies that I think are worth thinking about mapping is things like food processing and food storage technology. So something else we've been trying to map recently is the use of ovens, bread ovens, so Firin. So we've got a couple nice photos of Çatalhöyük bread ovens. Of course, at Çatalhöyük, pretty much every house has its own bread oven. There's a classic Firin there from Braidwood's excavation at Jarmo as well. The map at the top shows the distribution of early ovens, and it really is focused around the northern Fertile Crescent and eastern Anatolia. Very few ovens that I've been able to find in the southern Levant from this earlier period. So that suggests that there may be, again, certain factors in terms of food processing and cooking traditions that are driving people to use plants in such a way that it's ramping up the rate of evolution. So things to think about. Now, if we go before that, so that I've kind of said here are some centers of hotspots of the evolution of domestication. What about before that? What about the earlier stages of pre-domestication cultivation? We tend to be looking at the PPNA or the late Natufian in that case. So here I've plotted on the map here. The gray ones are where we have morphologically wild cereals in terms of rachis remains dominating, and the red triangles are where we have some a non-trivial percentage, so some increase in non-shattering, which we wouldn't expect to happen without human intervention. So the beginnings of this evolutionary process. And we can see two clusters in the southern Levant and northern Levant. We also have areas which in this period don't really have much cereal use. So that kind of northern Tigris region, the recent data published from Gusur Huyuk testifies to this. They get cereals, but only in the later phase, not the earlier phase. And in the eastern Fertile Crescent, sites like Chogogolan and others have early wild barley use that's significant, but it's not clear that that represents cultivation or that it's a precursor for these later hotspots of evolution. Okay, so some conclusions. So presently, incipient pre-domestication cultivation seems to be focused in the western Fertile Crescent, but both in the south and the north. In terms of hotspots of domestication, so centers where evolution is speeding up, and I would suggest that we're getting to the kind of point of no return where crops are going to become domesticated species, and there's kind of no way to back down, so to speak. These hotspots of domestication or what I would call entrenched pre-domestication cultivation. These are focused mainly in the north, but not in one center, different centers for different crops, and there are some also in the south and maybe a little bit in the east. At the moment, it appears that the eastern Fertile Crescent is a recipient of domesticated species from further west, or partially domesticated species, not fully domesticated, but ones that are already in that, already more than 20% or 25% domesticated morphotype populations. But the data sets in the east may be insufficient at present because we simply haven't had the systematic fieldwork and sampling on the same scale as these other regions. So it seems to me that where we go next is obviously better documentation of more crops and multiple traits across these crops. So things like non-shattering in grain size, but also things like test seed coat thickness in pulses, and there's new ways of imaging that can help with that. We need to situate these then in these co-evolving contexts of both technology and social context. So look at correlations or not with sickles, ovens, storage systems, adoption of livestock, and situate these in also within their assemblage composition in terms of what is the role of wild foods as opposed to reliance on these early cultivars. And then growing earlier for the PPNA and even earlier, we need to start to reconsider that initial engagement of hunter-gatherers with these cereal foods, because the other implication of the slow domestication data is that we estimate that the appearance of some of these domestication traits actually precedes the PPNA and precedes early pre-domestication cultivation in some sense, in that you need to assume percentages of 0.5% or 1% or 2% prior to that. That implies some evolution for some of these traits appearing and being maintained in wild populations in a context of hunting and gathering economies, which we wouldn't expect in kind of pure wild stands without human intervention. So we need to start to understand that early hunter-gatherer engagement and how that might just allow for some of this variation to appear, which then early cultivation then promotes and selects subsequently. Now, I've probably run too long too, so I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorian. Indeed, very, very interesting to hear a summary of you and your colleagues' most recent research. Yes, we're running a little bit over time, so again, I'm gonna pass right over to the next speaker. Maybe we have some time after for specific questions and comments on Barbara, Dorian, and Trevor's talk. So the next speaker is Professor Trevor Watkins, who really requires very little introduction, if any. Thank you very much for joining us, Trevor. And Trevor will be talking about From Cradle to Mosaic, the metaphors we live by. Thank you.
Okay, can I share my screen? Okay, do you have my screen now? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, right. Let's go. I want to talk about the part of the Hilly Flanks region between the most intensively studied Levant and the Eastern Wing, which is the focus for this conference. And I want to suggest mosaic as a metaphor or a model for thinking how we can synthesize our masses of archaeological material into a prehistoric narrative. We have come a long way from Gordon Child's cultures or cultural groups, and there is no longer support for what I would describe as the cradle metaphor, more scientifically labeled as the core periphery model. The idea that the birthplace of cultural phenomena, for example, the origins of agriculture, or the area where the PPMB emerged, can be identified and localized in one spot from which it spreads extensively through a grateful periphery, has been argued by senior influential prehistorians, but has not proved convincing. There have been other solutions suggested, Hans Gabel's polycentrism, for example, and I've talked about networks of sharing and exchange, such as communities within super communities. And I want to develop networked communities idea further, and I'm suggesting mosaic as a useful metaphor that may help us to grasp the nature of Neolithic society. For a long time, I've been interested in the way that, Neolithic permanently co-resident communities both represent a dense network of relations within the community, and at the same time, they also engaged in network relations with communities both near and far. I've suggested in the past that Colin Renfrew's idea of competitive emulation within the peer polity interaction sphere may help us to appreciate how communities within a region benefit through the cultural sharing, all benefit through the cultural sharing and exchange. I think the metaphor of mosaic can help us more. A mosaic is made up of many unique pieces for each piece, but each piece relates to each of its neighboring pieces, and groups of mosaic pieces make up the patterns or images that we can recognize from our perspective, looking down at the mosaic floor at our feet. Let's see where that idea takes us in the context of the early pre-pottery Neolithic of Southeast Turkey and North Iraq. For me, the starting point was Kemisdere in North Iraq. And when I first saw the site, it was very badly damaged, but it was unique and it was potentially exciting. It was challenging at two levels. The first of which was to make sense of the site and its buildings. The houses were subterranean constructions with mud-plastered walls and floors, and they had pairs of pillars formed of clay around a stone slab, finished with mud plaster. It was only after 3 seasons of work that we were finally able to reconstruct the sequence of repeated construction, destruction, replacement, reshaping of this particular house site. These are just the last 2 phases in the construction sequence. But then there was a second level of challenge, given the radiocarbon dates that placed the site in the later 10th millennium BCE, how to relate Kemisdere to what was known of the earliest pre-pottery Neolithic. It was great that Stefan Kozlowski and his team were working at Nemric. We were able to visit each other as we faced the same challenges, but although our 2 sites were relatively close to one another and seemingly contemporary, the 2 chipstone assemblages were seriously different. Nemric also had subterranean houses, though Stefan believed that the massive pillars in his houses were roof supports. Stefan went on to spend 2 short seasons at Mlefat, and he was able to see parallels in the lithics from Nemric and Mlefat with those from Brentwood sites in Iraqi Kurdistan. But our assemblage from Kemisdere didn't fit in and pointed vaguely westwards towards sites like Murabit and the Levant. Michael Rosenberg was in a similar position when he excavated Halanchemi, exposing a new kind of settlement in Southeast Turkey. They found subterranean or semi-subterranean buildings, 2 of which were larger than the rest and more substantially constructed. And in one of them, the horns and frontal of a wild aurochs was found on the floor. At the time, it was very difficult for Rosenberg to relate the site to the early pre-pottery Neolithic as it was known in the Levant. In recent years, there has been a series of sites reported along the Tigris Valley, excavated before they were drowned behind the Ilisu Dam. And what I'm doing from here is illustrating how within certain general cultural parameters, each site is a member of the group strung along the Tigris Valley, but each site is a distinctive variant on the theme. The best known is probably Kirtik Tepe, which was in existence in the last centuries of the Younger Dryas phase and on through the early pre-pottery Neolithic. And below the floors of the circular subterranean houses, there were many burials, elaborate burials with large amounts of grave goods. And prominent in the material culture of the site were great numbers of decorated chlorite bowls and the richness of the grave goods accompanying some of the tools, some of the bodies, as well as the decorated bowls. There was the elaborate, some elaborate imagery. Hasan Cave is further downstream, and it too was a long-lived settlement originating within the Younger Dryas phase. The excavators speak of the existence of subrectangular houses in the early pre-pottery Neolithic built around a large circular building with 3 niches. The group who worked on the obsidian component of the lithics assembled the data for the other sites in the Tigris Basin and showed that there is a wide degree of variation in the quantities of obsidian site by site. And they note that variability contributes to a mosaic model of the Neolithic. In its earliest levels, in its earliest levels, Gusir Huyuk had subterranean circular buildings with stone basins and monolithic pillars set in their floors. There were burials beneath the floors. Stratigraphically, later phases produced subrectangular, still subterranean buildings with rounded corners. There were stone pillars set sometimes in pairs in the center of the floors, or in the corners inside the walls, or in the front of the walls. Cheren Kabukcu and her colleagues, who had been studying the Gusir plant and animal remains, remarked that the plant and animal exploitation strategies were site-specific among the Tigris sites. And looking back for a moment to Ben Arbuckle's work on the faunal assemblage at Kirtik Tepe, he anticipates me with the mosaic metaphor as well. The faunal remains from Kirtik Tepe provide valuable information describing the mosaic nature of animal exploitation strategies in southeastern Turkey. Finally, there is Boncuklu Tarlası, which was occupied from the final Epipaleolithic again through to the later pre-pottery Neolithic, a long-lived site. Again, we see subterranean architecture with stone-built walls. Again, we see pairs of monoliths, and Boncuklu Tala has produced a very large number of burials, although it's not clear from the early publications how many of those actually belong with the early pre-pottery Neolithic buildings. To the Tigris Valley, we should add Halanchemi on its Tigris tributary, the Batman Su, and possibly the earliest levels at Chayanu further to the northwest. And at the other end is Nemrik beside the Tigris, just over the border in northern Iraq, and possibly Mlefat to the east on another Tigris tributary. As a group, they share a number of shared basic cultural elements. They were clearly in communication with one another and reliant on one another in various ways, as the distribution of obsidian illustrates. As a group, they are recognizably different in many ways from the group of contemporary communities in and around the Euphrates Valley at the northern end of the Levant. However, each of these Tigris sites has some elements that make it distinctive. I want to suggest that the primary concern of each community was its survival, and well-being, assured by its internal cohesiveness. Life as a community of sedentary hunter-gatherers in the harsh landscapes of the hilly flanks across the Pleistocene-Holocene boundary was challenging, and maintaining the social cohesion of the community was of the paramount importance. But no community was completely self-sufficient, and each community needed relations with neighboring communities. As we have seen from the work of Juanjo Ibanez, Ortega and their colleagues modeling small world obsidian exchange networks in the Levant, relations were structured regionally. It was much more than the relations with the nearest neighboring settlement. Hence the mosaic metaphor, which, as you've seen, I cannot claim to have originated. Each piece of the mosaic is distinctive, as you saw in the previous screen, but each plays a part in making a recognizable element in a bigger picture. And I'm looking forward to seeing the beginnings of a new mosaic emerging from the new work along the eastern wing of the Fertile Crescent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trevor, for this look at mosaics. Now we actually do have a little bit of time if there are any questions or comments on any of the previous talks. And Trevor, you have your hand up.
Tobias, yeah, I'm going to have to leave. I should be at another meeting now. Things were very tightly scheduled for me this morning, so I apologize. I'm going to have to say au revoir, yeah, and escape criticisms, I think, yeah. Sorry about that.
It's also one good way of doing it. Can you just keep it muted? I'll turn my sound on. So are there any questions to Barbara or Dorian then? Okay. It looks like it's maybe still a bit too early or too late, depending on where you are. Okay. Well, if there are no immediate questions or comments, then I think it's time we take a short break until the next session. So there'll be about 20 minutes. We start again at 11:30 with the next talk. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yeah, that works.
Right. Let me just.
No, we should move it again.
Is it on?
It's on now.
Yeah, I just need to. Okay. Hello. Yes. Okay. Well, I think it's working now.
Sorry, it's just a test, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back after our little break. It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, which is Hoja Darabi from Razi University in Kermanshah, one of the partner institutions that is involved in the project underlying this conference. And Dr. Darabi will be talking about the TCEC project objectives, achievements, and implications for the Neolithization of the Eastern Fertile Crescent. Hoja, please.
Thank you, Tobias.
Objectives, achievements, and implications for the Neolithization of the Eastern Fertile Crescent. Hoja, please.
Thank you, Tobias.
Objectives, achievements, and implications.
You see my PowerPoint?
We see your screen, yes.
Okay. Okay, here we are. Hello, everyone. As you see here, then Tobias, my colleague Tobias Richter mentioned, my talk is about our joint project with a focus on the neolithization process in the Central Zagros. Since the excavation at Zardi in the late 1920s, a large number of epipaleolithic and Neolithic sites have been more or less investigated across the whole Eastern Fertile Crescent, including the Central Zagros of Iran. In this talk, I'm not going to give a totally field report of our project, but will present some general achievements and their contribution to the neolithization process of the Central Zagros, and more broadly, the Eastern Fertile Crescent. As you know, the first question-based project on the transition to sedentary life and early domestication was undertaken by Braidwood and his team, both in Western and Central Zagros. I think some of the speakers in this conference will talk about Braidwood's role in the Neolithic archaeology of the region, but I should say that he laid the foundation for the Neolithic archaeology, although he never published his Iranian prehistoric project or IPP. However, upon the Braidwood's IPP, some sites such as Ali Kush, Choghasefid on the Delaware Plain, Tapeguran, Ganj Dareh, Abdul Hussein, and some other Neolithic sites, and even some earlier site with the epipaleolithic remains were excavated in the 1960s and 70s. Following 3 decades of hiatus in the fieldwork and a shift of research from Eastern to Western Fertile Crescent, we see that the fieldwork was reopened in 2008. But before that, thanks to the influential zooarchaeological studies by Melinda Zider, the Zagros was highlighted once again. Since 2008, we see the excavation on new sites, including Sheikh Yabad and Chiajani, East Shasab, Chogagolan, Kalek Asad Murad, and more recently, Chia Ghazanchi, close to Kermanshah, bringing to light a new picture of the neolithization process in the Central Zagros. However, some key challenges have been remaining in place, and our project that I'm going to talk about it from now on try to address some of these challenges. Focus of the further investigation was just on the early Holocene sites without any tracking of the epipaleolithic to early Neolithic transformation. The lack of radiocarbon dates from epipaleolithic sites, so we didn't know anything about the precise duration of this period in the Central Zagros. And chronological position of some of those previously excavated sites in the 1960s and 70s was also not so clear. Asyab and Ganjar, as the two very important Neolithic sites, suffer from the lack of fully publications, so their stratigraphy and chronology was not so clear. And the impact of the climatic condition on the settlement change and continuity across the region during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. And finally, with regard to the Neolithic period, most of the previous investigation have been oriented toward issues like early domestication in the region, while other ritual and social aspects of the Neolithic communities are very, very little known in the region. Okay, let me talk about our project briefly. As you see here, our project entitled Tracking Cultural and Environmental Change, the Late Epipaleolithic and Early Neolithic in the Samara Valley. This Iranian-Danish project was started in 2016 and was financially supported by the David Foundation. And it was co-directed by my colleagues, Dr. Tobias Richter, Professor Peter Mortensen, and myself between 2016 and 20. The general key objective of our project was to reach a better understanding of the transition from hunter-gatherer to farmer communities in the region through re-investigating some of those previously investigated or excavated sites, using new research method and analysis that were not available at the time. We also address the relationship between the climatic change and social, cultural, and economic change during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. In this regard, we revisited Asyab, Ganjare, and Margolgalan, and also we did a field survey in the Razavar Valley. We also did some paleo-environmental studies. In 2016, we not only re-excavated and redocumented the former main Braidwood trench at Asyab, as you see here. We also excavated a new area down to the natural to revisit and clarify the chronology of the site, and also to find out the most likely function of this very well-known pit at the site. As a result, we recorded remains of a semi-subterranean big circular structure that with evidence such as a large interior area in stale horncones and a deposit of intentionally animal skulls suggests a communal building at the site. This significant structure based on the radiocarbon data that we have acquired from the site should have been under occupation sometime in the middle of the 10th millennium BC. In 2017 and 18, we did some stratigraphic excavation at Ganjare. We also delineated the site. As you know, Ganjare has long been addressed in the archaeology of the region and known as the most enigmatic Neolithic site of the region because its chronological position was not so clear. And it also yielded the earliest evidence of pottery in West Asia. Additionally, the former large excavation done by Phil Smith at the site in the 1960s and 70s were not admittedly published. So we focus our excavations mostly on two parts in the central part, area A, and western part, areas D and B, where we expose some architectural materials, architectural buildings, animal skulls, and some new pits from the site. Briefly, our work at Ganjare showed that the site was under occupation sometime between 8,200 and 7,600 BC. And the pits, and it has presented the occupational phases that are surely distinct and different from the former Smith stratigraphy. The pits from the so-called lowermost known of the site, the so-called level E, were indeed feature associated with a lowermost residential phase that we exposed in the central part of the site. And we proposed the presence of a high magnitude earthquake that seems to have destroyed the buildings in the central part, and then subsequently resulted in a conflagration. This is indicated by the presence of tilted floor, twisted and displaced wall in the central part of the site. And at the end of this occupation of this, we think that the settlement was shifted from the central part to western part, and then to the surrounding off-mound area of the site. This is indicated by the remain that we have from the central, from the western area of the site, and also from the test pit that we dug in the surrounding area, and also evidence by the radio camera that dates that we have. And Ganjar indicated a long experimentation with clay whistle during the pre-pottery Neolithic site before introduction of the proposally made pottery that we know from the region in the later period. As you know, Ganjar has long been addressed with the initial herding of goats. New zooarchaeological data on the site, and also Al-Asyab will be later presented by our colleague Dr. Banskard and Dr. Yeomans. Also, new genetic data on study which has been recently published, as you see here on the top, will be further discussed and presented by Dr. Daly. Kevin Daly. New archaeobotanical analysis and phytolith analysis will be later also presented by Dr. Amayarans Utagui and Gulnaz Ahdi. In 2019, we returned to the cave site of Margolgalan in the Holeiland Valley. The site was first tested in the 1970s by Professor Peter Mortensen. Based on our work, the new fieldwork, our new fieldwork aimed at revisiting the chronology, stratigraphic chronology, and the lithic technology associated with the Epipaleolithic period. We're based on our stratigraphy and radiocarbon dates that we got from our stratigraphy at the site. The cave seems to have been occupied for the first time sometime around 46,000 during the middle Paleolithic. But our main occupational sequence is placed within roughly 22,000 and 13,000 BP. That is the end of Upper Paleolithic and through Epipaleolithic period. Well, interestingly, one of our date coincides with a so-called climatic event of the Younger Dryas, which is very important. And also we recognize a gap in our sequence at the site. Along our revisiting excavations, we also supported a paleoclimatic investigation in the marshland of Hashilan, close to Kermanshah. This work was undertaken under the direction of Dr. Azizi at the University of Tehran and further assisted by Dr. Reuter at the University of Copenhagen. The general result, paleoclimatic result, will be later presented by Dr. Rustam in this conference. In 2018, as I mentioned earlier, a field survey was undertaken in the Razavar Valley under the direction of Dr. Khusravi and assisted by Dr. Ali Begi, Dr. Mohsen Haidari, and Patrick Pedersen Joro. They could locate some new sites, among which the mountain site of Salarabad, as you see here, the general view of the site with a very nice and deep PPN deposit is of very special interest, as indicated by some of the chiptosone samples collected from the surface, indicating the presence of early Malafatian industry at the site. In addition to our archaeological investigation, our project has also paid attention to public archaeology. In this regard, we supported a documentary film about the emergence of agriculture and village life in the central Zagros, with a special focus on the result from our project. Admittedly, and also a management plan for the key site of Ganjara was provided by Dr. Kinzel and then submitted to the Iranian Center for Archaeological Research. Okay, lastly, considering the general contribution of our project, the TCEC project to the nullification process of the Eastern Fertile Crescent, I should say that chronologically and stratigraphically, we got some important radiocarbon dates, and we revisited the two important sites of Asyab and Ganjara. Well, we also provided the first radiocarbon date associated with the Epipaleolithic period in the central Zagros. And in terms of the transitional Neolithic period, the first two millennia, the 10th and 9th millennium BC of the early Holocene, we provided some new evidence. As you know, this transitional period, which witnessed the multiple but synchronous protracted changes in the human life, is very important. This transitional period has not been very little known in the central Zagros. Our work at Asia presented remains of a communal structure, and indicating that such important structure were not just restricted to the western, central, or northern Fertile Crescent, showing that a change in ritual and social aspect of the earliest Neolithic communities, even predating any sign of food production, including pre-domestic cultivation and animal management in the central Zagros and more broadly the Eastern Fertile Crescent. And our work at Ganjara added some new evidence concerning early domestication and sedentary life. However, we believe that the Neolithic community adopted such radical changes at different points of time. And based on our new finding, we propose that the younger dryas should have not been so harsh that could abandon the highland central Zagros at the end of the Epipaleolithic. However, we believe that we will need further data concerning Epipaleolithic, concerning paleoclimatic condition of the region. And lastly, it seems that across the Eastern Fertile Crescent, we see a sort of boundary between Epipaleolithic and Neolithic, which is sharper than what we see in the Western Fertile Crescent, where we see a gradual change from Epipaleolithic and Neolithic, early Neolithic period. And at the end of my presentation, I would like to be very, very thankful to all of those people or organizations who were very kindly helpful to our project. Without their help, this project would have not been possible. And I also would like to be thankful to my colleagues who helped with organizing this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hojat. Again, we're a little bit short of time. If there are no immediate questions, I think we will move straight on to the next speaker. And this is Professor Douglas Baird from the University of Liverpool, who will be speaking about revising Braidwood's Hilly Flanks. Hojat, if you could stop sharing a screen.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi all, can you see that, Tobias?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Thanks, Tobias, for inviting me to this talk. I'm speaking from a sadly grey northwest England, wearing my jumper. I'm sure it's nicer in Copenhagen and pretty much everywhere else that everyone else is. So I want to talk about some recent work, not revising, but revisiting Braidwood's excavation sites in the northwestern part of the Zagros in Iraqi Kurdistan. And I'll talk about perhaps just a slightly longer sequence as it happens than those that people have talked about so far. I'm talking about the work of the EFEC project, which is co-directed by Eleni Asuti and myself in cooperation, at least to date, with Kamal Rashid at Sulaymaniyah. And in this first phase of EFEC work, we focused on this revisiting of Braidwood's sites, notably Turkaka, Palagaura, and Karim Shahir in this area of the Western Zagros. Like I think pretty much everyone else at this conference, we're interested in the transition from the late Pleistocene to the early Holocene, developments in residential strategies and associated social behaviors, animal, plant and landscape exploitation, and environmental change. Why revisit Braidwood's excavations? Well, obviously they happened quite a while ago, and retrieval processes and a whole series of analytical approaches and techniques have improved. We were able to conduct much more intensive retrieval activity at these sites than that carried out by Braidwood. And as you'll see, I think that's produced some useful results. In fact, in terms of excavations at Palagaura, ably orchestrated by Eleni Asuti, we've published quite a lot of our work to date on the Palagaura sequence, I think providing some interesting new insights into the Epipaleolithic or Zazian, however you want to really talk about it. I'm not particularly bothered by these terminologies myself. Because we published all this information in relation to Palagaura, I thought it would be more interesting to talk a little bit about some of the unpublished material and the material from the two other sites that we've examined, the site of Turkaka and the site of Karim Shahir, where I think we can add a bit to work done to date, and also because sadly organic preservation wasn't brilliant at these sites. Actually probably not as good as when Braidwood excavated at Karim Shahir, for example. There's been a lot of soil processes, I think, affecting organic preservation. I'm going to focus particularly on the lithics, not least because that's my particular area of most direct involvement in the project. Nevertheless, I think that we can learn a lot from this lithic evidence we've gathered from these sites and restudying it with the perspectives we have over the past 50 years, accumulated over the past 50 years or so. So the first site I want to talk about is the site of Turkaka, which Braidwood's team didn't excavate, and they speculated it might be a variant of the Zazian, or maybe even a site that was transitional between the late Epipaleolithic and the earliest Holocene sites like Karim Shahir that they excavated. Akira Tsuneki's team has revisited the site recently and actually put in some small trenches, but we did an extensive survey of the site before they did this, and the site is quite extensive all the way along and on the flanks of this ridge and an interfluve, and within sight of Jarmo, actually downstream from Karim Shahir. So we're talking about in approximately this area of the Zagros, as I'm indicating with the mouse. So the first thing to say, it is an extensive site. Tsuneki suggested, as Braidwood's team had, that it might be a variant of the Zazian, and in particular that it might be a lithic chipstone production workshop site. The question of its role, function and date might be regarded as relatively arcane given the modest scale of excavation and other work. But I think it is interesting because it pertains to the question of the variability of the Epipaleolithic. And in one way, that's interesting in terms of, for example, how we view it with the Levantine Epipaleolithic, which is notoriously variable, you know, perhaps with 9 industries to rule them all, for example. The work on the lithics that I'm talking about hasn't just involved typological analysis of the assemblages, but did involve an extensive raw material survey of approximately this area in which the sites are located. So we did cover a lot of the chert sources in the area, and I'll refer to the results of that survey by looking at the material from these sites as we go. So let's start looking at the Turkaka chipstone assemblage. Turkaka, as I said, just downstream from Karamshahir, very close to Jarmo indeed. In terms of the raw material used, they did use a significant quantity of the local raw materials, which are not particularly good quality material, but they did acquire a reasonable proportion of material. You can see photographs of some of the material types here from the Bazian Valley as well, which was also a primary source, one of the primary sources for Palagaura. So they are bringing some material from some distance to the east, and it seems as if they might be bringing a very small amount of material from the sources, the very abundant Flint's chert sources located on the Chamchamal watershed to the west, although some of that material might, of course, have fed into the Chamchamal river bottom as well. It's only in small quantities, very small quantities at Turkaka. I think this immediately suggests that this isn't a workshop site exploiting local sources for a start. And that's further borne out by the fact that quite a high proportion of the lithics are chipstone, are actual retouch tools, 36% in terms of the material we've studied to date, which is actually a bigger proportion than Seneki's team have been able to look at so far, because we did a very intensive recovery from the surface of the site. So again, I think we've got evidence we're not looking at a specialized workshop site at all. In terms of other features of the assemblage, there's a very high proportion of flakes in the debitage and fairly equal proportions of blades and bladelets. In terms of the core evidence for production, it shows an interesting mixture as well, with quite a lot of both flake and blade cores alongside a significant component of bladelet cores. These bladelet cores are interesting. They look like they're pretty intensively reduced, and they probably started off as blade cores actually. So production goals seem to be focused on flakes, bladelets and blades to a significant degree. And this is well borne out by the tool assemblage. You can see that flakes are certainly a significant part of the tool assemblage. 22% of the tools are non-formal flake tools. Other important tool types are scrapers, which include a lot of flakes, and notches of various sorts, which also include flakes as well. In terms of the other component of the blanks for the tools, we see fairly equal proportions of blades and bladelets. And I think all of this, when compared to the local sequence at Palagaura and Karamshahir, will allow us to understand the date of the site a little bit better, which I'll defer discussing until we talk about those other sites. But just to summarize then, Turkaka production strategies are aimed at flakes, blades and bladelets, with blades and bladelets being of almost equal importance, and perhaps a slightly greater emphasis on flakes, although a lot of that is probably from core shaping. But nevertheless, the tools show that flakes were a major goal, as well as blades and bladelets. I've talked about the main tool types. Scrapers and notches are well represented. Burins are present, but in actually quite small proportions. Interestingly, not recognized by the material retrieved in Seneki's excavations and surface collections, there are microliths present, but there's a very restricted range. Actually, they're all backed bladelets, and they're very, very rare in the assemblage. When we put this information together with the evidence from the animal remains, equids particularly from the site, the high proportions and variety of tools, the non-proximate raw material, all suggest this is a general purpose occupation site, which is probably also borne out by the extensive distribution in that ridge. So I'll come back to the date of Turkaka after I've looked at Palagaura and Karamshahir. At Palagaura, of course, we've got an excavated sequence. One of the main results that we achieved, I think, was dating the Epipaleolithic Ozazian at Palagaura. We detected 3 stratigraphic phases at the site, and you can see the dates for those phases run from about 19,500 to about 14,000. So we don't go into the Younger Dryas, but we do cover a significant part of the latter part of the pleniglacial and the early late glacial as well. What about the lithics then, and what does that tell us about the nature of the occupation at Palagaura? Well, the raw material evidence is quite interesting. About 40%, a very significant part of the raw material, actually comes from quite distant sources. 40 kilometers, 35 kilometers away on the western Chemchemal watershed. These sorts of raw materials, very homogeneous, high quality materials at the top of the image that you have here. About 60% come from the Bazian River Valley, and those sources are about only 4 kilometers away, of course, from the site. But it is interesting that very regularly we can see the arrival of pretty much unreduced nodules from these distant sources as part of the Palagaura occupation, quite different from the Takaka situation. And that material is reduced from pretty much raw nodules right the way down to final products. All the reduction stages are present at Palagaura for all these materials. We also have a small proportion of obsidian, as Howe's excavations revealed as well, but pretty low percentages, and we can now quantify it, of course. In terms of the tools and the debitage, the reduction strategies, there's a pretty straightforward story. There's a high focus on bladelet products, I think. Blades are not insignificant, but bladelets make up the biggest part of the tool assemblage. And there's very little variation through time or across space in this regard. Area B is a trench in the terrace in front of the cave excavation sequence in Area A, where we have the dates and the 3 distinct phases. So bladelets were an important goal, much more so, for example, than at Turkaka, we can say. In terms of the tools, microliths are important throughout. You can see around 20 to 25% to 30% of microliths, non-formal tools, unsurprisingly, but notches as well, with a regular presence of scrapers and burins and denticulate, some of the tool types illustrated here. You can see that there's very little variability through the 3 phases over the 5,000 years we're talking about in the types of tools and the proportions of tools. Perhaps scrapers vary most, and we see that as well with a very high proportion of scrapers, notably in the terrace areas in front of the cave. So there's certainly a bit of intrasite spatial variability. Oops, I went too far there. Microliths show a similar picture of very little variability through time. The most common microliths are the backed and obliquely truncated and scaling types, but geometrics are present. Classic geometrics, little lunates, triangles, rectangles are present from the very earliest phases of occupation, about 19,500, right the way through. There's no chronological trend in the occurrence of geometrics. Some people, of course, have proposed that the late Zarsian saw an increase in geometrics. If so, that must be after 14,000, at least according to our sequence. And that might match with the higher proportion of lunates in the later phases at Zawi Shemi Shanada as well. But one of the most notable things is, I think, the lack of variability in microlith types through time. If anything, if there's any variability, it's a spatial one, with Area B in particular showing a little bit of variety in the microlith types, and also the higher proportion of scrapers. Other notable bits of evidence, we've got bitumen on the back edges of the microliths and adhesive, surely. And interestingly, we have occasional bladelets with sickle gloss right the way through the sequence. And this is quite interesting because, you know, it means perhaps that sickle blades are emerging earlier in the Zagros, intriguingly, than the earliest evidence we have for them in the Levant. But throughout, they're in very, very low proportions. And I've mentioned the obsidian already. So I think the great thing about Palagaura is the way that it allows us to understand the early Zarsian a little bit more. And of course, with the archaeobotanical evidence reported by Asuti and Kabukju, and the faunal evidence reported by Swinson and Martin, I think we have a much better understanding now of these sort of earlier phases of the Zazian. One of the most notable things I think that both the lithics and the fauna are showing us are the way in which there's very significant levels of continuity in tool types, the proportion of tools, the proportions of different animal species. Here you can see in a graph of the faunal remains, the comparison between early and late phases, where onager in particular must have been a major provider of meat and important hunted species throughout. So over 5,000 years, over 200 human generations, there's a very strong pattern of doing the same thing in seasonal visits to Palagaura, minimum spring to late summer. Even though there might be interruptions in the continuity of occupation, people are coming back to this place and doing the same things, repetitive practices, recursively constructing long-lasting identities linked to persistent places. And this goes for the acquisition of raw material from quite distant parts of the landscape as well. So a whole series of behaviors represent this very long-term continuity of tradition. Karim Shahir, as I said, sadly didn't produce as much organic material as we would like. We excavated 2 trenches there. You can see and recovered some more of the cobble spreads that typified Braidwood's excavations. We see a shift in raw material procurement compared to the Zazian at Palagaura, with much more focus on the Bazian River Valley sources, still not proximate to sites. The proximate flint sources in the Wadi next to Karim Shahir are hardly used at all. So they're willing to go perhaps 10 kilometers for raw material sources. But there's a significant reduction in the Western Chem Chamal, higher quality, more distant resources. So they're going for medium quality, intermediate proximity raw materials. In terms of the lithic industry, there are interesting evidences of some continuity with the Zazian, even though significant changes in tool types, as you see. In particular, there's an actual increased focus on bladelet production in the Karim Shahir assemblage. And what's most notably new is the appearance of pressure debitage, represented by the cores that you see here, which isn't present in the Zazian of Palagaura at all. Nevertheless, it's quite a small proportion of the bladelet production, about 8% of cores, between 5 and 15% of the bladelets, and they are all bladelets, are pressure products. It's a relatively unsophisticated pressure technique. Probably the cores are all handheld and show limited stabilization. So it seems a small scale and tentative introduction of this technique. Interestingly, the tools are identical with those from the majority percussion bladelet production mode. So it's not that people are producing different sorts of tools, rather perhaps it's important to show artisanship for some of the nappers and their perhaps higher skill, perhaps combined with marginal gains in efficiency that might be introduced by the introduction of the pressure technique. In terms of tool types, microliths don't completely disappear in the Karim Shahir assemblage, but they are a very small proportion. About 1% of the tools are back bladelets, for example. But as I said, bladelets continue, and in particular, notch tools are important, as in the earlier Zazian. So there are definite hints of continuity alongside changes in technology, and in particular, a disappearance of burins, or virtual disappearance of burins and scrapers that typify Palagaura. In addition, the obsidian certainly increases in proportion to about, at the moment, according to our current counts, around about 0.35%. And it's certainly napped on site. Cores are arriving. The microliths, their particular types, also do point to some continuities, with backed bladelets and backed and obliquely truncated bladelets being a notable feature of the microlith categories. What seems to have disappeared are the scalene bladelets and the geometrics from the microlith repertoire, which is now much less important. Sadly, because of the lack of organic material, we didn't get any dates, but the relatively unsophisticated small-scale pressure blade production suggests along with the microlith, suggests occupation such as seen at Malay Fat or Satu Kala, for example, which dates it somewhere probably between, dates Karim Shahir somewhere between about 10,500 BC, because of course we have the recently produced dates from Satu Kala of pre-10,500 and about 8,500 probably. And the persistence of the microliths probably point to those earlier dates. As I said, the introduction of pressure is particularly interesting, given it isn't a revolution in technology, but appears perhaps as an important part of social behaviours in which artisan display might be significant. In terms of a broader look at lithics, the other dramatic departure is the proliferation of axes and pestles at the site, which contrast with the smaller grinding slabs and handstones of the Paligaura assemblage. So there really is a change in the volume of food processing and woodworking tools. This allows me to finish off. Sorry, I'm probably going to run over time by 1 or 2 minutes, Tobias, but in terms of the dating of Turkaka, I think you can see the radical differences with Paligaura in particular. It doesn't seem likely to be a Zazian variant at all. The high proportions of flakes and blades, the significant presence of scrapers and burins strongly suggest and the very minimal role of just back bladelets as microliths strongly suggest, I think, some variant of the Upper Paleolithic. The bit of the Upper Paleolithic that is a notable gap in the Zagros sequence is the pleniglacial between 28K and 20K BP. So I suspect Turkaka, strongly suspect Turkaka, isn't a variant of the Zazian, but fits into that period in the earlier part of the pleniglacial, and suggests significant continuities in the Zagros through the cold periods of the earlier and later pleniglacial and the very beginning of the late glacial, which is, I think, quite interesting. I would come back to this evidence of persistent places, and actually when we look at the Paligaura lithics, the strong similarity between them and the Zazi and the Wawasi well-published lithics, the best assemblages that we can compare with, and suggest that this strongly hints perhaps that the nature of occupations in the Zagros contrasts significantly with the Epipaleolithic of the Levant, where there's much more evidence of variability in the character of settlements, in much less persistence of place in quite the same way as we see in the Zazian, and much more variability in lithic industries in terms of probably exploitation of quite narrow local ecological niches. And since I'm running out of time, here's a very brief resume of my conclusions, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug, for this and your conclusions. Yes, we're running a little bit short of time, so I will move on straight away to our next speaker. We're very grateful to have Professor Mehmet Özdoğan with us today, who will be speaking about the emergence and the dispersal of Neolithic way of living from core to peripheries. Professor Özdoğan, thank you.
Thank you. You can see it?
Yes.
Sorry, it's in back. One moment. Okay. So I go back to. Well, you can hear me, I hope.
Yes.
Is my voice coming? Yeah. Well, I would like to thank for this giving me this opportunity because I'm the one. I think I'm the only one who's speaking not on the eastern part of the Fertile Crescent, but I will be mainly speaking on the west areas of secondary Neolithization. Actually, I would again want to give my homage to Robert Braidwood, because not because of this Hilly Flanks concept and for what he did for understanding of Neolithic, but he was the one who suggested that I should also be looking at areas of secondary Neolithization. Actually, he had given the first funding that he had raised the first funding that I should work in Thrace. Well, actually, I had been. I think I should define. I should precise my way of interest in this region. For 26 years, I had been working in the east, in the main core area, whatever you want to call it, the Chayon and that eastern part of Southeast Anatolia. And then I started working for the last 25 years in the western part of it, in the second area of secondary Neolithization. And when I look back, most of our colleagues who are mainly working in the western, in the areas of secondary Neolithization, usually think it's the core. And our colleagues who work mainly in the core area, real core area, don't even consider what's happening in the peripheries. So I think I have at least knows that the areas I'm working in now are not the core, but I can compare it. So I think it gives a kind of advantage that I can see what is coming from the core area and what's happening there. Of course, my talk will be covering an intensive large area from the Fertile Crescent to Aegean, I would say, and for a long time. So I should try to be very precise and try to keep the time schedule. But I think it's necessary to have puts a picture into a chronological order. As we all know, that PPNA highlight of this early part of it is a highlight of this main Neolithic culture or what Neolithic way of living. So it's really the most dynamic period, and even though it's not fully agricultural yet, but there's we don't see any indications of dispersal except some small areas, probably along the maritime. But when we come to PPMB, we see a kind of not exactly a collapse at the beginning, but a decline in the culture. And as the farming economy, farming becomes more established, I think there's some kind of a turmoil. So people started moving, and first from 7,400 BC on, we see the first indications of people going out, or probably scouting groups or wandering herdsmen or tradesmen. So there are the indications of first dispersal, and probably it's like a chain migration, that the information is coming back to home areas. So there are news coming of better places for farming and other things in faraway distances. So I think it's stimulating more migration, more movement. So when we come to the turn of the century, seventh millennium, then it's getting like a massive movement, like the gold rush to California. But later than after 5,600, then I think it almost comes to an end. When we look at this expansion of Neolithic culture or distribution of the dispersal of Neolithic, I would be considering it under two distinct topics. One of them is expansion due to of the way of living, which is strictly bound by immigration. And the second one is like transfer ideas and commodities, which is due to cultural contact and other things. So the actual immigration, in whatever we whatever we consider, there's always primary components of Neolithic package: domestic animals, domestic cultivated plants, basic technologies like fine ground stone and pottery are in the package. So we don't learn. We consider the primary components of the Neolithic package. Then we say, okay, something went. But to understand how its modalities, I think we have to look at the other components of the Neolithic package to see what really is going on. And in previous years, there had been several theories on what's the pace and how this expansion took place. And there was different theories, different axioms had been put, like leapfrog or wave of advance. But now we have more evidence, and I think we can now say that first, it's not an instantaneous. It's not. It covered quite a long period, more than 1,500, probably 2,000 years, and different things were happening. It's a multifarious happening, and there were different things. It's like a mosaic, as Trevor had been mentioning. It's a kind of a mosaic of moments, but they're all having interrelated to each other. So there are organized groups living there, disseminated persons, in fact, there are infiltration. So people are going, coming back, and so the information is coming back. And with each group moving, certain craftsmen go. So we can, if you follow when we analyze the Neolithic package, then we can see which group is originating from where and where it is heading to. And also around the core areas, there were areas which had a dense Mesolithic or Epipaleolithic habitation. Then things are taking very slow pace, and then they are mixing, or it's more random. But in areas where the Mesolithic occupation is very low or even void, then the movement is very rapid, and we can see that they are expanding very, very quickly. So in a very short time, they cover large areas. So I think different things are happening all the way. But the transportation of Neolithic package, which is not due to immigration, I think that and usual the way of living does not go. When I look at areas of secondary Neolithization, like the Balkans or Southeast Anatolia or the Caucasia, all the primary components, domesticated plants, animals, or pottery technology or whatever, can go, has been know-how goes, commodities goes, but the way of living in a village doesn't go. I think the most important thing, the distinguishing thing, is the way, really actually the way of living. When, for example, when I look in the Balkans, with Sesklo or Novo culture, they are villages. They are small, they are poor, they are not like core area settlements, but they have you can see that they are village life. But when you go further north, further away into Körös or Hungary, then they have the domestic animals, they have everything, but they are not in real, and they are sedentary, but it's not, I would not call it in a Near Eastern sense, a village. So I think one of the most important thing is the way of living. But there had been different modalities of this expansion, this context, the traders, wandering craftsmen, and acculturation and intermarriage. So I think it's different, but I think we should, and each time we find a new site, then the whole thing changes. But when we look where they are, then there are the questions, I think, which is going with the immigration or with contact, and which is not going, it was remaining in the core area. Well, in spite of all what has been spoken to this morning, I still see a kind of a definable core area, which is actually a mosaic in itself. But when you can at least we can subdivide into three main entities, which they don't know each other, they're interacting, but they have different social setups. However, I think the way of Neolithic living, or Neolithic way of life, and which everything remain in this core areas for quite a long time until the system was collapsing. But the first expansion which we can now define must be through the Mediterranean, from the coastal areas, probably due to the Mesolithic fishermen, because we don't exactly know the details because the coastline of that period is submerged. There are very few coastal sites, actual coastal sites we know. But when we look at places like Cyprus, or now what it's coming from Crete or from Malta, there must have been some kind of interaction through the sea, and that must have been directed by the Mesolithic fishermen, who must have been excellent excellent in the open sea. So with the collapse or with the decline of the core area, was during the end of the PPMB, I think that is a time when they really become farmers, when they have herds of domestic animals. So they are not, the experimental stage has gone, probably, and there are different events. There's not one reason for this collapse. Of course, it must have been social disorder, environmental deterioration, and several other regions, or probably different regions on different parts of the core areas of Fertile Crescent. But eventually, when we come to the end of the PPMB, there's a kind of a decline and a breaking up of the Neolithic core area. And then that has triggered more movement, migrations out of this region. But in the beginning, it's very sporadic. It starts somewhat earlier before the HTML in the 7,000 date. As we can see, even in the Balkans, we can see few items which are early, which belong to the earlier phase, but without any major settlements. So it must be maybe that scouting groups or herdsmen who are not happy with the social structure, social pressure in their homeland, must have been moving, and information, but it must have been to and fro, because the information must have been coming to the homeland about the prospects of better places to live. And that's the time when pottery comes in, I think, changing completely social structuring and food preparation and for preservation and food serving. So what I call this boiled soup replacing the kebab. But it's a time when the first expansion is a time when pottery is extremely rare. That has led to several misunderstandings. If you excavate the one small trench or 10 square meters, you find no pottery. And then there was this misinterpretation of calling them a ceramic, but then you expect one more trench, then you start finding pottery. So in the beginning, the pottery is very, very rare, it's very seldom, but it exists. Gradually, it was with the early pottery Neolithic, then we can see a more massive, more intensive movements. But that is not an organized migration. Again, as I mentioned, it's a smaller groups moving west, and probably they are in contact with the local Mesolithic communities, so they are somewhat in collaboration with them. And also, again, the maritime route, either following the coastline or going through the open sea, seems to be more active in the beginning and reaching. They are clearly. Some components of the Neolithic package reaching Thessaly and Greece, bypassing Anatolia. So there must be different modalities, which some components which you see in the Thessaly, you don't find them in Anatolia. So it must be a maritime route, there is a land route, there's a coastal route. So there are several routes, and each group is taking its own different package. And whatever goes, I think, it depends on which craftsman joins the immigration. So if you break down the Neolithic package into smaller components of technologies and commodities, then now there's enough sites excavated, so when we plot them, we can more or less define which group is originating from where and how it's moving. However, when we also look at the other in the extreme areas of secondary Neolithic, then we can see that there's a segregated movement. That means people coming from different parts of the core area, probably joining together, meeting together on the way, and forming a new kind of a composition. For example, when we look at the sites in the Aegean, I can see some items differently from the Triune area. Some in the same settlements, there are some which are more specific on Levant, and some from north other parts. So it's a kind of mishmash of. So it's a kind of different type of a mosaic is taking place. I compare this to Turks living in Berlin, for example. When you look at Berlin, there are Turks who have immigrated from different parts of Anatolia. You can see a component of East Anatolia, Diyarbakir, or Aegean Turkey, but they are now living together, bringing different components together. So I think the Western movement must have been something on that mode. But as they move westwards out of the core area, they are entering regions which are completely different in environmental conditions. For example, when they come to the Aegean or Marmara region, it's an area which is much more wooded. There's no risk of drought, and there is a sea and a different type of foodstuff. So as they move into new regions, they began adapting to local conditions. So new cores are appearing. So the old core is merging into something different. But as we move westwards, by the 6 millennia, we can see that new cores are emerging, new culture formations are emerging, and they are having influence in the next area of expansion. I will not go into details, but to understand really the system, we have to look back into what moved and what did not move. I will not go into the details of any details, don't worry about in the core area, but when we look in the, for example, in the Southeast Anatolia, what I now can call the Tigris, the Europhytus region as a Göbektepe cultural region, which we now more than 40 excavations. But there is clear evidence in that part that are special buildings with special plan. They are, from the beginning, they are built to be special buildings. Whether we call them cult buildings, special buildings, praise-themed temples, it's not important. But they are all over the Europhytus and Tigris region with standing stones. And we can also see that this monumentality in construction and with sculptured monumentally. And as previously, I think Trevor had also mentioned, we can really see the sophisticated competition amongst elites. So there's a kind of a dominating, and we can say a social stratification, and the symbolism is different. In the cult buildings and special buildings, we usually see the male deity and the phallic cult. And the symbolism of animal symbolism, what we now see clearly from Göbektepe, but from other sites also, that there is a kind of a symbolism. It's not a mother goddess, it's a male, and it's also every eatable animal, insects or whatever. So that is this system that didn't go. That system, when we look in the areas of secondary neolithication, of either disseminated or immigrated regions, none of this, we don't see an elitist. We don't see the innovation. We don't see the cult buildings. There are cult buildings, but there are any buildings like in Çatalhöyük can turn into a cult building. But in the core areas, they are from the beginning, they are built to be a cult building. So it's a completely different thing. And also this artistic talent, somebody must have been selected, elitist competition, what I mean, not only the skillful craftsmen, but also those who have an artistic talent, that there is a clear selection of an innovativeness. That, for example, at Kötiktepe, there are more than 1,700 stone balls decorated, and each have a different motif. They have, so there's a creativity, so somebody must have been stimulated. We don't see this in the second areas of secondary neolithization. As I briefly noted, in the cult buildings in the Göbektepe culture areas, the main figure is male. There's only one, as far as I know, there's only one clear female figure, which is not in a very good position in Göbektepe culture, but all the others are male, and there's a definite phallic symbolism. In Tel Eilat, we had more than 200 phallic figurines. It was like excavating a sex shop, but now in the Göbektepe, they also found a huge one. But when we come to domestic areas, especially what I know from China and from other sites, the domestic areas, there was a female figure. So there's a kind of a duality. There was a kind of a clear duality between the ruling elite or whatever and the normal people living in normal houses. And these are crude female figures, usually a little bit pregnant, but very crudely made. So there's a kind of something different. And when we look in the expanding of Neolithic culture, we see mainly the female. The male figure goes all the way up to Central Anatolia. Very rarely you have it in Central Anatolia, and one or two in the further west. But further away, there are no male figures. And what we had seen in the core area, as a small, crudely made female figures, pregnant figures, because as the system expands other regions, it really dominates, becomes the main figure. So really they look like mother goddess. They are well fed. They symbolize the power, and the power is that we don't see this main figure of the core area. So that's why I call it a kind of people's movement. The expansion, migration was of people's movement, and the system was remaining back. Likewise, when we look in the core areas, the symbolism, what we have seen in the Nevalachori or in other sites, or in Gusir or Göbektepe, the animals depicted are anything living, anything moving, insects, birds, lions, or whatever. And they are well skillfully sculptured. But when we look at the basic areas, they are the figures, crudely made figures, of eatable animals, hunted or domesticated, or on the way on process of domestication. So again, the symbolism between the ruling elite or clergy, whatever, or the high class or whatever, and the normal people is different. And what moves with migration is the domestic animals. There's a figuration of domestic animals. So that other symbolism of something like a shamanistic symbolism, which is depicting all kind of moving creatures in the nature, does not go away from the core area. I don't want to run out of my time, so I will just give kind of what to exemplify what I had been talking about. I will speak about the Marmara region, which I know best. So it's a small micro region. It's quite a uniform area in itself environmentally. But when we look at the Neolithic mosaic, or whatever we want to call it, we can see it's quite distinct assemblages. The first one is around in the Eastern Marmara, around Istanbul. It's the only area in that region where there was a intensive Mesolithic habitation. We know from archaeology there were over 100 sites of that horizon, so it was not empty. So when the Neolithic people groups started coming from Sakarya, from West Central Anatolia, they came with a distinct package, and they stopped in the border of Mesolithic culture for about 100 years or 200 years. Then they merged, and they did not move further away. So that was a completely different composition, and the whole Neolithic package changed. When they merged we have very good evidence how they two cultures merged. Their subsistence changed. It became a mixed economy based on farming, animal husbandry, fishing, and mollusk collecting. So it was a completely different thing developed. However, the groups which came from the Aegean, they moved more quickly because when they came into Thrace, there was a very low Mesolithic habitation. So they moved very, very quick. The pace of the movement has been very quick. And what we previously, our colleagues had been considering leapfrog every 100 years going 100 kilometers or whatever. I think that is completely wrong. I think the pace of the movement of migrating groups in void areas, in empty areas, it depends on how much a sheep can walk in a day. With my experience of still migrating Turkoman groups, normally you can walk with a sheep for 20 kilometers a day, and it can be up to 40 kilometers. If you even consider that they moved 10 kilometers a day moving, so in a month it must be 300 kilometers. So any group starting from the Aegean can reach Danube in a month, if they know where they are going. So it again depends on the pioneer scouting group, which had been there before, who are telling about, who gives the information with best places in the settlement. So when we come to the 6,500s, when the group started entering Thrace and Bulgaria and Macedonia, all of a sudden we see more than 300 sites we know now, and they're all in the best convenient places, and they share the same elements. So they must have been with same decoration is the same craftsman. So it must have been quite a rapid movement. Whether it's a year or so, I can't say. But at least we now know the difference between sites. So there are so many new excavations. I will not go into details, but we can at least to understand the modalities of this migration, how this was taking place. It would be good to have a look, compare the eastern part of what's happening in the eastern part of Marmara with the western part of Marmara. However, they all move into wooded areas. So it's when it comes to that area of Thrace or Marmara region, it's a heavily wooded area. It's very different from semi-arid regions of Anatolia or Fertile Crescent. So they transfer their knowledge of architecture into wooden thing. So that is quite sheer. These pictures, of course, are recent pictures, but of such Strange Mountains. But we can, from the excavation, restituting, we have been finding in excavation, we can define these types really were there. But assemblage, both groups in the Eastern Marmara and the Western Marmara has their domestic animals. They had cultivated plants. They know the pottery technology, and they know the groundstone technology. But other components of the assemblage are radically different. For example, the group which came to East Marmara must have been coming from Central Anatolia. We can see that they are bringing elements from the lake, from Central Anatolia Lake District, going up to Sakarya Valley, and they must have started from the east core earlier in the Tamar in the PMB, because they still have intramural burial tradition. So we know that they have, we know of hundreds of burials. However, as a group coming from the Aegean coast, who also have the same primary genetic package, does not have the burials. We don't have the burials. So everything. So even the technologies, stone technologies, everything is different. So there are two different things. So I think it really indicates that because the Marmara region can really picture how the mosaic of different moments place. Even when we look for example, lithic technology, in the Western Marmara, it's a big blades. It's like what you call the coronal blades. It's a macro blade technology. There are no pressure flaking. There are no small bladelets. It's a kind of different, completely different technology of producing blades. But however, in the East Marmara, there's a pressure flaking and bullet cores. So it means that the craftsman who could do the pressure flaking did not move into the Trachea, into Thrace. Likewise, the difference in pottery, one in the one area is more dark colored, more carbonized atmosphere. The other one is more red and has, and the one in the east in the East Marmara has incision or excise decoration, whereas the one in the Thrace usually is best is the painted decorations. Even the cult tables, we know that in the core area, in the early pottery Neolithic, there were the cult tables. But the groups which are coming to the East Marmara have always rectangular ones, whereas the ones going towards the west, they have the triangular ones, and the triangular ones are all over the Balkans. So it's like the painted pottery also. So to understand, I think our previous mistake in looking at these problems was just we were trying to look at the prime components of the Neolithic package. But when we break it down to other components, everything looks completely different. Likewise, as I mentioned, East Marmara has burial customs. We know more than hundreds of burials from all the excavation in the east. So they're either subfloor burials or near site cemeteries. But when we look at the eastern, in the western part in Thrace, we know that they died, but they don't have much. We don't have any burials. Another thing, when we look in the East Marmara, in the Istanbul region, in spite of there are more than 12 excavated sites of that culture, and the number of figurines we know is 4 or 5. However, when we look in the West Marmara, what's coming in the Thrace, there are hundreds of and thousands of figurines. Only in Ashapnar, we have excavated more than 700 figurines. So even the symbolism of these two groups are different, but they are both what we call the Neolithic. So sorry for overrunning my time a little bit, but I think just to conclude, we can, one thing is very, very clear, that the expansion of the Neolithic way, either by contact or by direct migration, is not a uniform event. It goes through a very long time period. And during that time, there were different groups were following different trajectories. Some they were merging in between. So it's a kind of a segregated migration where components from different parts of the core area coming together in a new core. So it's not a movement from A to B, but from A, B, C to different things. And there are also cultural contexts. But one thing is very, very clear. The way of living in a village, the Near Eastern village mentality, is strictly restricted to groups who are really migrating. When I look at Thrace, I can define that what the sites we are excavating are small, are different, but they have the village mentality, because a village social organization. But then when I look for the north, they are sedentary, but they are not the villages in the Near Eastern sense. So I think I have been speaking too long, I think, but I have been, and I am only the one off the East Fertile Crescent, and I'm again thankful for this opportunity to give this talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Özdoğan, for this fantastic look at the other side, so to speak, of the Fertile Crescent. We have a few minutes, I think now, also because we have a slightly longer lunch break. Are there any questions for the last round of speakers, or indeed any of the previous speakers, or any comments? You can post them in the Q&A, or you can raise your hand.
Probably we bore them too much.
Okay. I will just check if there are any questions on the YouTube channel. No. I guess everybody would like to have some lunch now, or dinner, or breakfast, depending on where you are at the moment. So we'll take a break now for about 1 hour. As I said this morning, unfortunately, Benjamin Arbuckle is not able to participate today. So we will actually meet again at 10 to 1 Copenhagen time, which is in Tehran. That will be at 4 o'clock. No, sorry, at 16:20. In the UK, that should be 12:50. And in the United States, that will be around 10 to 8 in the morning. So thank you very much to all the speakers from this this morning's session. Very great start to our conference. Really grateful for all your contributions so far, and look forward to seeing you all again in an hour.
Hi, Barbara.
Frank, can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing, Tobias?
I'm great. How are you? Good to see you.
Well, it's a strange situation, but I'm glad to be here.
It's always a bit disconcerting, these Zoom meetings. Just a quick question. So you're here. Are you going to present live, or do you want us to play your recorded presentation?
I think you may as well play the recorded presentation.
Okay, great. We'll do that. Fantastic. Good. We'll start again in about 20 minutes or so. A slightly longer lunch break because Benjamin Arbuckle isn't here to present.
Am I up first after lunch, or?
Yeah, you're going to be the first up. Yeah.
Second one. The
second one. Sorry. Second one. Yours is going to be on at after Nick Conrad's presentation. So,
okay, that's fine.
Depending where you are, yeah. Which part of the States are you in?
How's that?
Which part of the United States are you in?
Oh, I'm in the eastern part,
Okay,
so I'm on the eastern time zone.
so it's going to be 10 minutes past 8, basically, or thereabouts.
Yeah, it's about 7:30 right now.
Okay, great. Super. We'll check back in with you later.
All right, very good.
Thanks.
You're unmuted already. No, I need to be muted.
Hey, Frank, can you hear me? Here's Nick. For some reason, I can't hear anything, but it's great to see you. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Hi, Nick.
That's great. Great to see you, Frank. I'll say some nice things about you, maybe, if I have enough time. Geez, too bad I just
really?
I'm at a meeting at Schöningen, and it was a little tricky getting away, but I've got, so we're starting apparently at 13:50 with my talk. Is that right?
I don't know. I've lost track of the schedule, but I'm on the second after lunch, apparently.
Okay. And so I must be the first after lunch.
Hi, Nick. Yes, you are. Hello.
If you are, I certainly will hear.
Who is that? Who's speaking?
What's that?
It's
Tobias. Okay, sure. So Tobias, so in 10 minutes, someone will say something, and then I can share my screen and start. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it's you going to be talking, not Mario, right?
Right. I'm in Schöningen. I just excused myself from the meeting so I can talk.
Okay.
Great. I don't see you, but I can hear you, so that's good.
Okay. My camera is on, but we have also a big camera, so I'm waving my hand.
Okay, and it looks like we have 43 people in the group. Should I go to share screen and see if that works?
Sure, why not?
Okay. I'm using someone else's computer. I'm actually going to have him do it because I can't. Here, Ivo, can you?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. As somebody else is sharing their screen.
I see. So someone else is sharing it. So hi, Tobias. Now I can see you.
Okay. Now it's gone, the screen sharing.
Okay.
You can start.
So maybe, Tobias, if it's okay with you, I will just leave it like that and see. Yeah, I can. Oh, shit. That's not right. I'm in the wrong talk. Good thing we're checking. That's definitely Swabia. Hold on. Regroup.
That would be interesting too.
I mean, it would be an excellent talk, but not what we're looking for. We need to be in Copenhagen. Good. It might be at the bottom. Well, good thing we checked.
Indeed.
Go down further.
Here.
Wow, that would have been It wouldn't have been embarrassing. It would have been a great talk, just totally different subject matter.
Yeah, you wouldn't have gotten a lot of feedback, maybe.
Final?
The final, yeah, let's try that one.
That looks right.
More like it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
share
more
it
like
again. Or can they still see it?
I think let's see. Yeah, I think that's so that's working, Tobias.
We can see a black bar over part of the screen. I don't know where that's coming from.
Is that, when I click through, can you see it moving forward?
Yeah, unfortunately.
How big's there's a black bar across the, for
could
me,
be,
it looks normal.
It could be the Zoom windows.
If I click through this, does it?
No, it's still
does
there.
it look? It's still there. Does it?
I think
detract
your Zoom window is interfering with the presentation.
And does it make any difference if I'm in presentation mode?
Yeah, they're still there now.
I have no idea what. Should I try? Do you think it might help if I try as a PDF? Should I try that?
Try stop sharing the screen and share it again.
Try stop sharing screen and we'll.
A new
Oh, a new bar.
Let's try it again.
This is the command center, is it?
It's going to be okay.
No, that shows the whole thing.
Yeah,
that's better.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Let me get. Let me go back to the thing. Okay, so we're in business.
Exactly. Perfect.
Okay, so Tobias, if it's all right, I'll just stay like this and you tell me when to start.
Yeah, I'll hand over to my colleague Hojat to chair the afternoon, but we're all here. We're all in the control room here.
Okay. Frank, great to see you. You're looking well.
Well, of course. What do you expect?
I expected nothing less, but life's good.
I'm heading on to centenary status, so we'll see how we go.
Are you in New Haven?
I am in New Haven. Yeah, I'm going to be here for a while. I head off to Colorado again in a couple of weeks, I guess.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, well, just how nice it is to see you and to see my Dr. Vater. Most people don't know you're my Dr. Vater. But this is a good opportunity to stress that point. But I'll be quiet until I'm introduced.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about my Dr. Vater also, Bob Braidwood. Lineage here. I'm sort of the link between the two, I guess.
That's why I'm also going to mention your Dr. Vater.
Okay.
And I think I'm your only PhD graduate attending the meeting, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong.
I think that's correct. That's right.
Yeah. I always point that out when I'm in Iran and I'm treated very well.
Well, I wish they'd let me back in, but while I'm there, I'm always very cordial, but they seem to have frozen me out recently.
Well, with the presidential election, it's probably not going to get any better.
Well, who knows? You never know how the wind's going to blow.
Yeah.
With global warming and all, it may be changed too.
Yeah.
Speaking of global warming, we're having weather like Tehran here in Western States. Incredible.
Yeah. The also here in Schöningen, it's pretty warm too.
Well, wait till it blows over your way. You'll see how hot it can get.
Well, I've been going I just left Tübingen yesterday, but when I'm in Tübingen, I go swimming in the Neckar most days to cool off.
Uh-huh. Is Barbara alive here? Or I see your picture, Barbara. What's going on? No, she must be mute. Oh, there she is. Unmute.
Sorry, I was mute. Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to bring so many perspectives together. And so Tobias is doing really a great job here to make us all sit down and consider where we are now and what has changed and what have we learned.
Well, virtual schnapps is not working here, but
should just say that it's, you know, also thanks to Hodjat and all the other guys, especially Camilla, who's sitting over there, and Asta with all the organization. Teamwork.
Sure. Like our field always is and should be.
Indeed.
Well, I've been receiving emails from Camilla, but I've never seen her. Now I see in the distance she may be peering, but
I also only see something in the very far distance. Although I have to say, I'm very disappointed I couldn't go to Copenhagen because my daughter Stella is studying there, and I was very enthusiastic about going to Copenhagen for the longest days of the year, swimming in the harbor, going to the beach, enjoying the sunshine, but maybe it's pouring rain every day, who knows. But too bad we couldn't meet in Copenhagen. I would have enjoyed that.
Yeah, it's
and Frank, I remember when you'd visit me in Germany, you would always be driving to or from Copenhagen.
well, it was one of my favorite places, but not this year.
Yeah, it's a real shame we couldn't do it in person, but yeah. The consolation is that the weather on the weekend was very nice and warm for swimming, but today is a little cooler. So there we are.
Any midsummer celebrations tonight?
On Wednesday, I think, is St. Hans Aften, right? Yeah. So that's when we light the fires. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This Wednesday.
Right.
Wednesday, yeah. In the meantime, we're all getting vaccinated at various points this week as well. So. Okay.
I suppose we should be at Stonehenge on this favorable day.
Yeah. You want to open your camera?
Yeah, I should do that, do you think?
Just your camera. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. The next presentation is gonna be by Professor Nicholas Cunard, the Department of Early Prehistory and Quaternary Ecology, University of Tübingen, who is going to talk about Choagölan and its high-resolution record of cultural and economic change during the ceramic Neolithic in the foothills of the central of the Zagros Mountain. It's over to you, and here we are all here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers. It's a great pleasure to be able to join you. This particular pleasure to see Frank Hole, my PhD supervisor, and as I'm sure he'll tell us, the meeting is in certain respects dedicated to his PhD supervisor, Robert Braidwood. And Frank, in the event I don't say this explicitly in the talk, the approach you followed in Iran is very much what I'm following. It'll become clear later that there's a relationship between the earliest time periods, the latest time periods, and it all flows into a more complete picture when you start looking earlier and continue looking a bit later. But I think that'll become clear. Obviously, I'm speaking on behalf of Mohsen Zaidi, my long-term partner in Iran. Mohsen is in the audience, and I'm sure can contribute in the discussion as needed. Angel Doha, Mario's writing his PhD on the fauna from Choagölan and Garibuf. Simona Reel and Britt Starkovich are wonderful, and Simona, I'm sure, can particularly answer any questions on the botany that I'll touch upon. Obviously, we're here in a sense to honor Robert Braidwood, who in many statements talked about the importance of the hilly flanks of the Fertile Crescent as a nuclear area for the origins of agriculture, and also pointed to the fact that the beginnings of agriculture and the Neolithic process will almost certainly remain elusive. What I want to do today is look at to whatever extent that is these ideas are relevant today, and talk about our work in the Elam province and some of our work at Choagölan. And I also want to talk about excavation techniques, because I think we've learned that digging carefully can sometimes be more helpful than digging fast. We're in of course, the Fertile Crescent, everyone knows, and the arrow points to where Chogoquelan is in the low foothills of the Zagros. We'll zoom in gradually, and there you can see where we are in the fine red box, not too far from the Iraqi border. And here, an aerial view, you can see we're very close to the Kanchamjam River, and it's just a few-minute walk to the edge of the cliff leading down to the river, so water was always accessible, and as we'll see in a little bit, also plants growing in the river bottom. The elevations just under 500 meters. Through prospection and the recommendations of Mohsen Zaidi, we started working at the site. It's Tel with about 8 meters of cultural deposits. We have 2 areas of excavation. Area A is a bit bigger, and we couldn't get as deep near the center of the site. And then we used a looter's pit which went all the way through the sequence to excavate a deep sounding, which you can see there in the picture. I guess one good or bad thing, depending on how you want to look at it, with the excavation techniques we use, Mohsen and I are actually doing a lot of the digging, if not most of it, with our own hands rather than delegating that to workers. Obviously, that cuts down the volume we can dig, but maybe gives us some help when it comes to the resolution. The sequence dates back to the end of the Younger Dryas at about 1107 and continues for about 2,000 years after that. I want to go through the stratigraphy and then touch upon a few topics, give you an impression also of the material culture, a bit of architecture, and some of the methods we're using, and then the material culture and fauna and flora, and then some conclusions. Beginning then at the bottom of the sequence in layer 11, as many of you know, we work quite a bit in geoarchaeology. This is often worked on with Chris Miller and his students. And the site begins with a midden deposit, incredibly rich. I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly, but with dung spherulites, good evidence of dumping, construction debris from mud architecture. And also, it's interesting that a number of other sites, Jarma, Ganshdari, Chiasabs, Shekhiabad, and others also begin, according to the literature, with similar middens. As we go through the sequence upward, we see a lot of architectural remains, and often we use the plaster floors as stratigraphic dividers. Here you can see on the left, also grinding equipment. This is from the deep sounding where we were able to get the full sequence. But the excavation area is very small, but so it's obviously negative, not beneficial if we want to look at the extent of the architecture, but at least when it comes to the sequence, it's helpful. Through the careful excavation, we can identify, of course, mud brick walls, plaster floors, here from Unit 9, also sedge matting, dating to about 11,000 years ago. And obviously, if you're digging this with picks, you're not going to find the remains of unburned matting. Here, Chino walls and painted plaster floors. The plaster floors are typically in a clear red color, at least when they're freshly excavated. You can see the color very, very clearly. And all sorts of things on the way up here at layer 7 as we move again from the base at archaeological horizon 11 toward the top of 1. Here we're about 1,000 years into the sequence in layer 7 with burials covered with limestone stones, also plaster walls. You can see plaster floors. And here, mud brick, I think you can recognize on the right picture from the south profile of the deep sounding, and always more plaster walls. The gypsum plaster floors here of archaeological horizon 2 and 2B and 3B are really massive floors. These are something that were built with the intent of being used. Clearly, from my point of view, good evidence of people spending more time at the site. This is toward the end of the sequence. And just a few shots as we get close to the surface with, again, red plaster floors, mud bricks. And at the very top, you can see we just need to go down a few tens of centimeters to get to the upper horizons, which date to about 9.6 cal BP. So the whole sequence is pre-ceramic. Lots of grinding equipment of all kinds, some of the artifacts covered in asphalt. Also, the more grinding material at the top. I've had a bit of affection for the grinding telephone there, second from the left on the top, or on the right, this kind of polishing tool. And there are also, we have small assemblages of stone beads, also a gypsum vessel that was pressed into a basket container to make, also painted red. So all sorts of material culture. I want to look at whether the precise excavation techniques pay off. I think they do, although obviously the volume of sediment will always be low, but there's some upside to this. We basically float all material, and as you can imagine, all of you who've done a lot of dry screening, it's a lot easier to recover the heavy fraction if it's clean, and also literally just especially in the midden of layer 11, but also in many layers, we'd have whole handfuls of charcoal. There's also, what's also interesting, or burnt botanical remains, charred botanical remains. One tends to think that it's better to use floating machines because you can supposedly put through more volume. In fact, we've always done very well with kind of low energy hand flotation because it's very gentle on the charred remains, right? We just decant it off and we get large amounts of material. I can't help thinking of Mark Nesbitt when he saw the material. He couldn't believe how much material we recovered from Chogokulan, and the same techniques we also used at Garibuf, which I'll mention shortly. Obviously, the heavy fraction is loaded with material. In terms of sculptures, we find much. I'm positive we would never find these small clay objects if we weren't working so carefully. And in fact, you can compare the small volume we've dug with much larger volumes at other sites of comparable age and see, how many depictions we have here: sheep, goat, human depictions, cone tokens, female depictions, cattle, pigs, horns. Goat horns are pretty common, more marked and unmarked tokens. Altogether, 62 clay depictions from a very small excavation. Lots and lots of lithics. Also, it's great when you float everything and work with the heavy fraction that we have. Complete documentation of all the lithics, not just some. Also, you can see traces of adhesive sticking to them. Mohsen Zaidi is going to give a talk on the lithics from Chogokulan in a couple of days, so I can strongly recommend that. But really fabulous material. So this is a bit weird, and I admit that I'm a bit obsessive on these things. But what you have to imagine is what I'm going to show you is just if you take 1/4 meter. In fact, it's actually less than 1/4 meter, and put all the buckets in order, and we can have a continuous record of the material. These are just examples of the small debitage from a single bucket, and we can see within this sequence of about 8 meters, for instance, that of the 26,500 and some lithic artifacts, 71%, or over 19,000 of them, come just from the midden at the base of the site. Then if you're really obsessed with these sorts of things, we can then put the 21 buckets from the 1/4 meter in a stratigraphic sequence and see how the amounts of material vary. With some buckets you can see having up to about 2,700 lithic artifacts in a single bucket of material. I am completely sympathetic to people who say, who cares about this level of detail? It's irrelevant. I agree that I can't prove that we can ignore the stochastic aspects of this kind of sampling, but what's interesting is that we can do it. We can break the whole site down into continuous sequences of buckets. This is just from layer 11. And then we can look at how The faunal materials vary. I can't go into the details here, but here are some of the NISP. And you can see the gazelle, the sheep, the turtles, the birds, and everything else that comes in association with these various buckets. And then when we look at the botanical material, this is even more amazing. These are the N is the number of identified specimens in single buckets. So you can see 1,700, 1,300, 1,400. You can see the most common taxa after that and the number of taxa. So it's not unusual that in a single bucket of material that we carefully hand flow, trying to be gentle with the botanical remains, that we can have 40 taxa of material in just one bucket. And when you see these numbers, you'll not be surprised that we're getting close to 100,000 IDs just from Chogogonlan, which gives us a uniquely detailed record of the botanical situation. Here, the people working on the fauna, I would particularly want to underline Mario's work. Mario's doing his PhD on the topic, and he was going to give the talk if I had a logistical problem today, but it worked out. The faunal assemblage is not huge. I'm not quite sure which faunal analysts are attending the meeting, but we've got a sample size of about 12,500, and most of it, as usual, is not readily identifiable, but cattle, sheep, goat, gazelle, birds, fish, tortoises, etc. are common. Here, at least depicted in terms of a NISP of about 1,320 taxa, with cattle and sheep and goat typically being the most common, and you can see under other a fairly long list of things that occur in relatively small volumes. Here, depicted by weight, in faunal groups, medium ungulates are by far the most common. Cattle, in the later part of the sequence in particular, are fairly common, but they're slow-moving game like tortoises and fish, hare, birds, etc. And what's intriguing, Britt is a committed researcher working within a behavioral ecological framework, and she's very interested, for instance, in, as am I, looking at how tortoises are common early in the sequence and become less common later. Fish are relatively uncommon at the beginning of the sequence, become more common later. Birds, a little bit of a noisy signal, but certainly medium-sized birds are common at the beginning of the sequence, less at the top. Or if we look here at the situation with, on the left, progenitors of the domesticates, sheep, goat, cattle, are a little bit less common. That's the blue on the left. And the gazelle on the right become less common as we move through time. And interestingly, around layer 5, we see a peak in gazelle, which we think probably has to do with greater aridity during that time. And we'll see how that articulates with the botanical record in a second. This is something that Mario's been working on. He's found some pathologies on the faunal material suggesting that goats might have been penned. He's in the audience, could comment on that if there are questions about that. Then turning to the botanical record, I did see Eleni Asuti in the audience, so nice to see you, Eleni, and I'm sure she would comment on this as needed. I'm not sure if Simona, Doha, and Alexander are here, but in any case, they've done great work on the material as well. Here from the wood charcoal published by Riel et al. In 2015. The situation here is a little tricky, but if you think on the right that there's more riparian vegetation, I mean, that's the wood that's coming from the base of the river valley. And it's a bit odd at first, but that's probably coming, being used more heavily at a time when it's arid and the only wood you can get is from the river valley. Again, Eleni could comment on that as necessary. I think many of the botanists will know that because of the incredibly rich botanical remains from the site, we can look at the process of serial domestication. A few words on that in a second. Here, the original publication in Science by Riel et al. More specific discussions about the characteristics used for identifying domesticated emmer wheat at Chogogonlan under the lead of Alexander Vaida. Again, excellent preservation and particularly very large samples make these kinds of studies possible. I'm not going to go into the details here, but what we can see when we look at the sequence in this depiction, the bottom of the sequence is on the right with unit 11, the top on the left with unit 1. And this is again from Reed et al. 2015, arguing for a very variable signal and as a sign of resilience in the economy based on plant use, with variable amounts of arable weeds, wild progenitors, triticum, small-seeded grasses. I think Simona Zerro will be able to make a very strong case that the small-seeded grasses were also used for dietary purposes. She always brings up teff in East Africa when this topic comes up and similar things. Then if we look at this, this is the most recent data. So this draws on about 90,000 plant IDs. And some of the things that are depicted here include the following: that large seeded taxa represent 40 to 50% of the assemblage until about 10,200 BP. Then they strongly decrease in favor of small seeded taxa and come back, as you can see with the, let's say, the orange or yellow line toward the end of the sequence. Domesticated type cereals slightly increase around 9.8 thousand BP, but interestingly never increase to more than 2%, right? So these domesticated forms are never that common in the assemblage as a whole. And the 2,000-year record of plant use at the site shows a very broad range of fluctuation in practices of cultivation and harvesting, and it's by no means does the record preserve a linear pattern of progress. It seems to be more opportunistic behavior and the result of an unintended result of coevolution between humans and plants. And I want to mention Gary Buff as an example of what we think could be an early process of this, but more in the beginnings of this process at least 40,000 years ago. More on that in a second. Here are some trends from when we look at the zooarchaeological and archaeobotanical record. We can see that botanical and faunal records point to intensification over this 2,000-year period, with a long-term increase of wild domesticate progenitors for the fauna, and also for the flora, and a decline in gazelle as we go up the sequence. I mentioned in a couple contexts, although very briefly, what appears to be a period of aridity during archaeological horizon 5. Mario has identified evidence for penning, which fits well with the dung spherulites that we have throughout the sequence. And we see a consistent dominance of caprins with an increase in cattle at the time of an increase of domestic type emmer late in the sequence. Now, this is from an illustration from a paper by Simona on the Encyclopedia of the History of Science. She has looked at three phases of agriculture, beginning with collection of wild specimens, cultivation, ultimately ending in domestication. And what we're beginning to think now, and again, other work is also pointing in this direction, that these processes probably extend very far back in time. To look at this, we've studied very carefully the botanical and fauna record from Gary Buff in the Dostarastam. Here you can imagine this is an area where there's a lot of water from springs and permanent water sources. And what we can see here, this is published by Jonathan Baines in 2015, that there's a lot of evidence for pulses, peas, and lentils, and that these are well dated to about 41,000 years ago. And now, even in the Middle Paleolithic, we're seeing a lot of evidence for harvesting of wild grains. Simone and I and others are working on the publication of that, but we are proposing a Paleolithic harvesting hypothesis, arguing that, in fact, the systematic harvesting of cereals and pulses goes back far into the Paleolithic, and we believe we can demonstrate that for the Middle and Upper Paleolithic. The publication of these results is in preparation, should be available soon. Some of the conclusions, again, focusing at Chobogulan, we see heavy harvesting of wild grains at the end of the Younger Dryas. It's a key part of the economy, and systematic harvesting probably has its roots much, much further back in the Paleolithic. We see high densities of archaeological material and archaeological and architectural remains, even in the midden from Unit 11 at the end of the Younger Dryas, suggesting, at least from my point of view, a relatively high degree of sedentism, or at least people spending an enormous amount of time at the site. At the end of the sequence, in archaeological horizons 2 and 1, we see domesticated barley and wheat. However, the domestication is not a linear development, but a long process characterized by a lot of variability. And we see a similar situation with animal domestication, with the early suggestions of penning and gradual domestication. To conclude, as far as excavation techniques go, yes, it's true, we excavate slowly at very small volumes of material, but I think it really pays off. We have so much detailed information and rich assemblages, and an added bonus is because we dig very small volumes, okay, we don't get much architecture on the information on the expanse of the architecture. However, I think it's very beneficial, and certainly when we think of the long-term future of archaeology, very little damage is done to the sites. So future, many generations of excavations can take place at these sites if we use these techniques. And I think the results we have from all the excavations in Iran, and by the way, Syria too, point to the many advantages of digging slowly and very carefully and floating everything. I just want to also thank, aside from the lab crew, the field crew. Mohsen Zaidi is second from the left in the picture, and here's our great crew. And Frankie will certainly recognize that that's at Susa on one of our excursions. And with that, I will stop, and thank you very much for your attention. And if there are questions or comments, I or my collaborators could respond to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Conard. I'm wondering that maybe after the next lecture, I think that we will have some time for any question.
Thank you.
So if you please unshare your, okay, thank you. So let's move on to the next speaker with Professor Frank Hall. I'm sure all of us, we know him enough. He's going to talk about Braidwood's legacy and the elusive transition. Frank has already sent us his presentation as a recorded presentation, so we will play his presentation, and he's luckily with us in case of any question after that. Thank you.
Today I'm going to talk about the elusive transition, that is the incipient stage between hunting and gathering and the village farming community. This is the legacy of Robert Braidwood.
No sound.
Today I'm going to talk about the elusive transition. Today I'm going to talk about the elusive transition, that is the incipient stage between hunting and gathering and the village farming community. This is the legacy of Robert Braidwood. At that time, in the 1950s, he conceived of an evolutionary sequence which focused on subsistence changes as they pertain to time and space. The Paleolithic was epitomized by the food collectors. The Epipaleolithic that we think of today as the Epipaleolithic was incipient cultivation, and the settled village farming community is what we would think of now as the Neolithic. Today I'm going to focus on people and mobility rather than on specific sites in archaeology, or for that matter on plants and animals. My main arguments are as follows. Mobility enabled people to access the diverse ecosystems of the Hilly Flanks. I pre-recorded this because I wanted to make sure that I could get it done in 15 minutes, but I haven't been through these situations before, and I hope that with a pre-recorded version, we'll actually be able to make it work.
It's entirely our fault, Frank. Sorry, we're trying to make sure that we get it on the live stream as well. So it's all new to us as well. Well, just give us a moment. We'll try and fix it, and then we'll start it again. Maybe while we wait, there was a question for Nick from Melinda Zeder.
Yeah, good idea.
I got that, and I'll comment on. The question was on the evidence for penning, and what I wrote to Mindy was, and Mindy, I wish I had more time during my talk because I would have liked very much to acknowledge your important work on the long process of domestication. But what we have are dung spherulites for the whole sequence, or at least large parts of the sequence, especially at the base. And I saw Wendy Matthews there. Wendy, I'm still hoping you'll come and help me with the dung spherulites. And Mario, there was a question from Mindy about when the pathologies occur, and I'm at Cherny, and I'm kind of far away from my
mostly
data.
when did the spherulites really in the evidence of the penning? What level did they really come in? And I guess you were saying that King starts really at the beginning levels.
Yeah, that's correct. That's where we saw them first, and so I have always been very sympathetic toward the idea that, I mean, of course, there are other ways they could get there, but that's sort of the easiest explanation. And depending on who I talk to, they say I'm crazy. I know Wendy had some sympathy for my thoughts on this, and I'm hoping, Wendy, you'll come and study this in a little more detail, because I certainly don't have the time or the skill to do so. But yeah, they're definitely there from the base of the sequence onwards.
Thanks, Nick.
Wish I could see you in real life, but pleasure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So let's ask.
We're getting there.
Focused on subsistence changes as they pertain to time and space. The Paleolithic was epitomized by the food collectors. The Epipaleolithic that we think of today as the Epipaleolithic was incipient cultivation, and the settled village farming community is what we would think of now as the Neolithic. Today I'm going to focus on people and mobility rather than on specific sites in archaeology, or for that matter on plants and animals. My main arguments are as follows. Mobility enabled people to access the diverse ecosystems of the Hilly Flanks. In fact, it was self-preservation that required seasonal migration. But the mere fact of migrating means that people coalesced at places of species richness, and through copying one another, cooperating with one another, they shared solutions to subsistence. And the early village farming community was born out of this coalescence of many communities that converged on various aspects of self-sufficiency. Migration is the key to much of what I say today, and this shows the pastoralists heading to summer pastures in the Kermanshah Valley in 1958 on their annual migration from the lowlands to the highlands. I think everyone in this conference knows the Hilly Flanks, and I don't need to belabor them, except to say that it's a mixture of folded ridges, valleys, and gorges. It's complicated in some places, fairly open in others. Interspersed among these mountainous things are rivers, springs, and marshes. And some of these create resource-rich locales. It's freezing in the winter in the uplands, sweltering in the lowlands in the summer. There's very rare precipitation during the warm months, but snow may blanket the uplands for months on end in the winter, and the heat of summer and the absence of precipitation scorches vegetation in the lowlands. Today, most of the highlands is forested with almond, oak, and pistachio, while the lower elevations have fewer arboreal species and favor grasses, forbs, shrubs, and so on. And amongst these are rivers, lakes, and marshes that also have special environmental ecosystems. The question is, how does the human body respond to differences in temperature? We have a normal core body temperature, which is within a degree or so as a worldwide average. But a few degrees above that become dangerous, and heat exhaustion is the first manifestation, and this may cause cramps, nausea, rapid pulse, and weakness. This occurs when it's been too hot that sweating does not take care of the dissipation of the extra heat. Now, if you go a couple of degrees higher than that, you may have a loss of consciousness. It may affect the brains, the kidney, and the heart. And if it's prolonged, you may have a stroke and even death. The converse of that is hypothermia, and this is where the body loses heat faster than it can generate it. And so when the outside temperature drops below the core body temperature, if you cannot keep yourself warm through shivering or putting on clothes or standing next to a fire, your body temperature begins to drop. And that can happen very quickly and unexpectedly. For example, if the outside temperature is something like 10 Celsius and it's wet and windy outside, hypothermia can occur quickly, as hikers in mountains can always attest. And when that begins to happen, you get exhausted, you get confused, you loss of dexterity, and if it continues, you may lose consciousness. And if the temperature drops down to 28 degrees Celsius, you may indeed lose consciousness and death may ensue. Okay, let's stop that. Well, how does that figure in the Hilly Flanks? Well, the lowlands get extremely hot. In Dale Huron, in July and August, the average temperatures are over in the high 40s Celsius. And on the 8th of June this year, it was 48.3. However, you look at this and it's a barren steppe with almost nothing growing on it. But 9,000 years ago, there was a marsh at the time the site of Ellicott was occupied. We look back up in the mountains and we see something quite different. The snow has blanketed the ground. The mountains are covered with snow, and it's a crisp, cold day in December with the temperature minus 19 Celsius. Well, the implications of this are quite clear. Shelter or avoidance from heat and cold are necessary if you're going to survive in the Hilly Flanks. And you can mitigate this problem through building buildings, building fires, wearing warm clothing in the winter, or you can migrate. Without such structures, winter conditions are not bearable. And converse is true. In the absence of shade, a breeze, and water, high heat is not bearable in the lowlands. We're talking about temperatures, outside temperatures that are some 20 degrees Celsius, or 20 degrees Fahrenheit higher than core body temperature. People couldn't settle down throughout the year in the mountain regions before they had such structures with heat, and they also had to have stores of food. So I infer that without the evidence of permanent structures, with a full array of domestic equipment and storage, it's likely that upland sites represent seasonal use. Let's look at the people themselves. The resources the people had are essentially those of the Paleolithic: stone, bone, sinew, fiber, and so on. And in primitive communities throughout the world, children become proficient by listening, watching, and emulating. And so by the age of puberty, they're able to perform essentially all of the necessary tasks for survival. Until the 20th century, average life expectancy was on the order of 32 years. That means that many people died in infancy and few lived old age. So childbirth, accidents, infections, disease, attacks by wild animals, and adverse weather killed a lot of people, even the able-bodied. So what we find is that individual camps, that is, people who resided together and shared their effort, were small and dominated by young persons with limited experience. The small scale of these local groups and their tenuous, fragile composition ensured that tried and true traditional functional adaptations would prevail. It's not surprising, therefore, that changes in technology, such as Neolithics, happened slowly, but because of migration, were shared widely. Now, most people talk about agriculture, but what about goats and sheep? Well, again, we look at migration. Both people and sheep and goats migrated seasonally. Now, we don't have good records of this from the Zagros or the Hilly Flanks in general, but it's a worldwide phenomenon. All animals migrate. So they were more or less continuous proximity. As long as herds were easy to kill, there was little reason to control them. On the other hand, if the animals migrated out of reach, or they were not numerous enough, there was some incentive to capture the young and to keep them close. However, there's a trade-off there. The livestock required that people protect and provide for them. So they either had to provide food during the lean seasons or take the animals to pasture where there was some green growth. So this was an incentive, as the easier of the two choices, the incentive to utilize parts of the hilly flanks that people might normally not have used, but were of resource for the herds. The practice of herding would enlarge the carrying capacity of the hilly flanks, and that would allow more numerous groups and larger groups to pursue alternatives to strict dependence on wild food or even strict dependence on agriculture. However, the protection of herds from the wild and human predators required cooperation within and among camps. And this is where you begin to see coalitions of camps and some sort of tribes perhaps developing. Where are the transitional sites, and what should we be looking for? Any site is merely a link in a chain of seasonal sites that are joined through mobility and trade of obsidian and other materials. Each site is specific to its immediate surroundings. In order to find these sites, we must follow the routes. The extensive upland Kermanshah Valley probably holds the greatest number of accessible early and pre-Neolithic sites, like Sheikhiabad and Tepe Kazanchi. Other upland sites with lengthy occupations, such as Ganj Dare and Abdul Hossein, may also have been seasonal attractors for migrants from the lowlands. If we follow the route down from the highlands to the lowlands, we pass by Asiyab, Jani, Chogolan, and East Chiasabs. Each of these might represent shorter or longer stops along the traditional migration routes between the highlands and the lowlands. This is not to suggest that these are contemporary, because there may be a few thousand years difference among them, but they represent the kinds of sites that we might expect to find. And a lowland site in Mehran might have been winter pasture. This is at the terminal side of the normal migration route from the highlands to the lowlands. Movement. If you go down to the lowlands, you find that Khuzestan, Delaran, and Mehran have been winter camping grounds for millennia. Ali Kosh and Chaga Safid were probably seasonal because of the summer heat. But it's likely that sites that had shorter occupation, perhaps older than Chaga Safid and Ali Kosh, are buried because of alluviation, the 4 meters that have occurred since Ali Kosh was founded, for example. The Mehran Plain has a similar situation. The lucky find of Tula-i on the Khuzestan Plain indicates the promise and difficulties of finding ephemeral sites. Equally important may be the erosion of sites and their surroundings. Notable examples are Jarmo, Chogolan, East Chiasabs, now in deeply dissected terrain. The eroded landscape at Chogolan is one example. There's a very deep gully there, which probably did not exist at the time the site was occupied. Similarly with Ali Kosh, the bottom 4 meters lies below the level of the current Delaran Plain. And here we see a site that was very close to the surface. It was exposed when the surface was graded to provide flat land for irrigation. Okay, beyond Iran, the northern Iraq sites like Bestan Sur provide information on Piedmont. Further west on the North Mesopotamian Plain, there are PPN sites such as Karmas Deri, Nemrik, and Malefa'at, all of which are probably seasonal winter encampments. They have counterparts up in the upper Tigris, up in the lower parts of the Hilly Flanks. Upland in the upper Tigris, the sites of Kurtig and Hasankeyf may be earliest settlements and unusually resource-rich locales, where wild foods provided year-round subsistence. In other words, these are kind of outliers in the history of changes, and they were able to make do much longer and much more abundantly with wild resources than people in Iran were. So they're quite different from the mosaic, different from the Iran, and form the mosaic that eventually led to agro-pastoral economies. All right, let's go back to Braidwood very briefly here. Following the last glacial maximum, the Hilly Flanks became a biological hotspot of potentially edible plants owing to the rise in temperature. This richness spread and grew, especially with the nut-bearing forests and the spread of cereals and legumes. Humans experimented throughout the Hilly Flanks to this fertile mix of eco-niches. Resource-rich locales became favored gathering places for migrating groups, ensuring the spread of new ideas and techniques. This then would be more or less the era of incipient cultivation. These new ideas and techniques could be such things as the enhancement of crops through cultivation, the idea that bountiful harvests could be stored, the creation of storage for the crops, which enabled sedentism. And sedentism required, obviously, protective structures for people and the crops, and stable cooperative groups of humans. And settlements then followed, and these are the era of the settled village farming community. Well, back in 1961, Braidwood said the following: human manipulation of one or two elements of the constellation may have begun in one niche, that of other elements in other niches. No two sites are identical. Each represents one of many solutions to ensuring a stable food supply. Until year-round settlement, each site was seasonal and still transitional. Now, this is where we are 60 years later. Thank you. Today I'm going to talk about the elusive transition. That is the...
Okay, thank you very much, Frank. Very nice presentation. I'm wondering if we could tighten a little bit brief so we can have a little bit time for some question. In case of any question. Okay, we got a message from Elan Potui, question for Konard. I'm wondering if Konard, you see the question, the chat?
No, it's on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Maybe the person can just ask the question and I can respond then.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Please explain what is the reason for that plaster layers in Choagolan.
I missed with what kind of layers at Chocogolan?
What is the reason of that plaster layer at Chocogolan?
Yeah.
Oh, there are many plaster layers, and they're thick and well constructed. So they're horizontal and they're floors, and suggesting to me a lot of investment in the architecture. And I think this articulates very well with what Frank was talking about, the degree of mobility. Where would you expect mobility? How much time are people spending at sites? I certainly wouldn't argue that we're necessarily talking about permanent occupation, but there's very substantial architecture. If you think of plaster layers that can be 2 centimeters thick and well preserved. But the plaster layers are typically floors, but they're also plaster artifacts, which, that I also showed. But they're typically floors. They occur over and over again, and we usually use them to help organize the stratigraphy. Typically, each of the stratigraphic units ended with a new floor.
Okay, thank you. So I see a question. Wendy has a question. Wendy, please.
Thank you very much to everyone for their papers and the conference organizers for bringing us all together. And I had a question for Frank, in fact, and it was, thank you very much, Frank, for this paper on looking at settlement through mobility and, heat and thermal properties. And certainly earth and architecture in the Middle East is a very thermally efficient building structure, keeping people warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer than modern cement techniques. But the very early buildings, which were also shown in the earlier papers, were semi-subterranean. And these also provide great insulation because half the building is set into the ground. So along the way, I think there are a range of solutions. So I just wondered if you'd ever seen any semi-subterranean structures or were able to reflect a bit more on some of the architecture that's there in the Zagros in the past or today. And thank you again very much.
Wendy, I thank you. I haven't seen any subterranean structures archaeologically, but I have seen them ethnographically. And up in the highlands in the Kermanshah Valley, it was very common for the villagers to construct underground stables where the animals stayed for 5 months or so. And I've seen the lambs and kids emerging in the spring, leaping around like fleas, finally free of their dungeons. But I haven't seen people living underground like that.
Yeah, or even semi-subterranean, I guess. But yeah, I'd forgotten about those. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is by Barbara.
Thank you to both speakers. I have actually questions or remarks to both. And I wonder if some of these can maybe go into a final discussion. One to Frank first. Many thanks for this really insightful discussion. And I wonder if you then see the development of nomadism coming straight out of this pattern, or if this is a separate story to be considered on its own terms.
Well, that's still a major question, and I haven't resolved that in my mind. I think it's plausible that people began to develop close attachments to herds, usually by capturing the young and then keeping them close. And if they were able to harvest wild plants as well as keep the animals in check, herding may well have developed simultaneously or in conjunction with early experiments with domestication of plants.
Thank you.
I'm not sure there's a lower limit on when this could have happened, but we tend to think that if you have animals, you should also have a stable food supply. But if you're in the Hilly Flanks and walking and herding into relatively rich zones of wild plants, there's no particular reason why you would have to have the planting. Jack Harlan years ago found stands of wild wheat that were so thick that it was no particular reason to do cultivation. And something of the sort may have been available for people back in the earlier times.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we will have a break. Yeah, a quarter of break. That's so at 3 o'clock we will back with another presentation. So see you soon. Thank you.
So break. Oh. Okay, 3 o'clock. You're coming back.
Hello, Hojat, are you there? Or Tobias? I'm just going to experiment with sharing my screen. I can't do that because someone else is already.
حجت سلام صدای من داری؟
سلام دکتر خوبی؟ متشکرم.
خوبه من تصویری ندارم از کسی.
چرا؟
من نمیدونم چی جوری شده. یه دفعه
الان یا همیشه نداشتیم؟
نه الان نداشتم. مثلا ببین الان ندارم، فقط من تصویر خودم دارم. خب
So Dr. Fadli has no video. I don't know what to.
Thanks, Tobias.
That's no video.
الان امتحان میکنیم برای دکتر ببینیم اوکی میشه.
Yeah, it does work. Yes. Okay. سلام باربارا. Hello باربارا.
سلام. ممنون. خوب هستین همه؟ هوتو تمام شد فهمیدم.
آره همه چیز آره کاوش تمام شد آره. Tobias, hello Tobias, how are you?
I'm good, how are you? Nice to see you.
I'm fine. We miss all of you in Iran.
And we miss Iran and you.
Certainly do.
So new election and could be some good news for international collaboration.
Yeah, of course, surely.
Yeah.
Is that working okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It's great.
Shall I leave it up or?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So Hassan, you are in Babel, yes? Hassan?
Yes.
Are you in Babel?
I am Babel, yes, in north of Iran. I was in Tehran because I was in excavation for nearly 3 months. So I back to Tehran University and to work for a student.
Yes.
And now I back to Babel.
Excellent. And Hojat, you are still in Copenhagen? Excellent. I hope you can come to Reading, Hojat.
Why not invite me rather than Hojat, Roger?
I already invited you.
Thank you.
You can come anytime.
Thank you. خیلی ممنون. Thank you.
خواهش میکنم. How is your weather in Babel?
Hi, Roger.
Hi, Mindy. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Thank you. Doing well. Getting vaccinated and, crossing our fingers to be able to do some field work later this year.
Yeah. Well, it's been quite a year.
Certainly has. Yeah. Enjoyed your paper, Frank.
Hello, Hassan. Nice to see you.
Hello.
Hello.
Mike?
Yes. I'm
How are
here.
you?
I'm doing fine. Everything's fine.
Picture behind the O2 cave.
I wish I could be in Copenhagen, but here we are, back in New Haven,
Yes,
Connecticut.
we meet all of you here. So I cannot see your picture. But I send a message to you and say salam. So everything is fine for you in Torino?
I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah, good.
Hey, Frank, it's Mindy.
Well, hi, Mindy.
Nice job. This
Well,
is so weird. I'm having
What's
tea with all the rest of you, but it's kind of a weird setup.
Yeah, well, it's still
Disembodied
breakfast,
breakfast.
coffee and all of that, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, it's for me too.
It's a strange setup, was right. I don't know. It isn't the same clearly, but it's nice to see at least photographs and be able to say a few words.
Yep.
Are you in Maine? Is that it, Mindy?
Yeah, we're
Are
in
you
Maine now. So so at least the session start at 3 a.m. Maine time rather than 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. in New Mexico time.
Right. Well, I don't expect you were up at 3, were you?
I was up at 4:30, so I caught a bit of Dorian. So we're early risers here. Plus, you know, the sun comes up at 4:30. So anyway.
Right. We're the longest day of the year. Yep.
Yep. So anyway, well, I think they're about to start up again. So.
Okay, let's open our ears and go.
Hello, Frank. This is Hassan. How are you?
Well, hello, Hassan. I'm fine. Are you? Are you good?
I'm fine. Yes, I'm good. So it's a big day today. I could see many, many friends from different parts of the world.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be, and I'm glad we're all here.
Yeah. So do you have any new paper about the migration route in Zagros area, or just keep in your mind?
Well, I've been interested in migrations for a long time, and you know, I recently published a book on the migration I did back in 1973 with the Lori pastoralists.
It's fantastic, wonderful book, Frank. Many congratulations.
Thank you. Ojad. Ojad.
New session. The first speakers of this session are Professor Roger Matthews and Professor Hassan Fazali. They're going to talk about Mentica, Middle East Neolithic Transition, Integrated Community Approaches Project Overview. It's over to you, Professor Matthews and Professor Fazali.
Thank you very much, Dr. Darabi. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from around the world, Professor Fazli and I would like to begin by expressing our sincere thanks to the conference organizers for bringing us together, virtually, sadly, for this major review and reassessment of a suite of theories and associated field and research activities, first developed by Robert and Linda Braidwood. And I would like to sing the praises of Linda Braidwood, actually, alongside Robert, because I know he was absolutely fundamental to so much of the Braidwoods joint working. Plus their talented teams of scientists over a period of several decades following the Second World War. Looking through the conference program and the book of abstracts, we're sure that had they been able to see them, the Braidwoods would be astounded at the wealth and diversity of new theories, techniques, approaches, and evidence that we can now bring to the table when indeed we revisit the Hilly Flanks. In this paper, we aim to present a brief overview of a project that since its inception has drawn inspiration from the work of the Braidwoods and their team, in terms of its research agenda, aims and objectives, scope and scale of field activities, and strategies for analysis, outreach, and publication. In particular, our research into the early Neolithic transition of the Eastern Fertile Crescent, led by Wendy Matthews, myself, colleagues from Iran, Iraq, the UK, and beyond since 2007, has attempted to follow in the Braidwood's footsteps through pursuing a problem-oriented approach, through maximizing the analytical potential of interdisciplinary scientific engagement, and through multi-sited trans-border investigation by survey and excavation of key regions and sites. And as with the Braidwoods, I would like to stress the importance of team efforts in achieving all of those, or aspiring to achieve all of those objectives. The origins of our project lie in a research visit to Iran in 2007 by Wendy Matthews and myself, enabled by my co-speaker today, Hassan Fazli Nashli, with colleagues at Bu Ali Sina University in Hamadan, Western Iran, Yaqub Mohammadi and Abbas Mutarjam, who we see here. Through site visits, landscape study, and discussion, we agreed on a 5-year program of excavations at 2 sites that Yaqub Mohammadi had identified through survey of the very earliest pre-pottery phase of the Neolithic of the High Zagros, Sheikhiabad and Jani in Kermanshah province. Sites only a few dozen kilometers away from the Neolithic sites of Asyab and Sarab, excavated by Braidwood in the early 1960s, following the 1958 revolution in Iraq. Our 2008 excavations at Sheikhiabad demonstrated the great potential of this site and the wider region for addressing early Holocene human, animal, plant, environment interactions over a period of 2,500 years from approximately 10,000 Cal BC. The very gap identified by Robert Braidwood as early as 1945 as the critical span for investigation of the origins of early sedentary, pre-sedentary farming communities. Sadly, circumstances beyond our control have prevented us from continuing our work at Sheikhiabad since then, although we remain optimistic about a return in the years ahead and still work to that end. The excavations at Sheikhiabad and Jani, sponsored by the British Academy, provided the platform for a major Arts and Humanities Research Council grant, which initiated and supported a long-term engagement with colleagues at Suleimani Directorate of Antiquities and Heritage, led by Kamal Rashid Rahim, who you see here, and our excavations, in particular at the site of Bestan Sur in Iraqi Kurdistan since 2012, with associated work also at Shimshara and in the region of Zazi Cave, as I'll briefly explain shortly. From 2018 through to 2024, this work is now supported by our European Research Council Advanced Grant for the Mentica project, which we now briefly look at. So in this project, we have 6 work packages. I won't go through them all here. I will stress that all of these work packages will be addressed through other papers at this throughout this week at this conference by a range of colleagues who I'll name shortly. The key word I would like to pull out, and which features in all of the work packages, is community. We are very much interested in investigating the development of the earliest communities. How were they structured? How unequal or sort of flat stratigraphically, socially speaking, were they? And in order to get at those sorts of issues, we need, in addition to the deep time diachronic sorts of work that we heard Nick Conard expostulate so clearly, we also need extensive exposures, which are, of course, time consuming, expensive to conduct, but with a big grant like this one, that was very much our plan, actually, that we would be doing that, and we've made a start on that. Of course, as with everyone else, we've been hugely impacted by COVID over the past 15 months. Just to give an idea of that, at this stage of the project, we should have done 12 months fieldwork at 3 key sites. We have, in fact, done 3 months fieldwork at 1 key site. So we're behind. We've got an extension on the project. And another sort of feature of adapting to those circumstances is that we're supporting other projects, including one that we'll be hearing about from my colleague Hassan Fazli Nashli in a couple of minutes. So focus very much on communities. And initially a focus very much on the central and central northern Zagros, as you see circled on this map produced by Amy Richardson for Hassan and my book on ancient Iran, which will be coming out early next year, early 2022. And Hassan is going to talk to us shortly about Hotu Cave. But before we get to that, we are also working in collaboration with paleoenvironmental work, largely conducted by PhD students. Homer Rostami now, of course, has a PhD. Maria Rabbani, about to submit very soon, a PhD looking also at Hashilan wetland, very close to Kermanshah, as Hojat mentioned. And Matthew Bosworth, who now has a PhD subject to minor corrections on Speleothem work from Speleothem records in Iraqi Kurdistan. So step by step, the paleoenvironment evidence is being enriched through work also with Dr. Ghasim Azizi and Mehran Makhzoudi at Tehran University. So major sorts of areas of concern within those work packages, as we heard from Dorian in his wonderful presentation this morning, increasingly subtle and multi-stranded interpretations, investigations of early cultivation and domestication of plants. And as we keep stressing, much more data needed. And Charlotte Diffie will be talking in her paper later this week on charred plant remains from recent work. And Mindy Zida's wonderful map here, which I think is already featured in one of the talks, animal management and domestication, another key area for the high Zagros in particular as regards goats, and sites like Sheikhiabad, Ganjdari are critical to interpreting these very early stages in goat management in particular. And we'll have papers on that and related topics by Donna de Groene and Robin Bendry through the week as well. So a regional focus, as Braidwood of course took, enables us to look at transects through space, and in our case from the high Zagros up at sites like Sheikhiabad, through the Piedmont at sites like Bestan Sur, and onto the fringes of the lowland steppe at Shimshara. So we have the chance to look at shifting varying human engagements with environments of very different natures. And it also gives us transects through time, because we're investigating sites that span several millennia of the early Holocene in the case of the sites that you see depicted here, from Sheikhiabad just into the Younger Dryas, probably all the way through to the late 6th mil, Cal BC. So a very quick look at some of the key sites. And this diagram on the bottom left there, stressing the relatively restricted amount of work still today, even in the Eastern Fertile Crescent as compared to the north and west. Zazi rock shelter or cave, we plan to re-excavate and excavate around the talus outside as well in the future, ideally later this summer, but we'll have to see if that's possible. We also have sites down in the valley below, including an epipaleolithic site that appears to be at least approximately contemporary, which we're hoping to excavate too. Sheikhiabad, I've already mentioned that key site. We're still hoping and planning to get back there. Jani, which has this wonderful 60-meter long section through an eroding face, which Wendy, Abbas Maturgium, and I worked on actually just for 3 days. We cleaned, drew, photographed, and sampled this huge section in just 3 days. And it's a wonderful insight into the anatomy of an early Neolithic and later mound. And we've also done salvage excavations at Shimshara, which periodically appears out of the lake waters of the Dukhan Lake on the Rania Plain, further north from Bestan Sur. But Bestan Sur is the site where we spent most of our time excavating over the past 8 years or so. Most of the results fully published in our volume from last year, which is freely available as a PDF at that link there, if anyone hasn't looked at that yet. Lots of in-depth analysis of all aspects of excavations at Bestan Sur and Shimshara. And I put up the names there of people giving papers related to this work during the week's conference here. At Bestan Sur, we are going for the large open area excavation, which is going reasonably well, but of course we're held up now. But a major feature there is a single building with at least 81 individuals buried under its floors, mainly infants, mainly disarticulated, which Sam Walsh and Amy Richardson will be talking about this week as well. Just a word about the chip stone from Bestone Soil, very much 8th millennium Cal BC with Chinu tools, diagonal-ended bladelets, pressure flaking, single platform cores, etc. And fair amounts of obsidian coming almost entirely from Nemrut Dao sources. So I'm going to hand over now to my colleague Hassan Fazli Nashli, who's going to talk about a project some way away from that core area we've been focusing on, but addressing one of those key issues of how does the Neolithic develop in that region of Iran and what are its relations to the Zagros? So over to you, Hassan. Thank you.
So I should ask, Roger, can you continue with your PowerPoint or just I should do?
Just tell me.
I should use my PowerPoint or, okay, yeah. So thank you, Roger, to let me to have a very short presentation about my current research. Actually, last week we finished our excavation and I back to Tehran. So Roger kindly asked me to present the current result from my excavation in Hoto Cave. So thank you so much for such a big decision. So next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay. So you know that in the move from Zagros from Z to A to Alborz Mountain, so we have number of caves from Hoto Cave, Komishani, Al-Tappe, and other new cave site which we found recently. So it indicates another development of agriculture societies in Iran. As you can see, the hypothesis is that the people from the central Zagros and the further to Taurus and the Turkey area, people moved from the southern of Alborz Mountain and during the late 8th millennium BC and moved to the northeast of Iran, and also Wahdat Nasser proposed the north of the Caspian Sea is another migratory route of early farmer meet to the hunter-gatherer people in the eastern part of the Caspian Sea. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah.
It's not letting me change for some reason. Why would that be?
Yeah. Or can I share? Okay, yeah. So Michael and I talked on Tuesday about the research program of Karate Khan in 1951 on the cave of Hoto. As you can see, the cave of Hoto and the entrance. So he excavated around 100 meters square in 6 weeks and reached the virgin soil. So most of the cave excavated by Carlton Cohn, and in the bottom of the cave is there still some untouched and preserved cultural layers. So we have decided in 2021 open a trench in the bottom of the cave. You can see here the general view of the ore trenches is the size is 2 meters by 6 meters, and we excavate the site and could reach the virgin soil. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. So our excavation is after 3 months excavation, we could distinguish the natural soil from the bottom of the site, around 8 meters and 70 centimeters of cultural layers of Mesolithic or Epipaleolithic material culture. And between the pre-pottery and the pottery Neolithic, we have a gap. And we have pre-pottery, beautiful cultural layers of pre-pottery Neolithic with lots of evidence related to our agricultural societies. And then we have a gap between the pottery Neolithic and pre-pottery Neolithic. Above this gap, I explain more. We have Caspian Neolithic software, and then we have a formative period indicate both Chalcolithic and Neolithic ceramic. We have a Chalcolithic material culture, and then we have a big gap. The site was the cave was abandoned during the early 5th millennium BC, and then we have around the Iron Age 3 or 4. We have a material culture, and above the Iron Age, we have a Parthian period, and outside the cave, we have 20 hectares of Iron Age 3 and 4, and also Parthian period. And during the course of excavation, we have recorded 41 oven from the different contexts, from the Epipaleolithic, the fireplaces. So around the fireplaces, we could record it. Numbers of material cultures from lithic, ash remain, animal bone, and seeds. So it's very helpful to reconstruct the economy and the agriculture practices from Epipaleolithic to Neolithic. Next slide, please. So also, this is the illegal excavation I just mentioned. It's not the big hole horizontally excavated. So you can see we have for the first time, because the north of Iran is one of the center of the ceramic production in Iran, beyond the Zagros, in between the Zagros to Alborz. So we have the Hotu, the Caspian Neolithic software, and then we have both Neolithic and Chalcolithic or Cheshme Ali or CL2 ceramic is indicate a gradual and internal development of Chalcolithic pottery arising from the Neolithic side rather than for the migration or the diffusion of the South Central Plateau to the North Central Plateau. But the upper layer, so we can have some similarity in the style and ceramics between south and the north of Alborz mountain. Next slide, please. So this is the last layer belongs to the Neolithic, the Caspian Neolithic software. So after that one, next slide, please. Okay, so we have beautiful stone tools from the Mesolithic to the Chalcolithic period. So as we know that Judith Tomalsky, we talk on Thursday, and her study on Komishani open site, stone tools indicate how the bipolar core reduction strategy to unipolar technique construction of Neolithic industry indicate how stone tools strategies changed during the time from Epipaleolithic to the Neolithic period. But here now we have a very rich material, more around 2,000 lithics from the Epipaleolithic to the Chalcolithic period. So it's helped us to reconstruct the technological changes through the time. Next slide, please. And also we have numbers and numbers of small finds from chisel and from bone work and ground stone. We have also a stone cup and indicate lots of similarity between ore excavation data with coral tongue excavation. Next slide, please. So here you can see we have a Mesolithic. Here the color is more darker, and then we have a Neolithic. The color is different, indicating environmental changes during the pre-pottery Neolithic. And then we have a large gap here. You know, it seems the whole cave collapsed, and filled the cave, and the people left the cave and back during the pre-pottery, the pottery Neolithic period, just above. So you can see here, and now you can see lots of animal bones around and ashes, and a large activity during the pre-pottery Neolithic period. Next slide, please. So another discovery is that the Mesolithic or Epipaleolithic layers, we found two small skeleton and the grave, and one belongs to a child 6 months old. Then they consciously they bottom of the cave, the whole body covered with red ochre, and also we found a beautiful. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So you can see it's a beautiful necklace and consists of the 4 to 5 teeth of wolf, and also animal bone. They heat it, and then they made the beautiful beads. So it is located around the neck of the baby. And my view is that she is my wife, and now the necklace belongs to my wife, but I'm joking. And also this is a polished stone just in front of the skeleton. So it's good to examine for DNA analysis. You know, the previous work and the new work allows to have a more DNA about the pattern of migration of Epipaleolithic. And then we have virgin soil on the below of the Mesolithic layers, and they ended to the excavation. Next slide, please. So many universities, foreign cultural heritage organization, Basel University, Reading, University of Tehran, Göttingen University, German Archaeological Institute, the Department of Geology, all of us helps we have a further program to study paleoclimate. We will have, inshallah, soon to start 7 lake for paleoclimate studies, also from lots of micromorphological study, granulometrical studies, help us to reconstruct the interaction between the human and environment, and how now we have numbers of seeds, from the different contexts, from the Epipaleolithic to the Neolithic layers. We have numbers of animal bones from Epipaleolithic to Neolithic to the Chalcolithic context, will help us to construct even the Mazandaran province was an independent area for domestication of animals or seeds, or just a migration theory, which we talk with Michael this Thursday, 2 days later, about all excavation result from Komishani Tapi. Thanks for my students to help me. Unfortunately, I don't have any pictures, so these pictures belong to Roger. Please complete and finish the talk.
Thank you very much, Hassan. That wonderful presentation on your recent work at Hotu Cave, which is very much collaborative, and we'll be working with you, as you know, on analysis of the animal bones, charred plant remains, radiocarbon dating, etc. And just to finish, a very quick word, the most important communities involved in this research are, of course, those existing contemporary communities of the region. And we work very hard and in a very collaborative way with local communities through the museum, the Antiquities Directorate, the village, local schools, etc., in a whole range of projects that I'm just summarizing here. Really, we're working we've redesigned Wendy and Amy Richardson in particular, Soleimani Prehistory Gallery. We've also got a smart water project for protecting objects in museums in various cities of Iraq, and other projects currently underway or under development. So thank you very much. Sorry we ran over a little bit, but not too much. Thanks for your attention. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
For presenting your wonderful projects on the Zagros and Alborz. It seems that a new core area is emerging in northern Iran. That's great. So because we're already run out of our time, so let's move on to the next speaker, and then after that we will have enough time, actually, I think, for any question. The next speaker is my colleague, Dr. Tobias Richter, who is going to talk about the late Epipaleolithic and in the Zagros and the Levant, the Natufian and the Zarzian compare. It's over to you, Tobias Richter. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
Yeah, full screen? Okay, great.
You can see it, Toby.
Okay, thanks, Camille. Yeah, thank you very much to all the speakers before. It's really exciting to see already what's been undertaken. And in this talk, I want to talk a little bit about the Natufian and the Zarzian, so comparing the Zagros and the Levant. You can also see my notes. Okay, you might not want to see those. Hang on. 10 seconds. Stop the share. I have two screens going here, so that's always a little tricky. So now you should just see the presentation, right? Without the notes, I hope.
Yes.
Okay, great. We've all been working with Zoom for so long, but it's still not always straightforward. Anyway, yes. So in 2015, when Peter Mortensen really got me and Hojat Darabi together to talk about initiating this new project in the Zagros, the Tracking Cultural and Environmental Change project, I was really excited about it because I had been working for many years in the Epipaleolithic of Jordan and in the Levant, in the southern Levant, and both in the early and the late Epipaleolithic Natufian. So it was exciting for me to try and see what's going on, if you like, on the other side of the Fertile Crescent, and provided an opportunity to sort of think about the kind of pathways and routes towards plant cultivation and herding and village life and so forth in these two very different regions. So what we want to, I guess, reflect on that a little bit here is exactly this kind of comparison. And I'm also then gonna move in the second part, talking a little bit about our excavations at the site of Margo Galan, which you can see the image of here, which we conducted in the autumn of 2019. So it's remarkable to think that we've been talking a lot about Robert and Linda Braidwood and their influence and importance, but we mustn't, of course, forget this lady, Dorothy Garrett, who, when it comes to the Epipaleolithic and the Natufian and the Zarzian, was the scholar that actually was the first to define both of these. And there's sort of I guess a historical irony here a little bit that she was involved in both these early definitions of these two key phases, both here at El-Wad on Mount Carmel in Palestine, and here in Zarzi Cave. And I think she's always easy to point out with the characteristic pointy hat that she's wearing there. So Garrett defined both of these industries on the basis of the presence of microlithic stone tools, microliths, geometric microliths, and so forth. And that's already something that Douglas Baird talked about earlier today with their work, him and Eleni Asudi's work up in Iraqi Kurdistan. And we've also heard about the question or the issue about these early domestication and cultivation hotspots that several speakers, but particularly Dorian Fuller, alluded to this morning. And I think it's really important to consider and take into account a long-term view that includes the Epipaleolithic, and not necessarily just the late Epipaleolithic, but perhaps all of the Epipaleolithic. As I think also Trevor Watkins has pointed out many a times, if we want to understand how communities went onto these pathways that would lead to village life and to cultivation and so forth, I think the roots we be looking for should be in the Epipaleolithic. Having said that, comparisons like this are of course not an easy feat, and I've just put up here sort of one of the issues that we're facing is that these regions are not just very different when we look at them in comparison, east and west, in terms of their ecotones and their environment and the effects climatic change would have had on these mosaic-like environments, but also actually internally. There's a lot of variation within the southern Levant and within the Zagros in different environmental regimes, as Frank Hall very clearly talked about earlier, with the huge differences in altitude and temperature and so forth. So it is very hard to make a straightforward comparison between these regions, but we are getting, I think, gradually a much better understanding of the paleoenvironmental situations and conditions in these regions due to the increasing amount of work that's being carried out and the detailed kind of analyses that we're seeing. And what this is really showing us is that developments are overall quite similar, but they are occurring at slightly different paces and with slightly different effects, of course, in all these regions. One issue we're, I think, going to have to live with for a long while are simply the different rates of research that have been current in both of these regions, the Levant and the Zagros. From the Natufian, from the late Epipaleolithic alone, we have, of course, very many sites, and this is probably not all of them, but many of them that we can map so far. Many of which have been excavated in great detail. Others are known in just from surveys and so forth. When we look at the Zagros, of course, we do know quite a few sites, and we do know quite a few more in recent years. When it comes to excavations, we are though on a different, I think, on a different plane. While we have some sites that are excavated in more detail. In other cases, sites are only explored sort of very preliminarily. And it will remain to be seen whether these densities of sites and the concentration of these sites, whether this is a real pattern or in how far these are really due to different research trajectories over time. But this is, I think, clearly an important question to look at in the future, and one I'll come back to briefly later on. This also pertains to the chronology we have of these two periods. Just from the Levant, from the late Epipaleolithic alone, we have more than 150 radiocarbon dates, not all of which are, of course, of the kind of quality that we now hope for or want, but they're definitely there, and then we're getting more and more of them, of course. And we also, this has allowed us to construct really a picture of regional diversity and also diachronic change. When we just look at the late Epipaleolithic, we have been able to distinguish for a long time early in the late Natufian, the Harifian, and even now perhaps going into potentially regional, sub-regional sort of variants, looking at, for example, the Jordan Valley and the Galilee and maybe Eastern Jordan and so forth. Whereas when we look at the Epipaleolithic of the Zagros, we have far fewer dates, mostly from two sites so far. And the evidence that we have so far suggests quite very little diachronic change. across this time period. Of course, both the Natufian and the Sarsian were defined on the basis of the lithic industries, and there's a discussion of course, ongoing or to be had about, are we just looking at differences in lithics, or are there really, we've had a long time a debate about the Natufian culture or not, and so forth. But there are some similarities and some differences. In the Natufian, we have these very small, exhausted cores. We have a lot of flake and bladelet debitage in mostly equal frequencies at most sites, but with a clear focus on the production of bladelet blanks, which are then turned into mostly geometric microliths. And of course, here very clearly this focus on making crescent-shaped microliths or lunates. The microburin technique is present at some sites, but certainly not at all. And then, of course, we do have the presence of glossed sickle blades at many of the Natufian sites from the early Natufian onwards. And then, of course, a very lot of evidence for grinding and pounding implements starting in the early Natufian at the very least. When we then switch focus again to the Sarsian, what we do know is that there's flake and also bladelet debitage with a focus again on bladelet blanks. For much of the sequence, we seem to have non-geometric and geometric microliths. And as Doug mentioned earlier today, one thing that we need to consider are these questions of definitions of what is a geometric microlith and what isn't. And the question mark over whether there is a late Sarsian phase that is more focused on geometric microliths, something that seems to still be relatively unclear. And interestingly, the use of the microburin technique from perhaps sporadically, but used from quite early on in the sequence. When it comes to subsistence, of course, one of the things that is so remarkable, or what has interested people about the Natufian from very early on, is this evidence for potential plant collecting and processing, mostly indicated by the presence of these grinding and pounding implements in the sickle blades. And where we do have plant evidence or archaeobotanical evidence, such as the work that's been carried out by my colleague Amaya Aranzo-Tallego on the Shubeika assemblage, where we actually see quite a wide range of plants being used, and not just or not exclusively or not primarily focus on cereal grasses. When it comes to hunting, of course, there is this quite strong focus on the ungulates, on the gazelle, but also deer and cattle and wild boar and ibex and equids, but in a very quite regionally diverse patterns. And also a clear evidence for a concentration on avifauna and aquatic species and fishing and so forth. Again, when it comes to the Sarsian, owing to the relative lack of excavations, we know not very much about plant exploitation, although Eleni Asuti will talk more about the recent work at Palagarwa this week. But still, overall, we know very, very little on what's been going on prior to the Younger Dryas, and so. And similar things can be said maybe for hunting, although we do see evidence for hunting of gazelle and onager and deer, as well as other smaller species. Then we can also look at places in the landscape and how what people are doing at different localities in the landscape. And here again, in the Natufian, of course, we have this evidence for the construction of substantial architecture, not at every site, not everywhere across the Levant, but an increasing number of sites with lots of architecture and substantial architecture. But also at sites where there's no architecture, we see perhaps ways in which people are commemorating places in the landscape, such as the collective burial here from the site of Azraq 18 out in eastern Jordan, where there's no architecture, but repeated burials of individuals within the same grave context that was recently published by Fanny Bocata and Andrew Gerard in the Journal of Archaeological Science Reports. When we again then look at the Zarzian, the most of the evidence that we do have is layers in caves with very little evidence for structural remains or burials and so forth. So a very different archaeological signature that makes it just that much more challenging at looking at some of these questions, I would say. When it comes to things like ritual and symbolism, of course, the Natufian here is well known for the production of a wide range of material culture in worked bone, in stone, in shell beads and so forth, and stone beads. And this really is one of the other key features that marks out the Natufian as this kind of very remarkable period that a lot of people focus on. Whereas when we look at the Zarzian, and again here this is from Eleni Asuti and colleagues' recent paper on the excavations at Palagara, you know, we are kind of hard pressed to try and find mobile art or any kind of this kind of material culture that would be comparable to the Natufian. So it sort of begs the question of what is going on in this respect. So in this, before this background, I move on to the site of Margo Galan. Margo Galan is a cave site in the Hulelan Valley. We can see a close-up of the valley here. This is the Saimare River. Tepeguran is located here, and these are these other sites that Peter Mortensen, as part of his survey of the Hulelan, located. Some are more substantial, while others are single sites or single find spots. And Margo Galan is one of the cave sites that he excavated in a sondage in the late 1960s, where he recovered this epipaleolithic Zarzian artifacts from the lower part of the excavation here. Margo Galan is one of the sites we looked at as part of the Tracking Cultural and Environmental Change project, and that we revisited then in 2019. You can see the drone footage of the site here with the terrace. The cave actually has 3 major chambers. This one is chamber 3 is rather small, but chamber 1 and 2 are long and narrow, actually have a connection here at the back. And particularly chamber 2 is much deeper than we previously thought. Is also filled up almost all the way to the ceiling with sediment, so that you can actually only get in there crawling on your hands and feet. And we focused our excavations on 3 areas, area 1, 2, and 3. Unfortunately, area 1 and 2 produced mostly later evidence all the way down to the Bronze Age, and very little in situ earlier prehistoric material. But area 3, which you can see here, and this is the section through the excavation down in this part, we actually came across some more better preserved archaeology. Here, the further the excavations came down, the more we saw of an increase of actually upper and middle Paleolithic artifacts, which had already been noted on the terrace below the cave here on the slope, and had been argued that maybe the site's actually more of a middle Paleolithic site. And there is clearly some upper and middle Paleolithic material here, but it does look to us like most of it is residual and is not in situ in this excavation area that we worked in.
there's a lot of confusing charts here, but I'm just going to focus here on the Area 3 lithic assemblage. We recovered about 8,675 individual items. As you can see, there are not very many cores and not so many retouched pieces. And this is, of course, the entire collection. So this does include some material that is not epipaleolithic, but middle and upper Paleolithic. And you can see the different major categories of debitage and cores here. And you can see that there is quite a bit of bladelet cores as well as bladelet blanks, keeping pace though with flakes and small flakes, and quite a few blades. And that material does increase, the blades and flakes increase the further down in the sequence you go. From this excavation, we've been able to get a number of radiocarbon dates, and I think this is probably the most interesting aspect of the excavations, because unfortunately faunal preservation was very poor and botanic preservation was also very, very poor, so we were lucky to get some of these dates out there. The lower phase here, you can see we have 3 dates that place us somewhere between 22,500 to 20,000 calibrated BP. And then the next 2 layers here produced dates starting from around about 17,000 all the way down to 12,000 calibrated BP. Unfortunately, these are ordered by depth of recovery, so you can see that this is not a kind of nice sequence as everybody always hopes to find, and not chronologically aligned, which suggests that there's been quite a lot of bioturbation or some kind of movement of this material up and down in the sequence, so we can only treat them in these larger time blocks. But this does suggest that we have occupation here sometime during the last glacial maximum, and then from around about 17,000 calibrated BP into the actually the younger Dryas. And we can correlate this a little bit with the kind of tools we find or retouched pieces we find, in that blade tools in the lower phase here are a little bit more common, with 26% and 22% microliths, including the use of the microburin technique, and then a jump of the microliths to 32% and a decline here of the blade tools in this middle phase. So there's a clear correlation here between I think the dates and the change in the microlith frequency. So zooming back out again, as I mentioned earlier, we are facing the issue that we have a much more detailed, well-defined sequence further in the west, in the Levant, and a sequence that is becoming a little bit more into focus on in the Zagros, I think, due to all the work that various teams and Iranian colleagues are carrying out, and what the work at Palegarva and other sites also has shown, and which I think our work at Margogalan is confirming, is that the Zarzian does seem to have a longer lasting phase here that is composed of non-geometric and geometric microliths. I forgot to mention this earlier in this slide, my apologies. But there is a mix of geometric and non-geometric microliths throughout our sequence at Margogalan, which confirms that this is here, whereas the status of this late Zarzian, which may be more focused on the geometric microliths, is a little unclear. So how can we explain some of these differences between the Natufian and the Zarzian in these different archaeological signatures that we find? Well, one interesting pattern that seems to be emerging and which I think need to look at much more closely in the future is the question of population dynamics, and particularly population size. This is from Palmisano et al.'s recent publication, where they've been trying to model population densities based on radiocarbon proxy data, which I think Joe Rowe will also be talking about more later this week. And it's not a straightforward or widely, not a technique accepted by everybody, but if we just look at the Levant and the Iranian record here for the Epipaleolithic, we do see that we're below expectations here in Iran for population size based on this data. And in the Levant, we're at the top notch of the top limit of this distribution. And I would say that this seems to be borne out somewhat by the archaeological record. When we look at the Natufian, we have these large sites. We have many sites with architecture and many burials, compared to the Zarzian, where it seems that a lot of the sites are much more less dense. They are more ephemeral, appear to be more seasonal, and more sporadically used than what we see in the Natufian. Nearly the final slide. This scheme was formulated by a long time by Brian Hayden, thinking about the sort of evolutionary development of these hunting and gathering communities and the emergence of complex hunter-gatherers and their rise to agriculturalists. And I think it's worth stressing here that I think there's a lot of this is really dependent on this Levantine record, that these kind of schemes do not take into account sufficiently what we are seeing. I think in the Zagros, where we now, as was pointed out earlier today, we have this multi-regional development, a protracted development across Southwest Asia, from hunting and gathering to agriculture and cultivation. And I think this we need to at least add a few more arrows and units here that would take into account the kind of different pathway that Zarzian communities and early Neolithic communities of the Zagros were on, that do not always track these kind of developments in the same way. So this, in any way, is not a definitive picture or development that takes into account the picture that's emerging from the Zagros. And I think with that, I just want to end and thank especially Peter Mortensen, who unfortunately has not been able to join us for the conference this week, but also all our team members and collaborators and our Iranian partner institutions, and of course the David Foundation for their support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tobias, for the presentation. Okay, I think we will have 5 minutes, more or less, actually, to have any possible question. The first one, I think, Konrad, as Professor Konrad, if you have any comment, I see here.
Yeah, I have two comments. I think first, the more important one. There's a lot of variation in the regions, right? If you look at the Levant, right, we're working in Damascus province, and there the record is completely different than in the southern Levant, right? I usually call it the central Levant. There, where I work, we have essentially no early Natufian, or just a very scarce early Natufian, and we have a well-developed late Natufian. Now you go 100 kilometers further south, it's the exact opposite. And I think it's, and I guess I would say as a first approximation, I would expect a lot of variability in the Zagros as well, or even more, since it's such a vast area. So I think one should be prepared for really different signatures. Also in the upper ranges of the Orontes, right? These ideas that the younger Dryas is somehow wiping out the Natufian. We see the exact opposite trend in the upper Orontes where we're working. So I think there's going to be a lot of variation. Second comment, a very technical one, I don't think terribly important, but I would say, at least in the circles I work in, the definition of microliths are pretty clear. If the geometric tools are made from blades or bladelets. Okay, some people define the bladelets as have a maximum width of 10 millimeters, some 12 millimeters if you follow Jacques Tixier's approach, but that's kind of hair splitting. And of course, microliths can be made on flakes, in which case they should have similar dimensions. But I don't think that's, from my point of view, a huge problem. I mean, obviously one could codify it even more, but making strict rules sometimes brings with it new problems as well. But just a couple comments from my end. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Nick. I also, even within the Levant, as you know, the research histories are so different. Before we started working out in Eastern Jordan, nobody thought there would be early Natufian there, and Shubeika 1 has early Natufian now quite early on. And I mean, we could look at, you know, the coastal part of Lebanon, where very little work in recent years has been carried out. And I think more intensive work there will probably also provide us with a different picture. Concerning the non-geometric and geometric microliths, yeah, I think it depends on who you listen to, right? But at this point, I think was made by Douglas Baird in their paper on the Pelagara excavations, and I do think we need to have commonly agreed definitions reinforced by more detailed, maybe statistical, perhaps even geometric, morphometric sort of analysis of the microliths. Yeah.
I think Dr. Jais has a question or a comment. Do you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me? Dr. Darabi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes. Okay, I would like to say hello to all the colleagues who can hear me. My question is from Tobias Richter, and I want to ask about the meaning of Zarzian in your research. I mean, exactly as Nick Conard has mentioned, my point is that do we have enough information to mention a unique Zarzian culture from northern to the southern Zagros? Because in my opinion, we are faced with two problems. First is the description of chipstones, the typical chipstones. As you know, for example, typical tools like shouldered points and scaling triangles, or for example, thumbnail scrapers, they are not found in every site attributed to Zarzian in the southern and the central part of the Zagros. The second point is that based on recent research on Upper Paleolithic of Zagros, mainly in southern Zagros, we are faced with regional diversity at the end of Paleolithic. So most probably, maybe it could be also the case in the preceding Epipaleolithic. To put it short, actually, my question is that in your comparison with Natufian based on Marguerite Gallon, do you emphasize this diversity? Do you see such a diversity, or do you see the Zarzian as a unique identity in the whole Zagros region in this comparison?
Thank you. That's a very good question. I wouldn't see the Zarzian as just one thing across the entire Zagros. Neither would I see the Natufian as one thing across the entire Levant. I think there's a lot more variation, and there, even within the Natufian, we recently realized that, you know, what we used to think of the late Natufian actually starts a lot earlier than previously thought. So even where, you know, there's been a bit more work carried out, we're still refining the details, and I think that's happening thanks to your work and other people's work in the Zagros now, and we're stand to learn a lot more in the future. So no, I don't see it as one thing, and we shouldn't expect to see that, given the geography of the Zagros Mountains, with these you know, deeply incised valleys that are, you know, can be quite isolated from one another.
Thank you. With the continuation of your work and other colleagues, we can have a clear picture of the Zarzian in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think any other question we have? So I can find it. No. Dr. Fazley, do you have any question? Your virtual hand is already raised. That way, I thought that you have any question.
About my data. Photo data, you mean?
I thought you have any question. Okay, thank you.
I don't have any question. No, I have no question.
Okay, thank you. thank you, everybody. In less than half an hour, we will see each other with welcoming remarks and then the keynote lecture by Professor Millie David. So thank you. See you soon.
To the organizations.
Tobias, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Who are you?
Mindy. Hi, Frank. I'm struggling with my Zoom speed. Oh my God. Yeah, I think I can try to do it live, but let's stand by with the taped lecture.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah, I just think it's more, I don't know, it's more polite.
You're right. Yes.
It's kind of flaky up here, but you know, it makes it more exciting.
Yes, indeed. We never know what to expect, right?
Yes, that's right. Expect the unexpected.
Hi, Mindy. I'd like it live too. That's more exciting. And
okay.
And Frank just was exchanging words with John Speth, and he sends his best wishes.
Oh, that's lovely. And
I haven't seen John in years. What's he up to?
He just wrote a scathing critique of Binford I can pass on to you that might be of interest.
Oh, I'd love to see it. Yes, of course.
Okay, I'll do that then.
I can understand his desire to maybe do that, but let's see.
Well, I have a very nice slide of Binford coming up, a little picture of it.
Oh, really? You're going to talk about his adventures in the Hilly Flanks?
Not much. More yours, but yours and Kent's a little bit. But anyway, we'll see.
Hello?
Hello? And who was that other disembodied voice with the hello from
That's
Speth?
Hassan. That's Hassan.
No. It was an American voice.
Nick, Mindy.
Of course. All right. It's not. That's your regular voice, not your presentation.
I have no idea. I'm in Schöningen dealing with, despite appearances, difficult logistics because we have a lot of stuff going on here at Schöningen. But yeah, that was I.
That was you. Of course, I should have known that.
Yeah,
So,
I think your voice is, I've never heard my voice is indistinct, and I recognize yours right away. But
well, that's kind of scary, actually.
why would you rather have a voice one doesn't recognize?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I haven't reached that level of
Paranoia.
Yeah, I was going to say that, but I thought it might be indiscreet. In any case, looking forward to your talk. And Frank, I will pass on the article by John.
Please do. Where is John now?
I got the email last night from Ann Arbor.
Oh, okay. So he's there. All right.
And he had a lot of eyesight issues, didn't he?
He told me he was having a lot of trouble with his eyes, but he just wrote this very long paper, so he must be doing okay.
Yeah.
And he didn't mention it because about a year ago he mentioned it a number of times.
Huh. Well,
where are you? That looks sort of folksy there.
I'm in Maine. We live in what they call a camp in Maine, in central Maine, in the woods. So for the summer, and then we live outside of Santa Fe in the wintertime.
That's great. Do you have a lake to swim in, or? I thought so.
Yes, we have a lake and cabins and let's see, lots of taxidermy.
Mm-hmm. Never a dull moment. That sounds great.
Yeah, it's lovely. It really is lovely up here. It's our favorite place, but it's not.
Well, while we're showing things, I will show you the coal mine of Schöningen if I can get this. I'm on. I may be too tagged up to something, but that you may be able to see a coal mine.
Oh,
That's the Schöningen coal mine. I've just lost contact with something, but in any case, things are exciting around here.
Well, that's what we want, is never a dull moment. Although I'm so disappointed not to be able to be up in Copenhagen. It's just really a shame.
As Tobias knows, again, my daughter's there. I planned, so there were two meetings in Aarhus, both canceled. The meeting in Copenhagen canceled, and I was really looking forward to all three of them taking place, so I could visit my daughter, who seems to be doing very well there.
Yeah, we were going to be visiting with Doug Price and his wife and spending some time up there, but not to be this time around. But then again, I really resent any time that cuts into our main time. As a matter of fact, I'm looking out at the lake and it's perfect kayaking weather. So maybe I should have my tape version and I could just go kayaking.
Well, yeah, but then, for me, if I didn't see you, didn't see Frank, everybody else, it'd be a little, I wouldn't say lonely, but there's some quality in that too, even in this form.
Well, this is true. This is true, but we'll see how it goes. Taping this was just an interesting, I don't know, venture. Because it put so much pressure on to make it just perfect. And then I would tape, and I didn't realize you could tape individual slides. So I'd get halfway through and I'd just mess up. So I'd start again. And then I'd get to the point where I could retape slides, but I would do something and I would say a few bad words. And I had to play the whole thing over several times to make sure I'd edited out all the really quite raw language I was using, although I thought it might wake everybody up.
I went through the same trial and error with the PowerPoint also, and in the end, I should have I should simply have given it extemporaneously, because it turned out to be difficult to get the thing started, and I'm not convinced I like my recorded voice anyway.
Well, I always hate hearing myself, and that's just, whether it's recognizable or not, I hate it. So that was a problem. And then for me also, since our internet is really so slow, we have 8 download speed on a good day, which is today, but no upload speed. So I had to then take the thing to the local library and find that, that they had good enough upload speeds and do it there. So now I have a tape version of it, but I'm going to try to see what we can do to get it all the way through. So how are you?
Where are you in Maine? Where are you? And
we're on a lake called Sebec Lake in the center of Maine and outside of a town called Dover Foxcroft. And it's about Dover Foxcroft. It's about 40, Sebec Lake, SEBEC, and it's about 40 minutes northwest of Bangor. So our town of Bower Bank's motto is on the edge of the wilderness, and we are. So, but it's perfect.
How many minutes till showtime?
I have it 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, about 1 minute. Yeah.
Don't worry, Mindy. Your voice comes across very nice.
Hey, Lainey. I just wish we could all be together, but this is the next best thing.
Maybe we'll have to organize the revisiting the Hilly Flanks 2.0.
Yeah, back again.
Yeah, revisiting the Hilly Flanks.
Right.
Well, we will have the ICANA conference in 2 years in Copenhagen, so there is still a chance.
Right. Well, no more pandemics. Well, I'm just glad to see everybody healthy, and nobody's. I'm assuming you're all vaccinated now.
Getting there.
It's been done some weeks now, months now, in fact. Yeah.
Yeah, for us too. We were finished in March. But I gather in Germany, it's been a longer process.
Yeah, I guess I've got my first one, but I'm not 60 yet. If you're over 60, it went a little quicker. I'm close though, and no. So I think actually this Friday I get my second one, and then after 2 weeks everything is okay. But I think the US is about 50% fully vaccinated, and I think we're about 30%. But it's
fully 50% fully. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're a little behind, but it's going all right.
Well, I didn't quite qualify for the 70 and up, although I will soon. But and then I was in the next batch. But in New Mexico, people with disabilities were ahead, and that's 800,000 people.
Yeah. Well, Frank didn't qualify for 100 either, so you're in good company.
No, I was at the top of the list after the healthcare people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back now with the conference, and it's my great pleasure to move on now to the official opening of this online event again, which we would have liked to have had in person here on campus, but of course, as we all know, it's not possible. But I'm very, very grateful that Professor Kirsten Busch-Nielsen, the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Copenhagen, has taken some time out of her busy schedule to be the first to welcome you officially to the conference. Kirsten.
Thank you, Tobias, and welcome to all of you. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you at University of Copenhagen. I'm honored that we at the Faculty of Humanities can host your conference, revisiting the Hilly Flanks, the Epi-Paleolithic and Neolithic periods in the Eastern Fertile Crescent. It's an honor for us to be able to host you and in that way support the purpose of the conference being one of the final steps in the 6-year project tracking cultural and environmental change. Let me welcome as participants joining the conference also representatives of the Iranian Embassy in Denmark, of the Danish Embassy in Tehran, of the Rati University in Kermanshah, and of the Research Institute for Cultural Heritage and Tourism of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Welcome, and thank you for attending. Of course, we would have preferred and loved to welcome you also at our great campus and in the city of Copenhagen, which is worth a visit in the beautiful summer season. If you were present here in Copenhagen, you would have noticed that today, the 21st of June, is solstice, the longest day of the year, followed by a very short night. You should have had the chance to experience the magic of the Nordic light. Due to COVID-19, that is not possible, so I'm just happy that you have managed to move the conference online. It is a particular pleasure to notice that you have not been discouraged by the health situation, but have taken advantage of the opportunities for going online. I take it as an expression that you represent a vivid and strong field of research. In all, you will be around 140 people from around the world, and not only from different countries, but also from very different time zones. You will have to cope with that. Well done. Actually, that is just another encouraging example of how 15 months of pandemic have not deterred universities and also not deterred humanities to do what we are there for: conduct research, teach, disseminate research results, and stimulate public debate. I'm fully aware that the conditions have been quite hard for many of you, but still, it is indeed a pleasure to see that COVID-19 did not stop academic engagement and creativity. You have now a series of days ahead of you with intense listening to each other and of discussing. On the table, you have both the presentations of some of the results of the 6-year project tracking cultural and environmental change, and discussions of the latest developments in archaeology of the region and the period. As I'm not an archaeologist, I'm not able to comment on or even follow in detail your scholarly work, but I'm sure that your results, your knowledge, your questions about the transition from hunting and gathering to agriculture in the eastern part of the Fertile Crescent are important contributions. First of all, of course, contributions to the proper development of research, but secondly, and that is also quite as important, contributions in a broader sense to our understanding of the world we live in, a world in which transitions of the kind you are investigating constantly take place. I think your insights will serve us in our understanding of the world today and tomorrow. I would like to use the occasion to express the gratitude of the Faculty of Humanities to C.L. Davids Fond og Samling, which has generously funded the project and, via that, the conference. Thank you, Davids Fond og Samling, for making the conference possible. As you all know, organizing a conference is not a simple job, and conferences do not organize themselves. Doing so comes on top of everything else that you as scholars have to take care of. So on behalf of all of you, I would like to say a word of thank you to your colleagues in the organizers committee, Tobias Richter of this university, Hujat Darabi, Razi University, Abbas Moghadam, Iranian Center for Archaeological Research, Barbara Helving, Vorderasiatisches Museum Berlin, and Peter Mortensen of this university. They have been very well assisted by Center Administrator Camilla Matsukatu, and the group and Camilla, please remember they did the planning, they cared for the details, and now they are a bit nervous that everything is going to work out as they hoped for. I'm sure it will. Thank you, Camilla. Thank you, Organizers Committee. And with these few words, let me once again express how honored we are to host your conference. I wish you days of great work. I hope that you will look back at the conference with joy and satisfaction, and that the conference will become one of the important milestones in the international academic study of early agricultural development. Thank you and welcome again.
Thank you very much, Kirsten, for your kind words. I will now pass the word to our next speaker welcoming you. This is our head of the Department of Cross-Cultural and Regional Studies, Dr. Annika Witthammer. Annika, the word's yours.
And now I'm unmuted, I think. So I'll just start over. Welcome to Copenhagen, and welcome to the Department of Cross-Cultural and Regional Studies. And don't we all love being on Zoom? I mean, normally one of the great joys of hosting a conference at this time of year is the buzzing live at campus in a season where it's usually quieting down for the summer. And campus has been much too quiet for a better part of a year now. Still, it's certainly a pleasure to see all the faces on the screen. And of course, also taking in consideration the technicalities, it doesn't quite beat having you all in Copenhagen in physical form. But it is encouraging to know that academic life and thought is still bustling, even though it's online. Had you been present here in Copenhagen, you'd found yourself at our great campus at the Department of Cross-Cultural and Regional Studies. You would have been at a quite unique department, one of the few in the world which contains language-based area studies covering history, religion, and cultures of modern Asia, Eastern Europe, and the Middle Eastern region. And we're also so lucky to host a section for ancient cultures in the Americas and West Asia, and thus the study program for Near Eastern archaeology. Near Eastern archaeology at University of Copenhagen is actually a rather new discipline, especially when dealing with the timelines that you do in your research. As a full study program, Near Eastern archaeology was only initiated in 1969. However, it was created on a much older tradition. As such, research and teaching in archaeology at University of Copenhagen goes back to 1832, and Near Eastern archaeology goes back to the expedition to Syria led by Harold Ingholt in the 1930s, continued by P.J. Ries, and later in 1990 by Professor Peter Mortensen, who is among the conference organizers, as you know, and thus we are up to date. It's a privilege for a department like Cross-Cultural and Regional Studies to have an area of research which constantly reminds us that the world was not created yesterday. As you just heard our Dean, Kirsten Busch Nielsen, said, your research adds in a broader sense to our understanding of the world we live in, a world in which transitions constantly take place, and your insights serve us in our understanding of the world today and tomorrow. And it is, of course, a special privilege for our departments, since the researchers associated to Near Eastern archaeology over the years have created a unique, innovative, and truly transdisciplinary research environment in Copenhagen. Since 2015, Associate Professor Tobias Richter has headed Center for the Study of Early Agricultural Societies. And browsing through your impressive program for this conference, it's a pleasure to recognize names of researchers from all over the world, which I know from the time here at our department, and which I can see are still associated with the center. We all know that to organize a conference is a huge task, no matter if it's virtual or takes place in real life. So thanks to the scientific committee, Hojat Darabi, Tobias Richter, Barbara Helvig, Abbas Magadan, and also Peter Mortensen for the planning. Thank you, Camilla Mazzucato, for the administrative planning, which I can't imagine is any easier when the participants are in several different time zones. The conference takes place in Copenhagen, well, virtually, but both the conference and the TCL project is a result of a close cooperation between RASI University and University of Copenhagen, as well as the Research Institute for Cultural Heritage and Tourism of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The project would have been difficult to realize without the support of the Iranian embassy in Copenhagen, as well as the Danish embassy in Tehran. Finally, the project would not have been possible without the generous funding of David Foundation. Thank you to all of you. In other words, this week's conference is a result of many people's work over several years and in numerous locations. Now it's time to enjoy the result. I wish you some intellectually stimulating days and welcome again.
Thank you so much, Annika, for your kind words as well. And it's now my turn to just say welcome again to all the participants and to thank you really for taking the time to contribute to the conference. We've already had a number of really interesting and fascinating talks, that many of which set the scene for the talks to come. I just wanted to express our gratitude to the university and to the department for hosting our project, and also for this partnership that we've had with RASI University and our partner institutions in Iran, without which, of course, this research would have not been possible. I don't want to take away a lot of the time of the conference or of our keynote speaker, Professor Melinda Zieder, but I just wanted to sort of talk a little bit briefly about how this project came to be. And because it's actually a kind of unique story in that Peter Mortensen has been absolutely instrumental in actually initiating this project, and it's unfortunately can't be with us this week to join in, but he won't mind me telling you that how this actually came about. And this was a few years ago in 2015 when Peter was a board member of the David Foundation, and he had just finished and published the final report of his excavations at Tepeguran in the Hulelan Valley, which many of you would be familiar with. And he sent a copy of the book to the chairman of the David Foundation, who got very excited about this publication and said to Peter, "Why don't you start a new project in Iran?" And Peter said, "Well, I wanted to tell him that I'm too old, but he's even older than me, so I couldn't say that." So at that point, Peter came to me, and we started discussing this possibility, and started to really make sure that we wanted to do this in partnership with our Iranian colleagues. And that's when Hojat Darabi and Peter and I met when Hojat came over to Copenhagen for the first time in 2015. And from there on in, we started to initiate this collaboration, which took some while to work out. I think it took us about a year to go from initial thoughts to actually putting a project together, and then the David Foundation, of course, agreeing to fund the research. But we got things going pretty fast, and from there on in, we learned a lot from each other, about how to excavate together and how to overcome all sorts of language barriers and so forth. And I think that's always an important part of actually doing archaeology is to bring research partners together, which is not just about the research itself, but it's also about this knowledge exchange, between people who never worked in Iran, like myself, arriving there and learning from Hodjat and Hodjat learning a little bit of us. I learned way more from Hodjat than the other way around. So this is sort of the genesis of this project, and of course it's been a great and interesting journey for all of us, and we're now bearing the fruits of this collaboration that's been going on for all this time. But I think Hodjat and I just, even though he isn't here, just want to really say a great word of thanks to Per Mortensen for being the driving force behind this project, and for actually lending his name to getting things going, because I think without him we would have had a much harder time getting this project off the ground. And then Kirsten and Annika have already thanked the people behind the scenes that have been working so hard, especially Camilla here, who's been organizing a lot of the things background. But I also want to mention Asta, our student assistant, who's been organizing and helping with various tasks, and our e-assistant, Martin, who's been sent to us to help with all the electronic things that are going on. And I promise you that tomorrow will be much better organized when it comes to all the electronic online things that are always difficult. So thank you, everyone, once again. Thank you very much for your contributions. It's now time to move on to our keynote speaker. It's my great pleasure to welcome Melinda Ziede, who will be giving the keynote lecture, Out of the Shadows, Rehabilitating the Hilly Flanks as a Center of Agricultural Origins, from her living room in Maine.
All right, let me share my slides. Yes. Has that got it for us now?
You can't see anything yet.
It says it shared my slides. Hold on.
We have time.
Yeah. Mindy, it didn't work for me the first time either. I had to try, I think, 3 times before it actually went through.
Yeah, I was trying, it's Apple maybe doing something. It's saying share accessibility. We may have to run the taped lecture. So let's probably do that. Unfortunately, wait a minute, hold on a sec. I have to unlock my preferences. Oh, now. Yes. No, I don't want to. Now. Let's see if that works now.
Yes. Yeah.
Has that got it?
We can see your screen, yeah.
Yep, okay. There, how's that?
Great.
All right. Well, thank you all, organizers, most of all, because this has just been a remarkable effort that you've done against huge obstacles to pull this conference together. And thank you all that are listening from many time zones all over the world. Again, a true effort. And I actually have a tape version of this that we may have to resort to. I'm in rural Maine with very bad internet connection. So bear with me, but I'm going to try to do it live and in person. So let's see what we do. And it's was a huge pleasure to have been asked to deliver this keynote lecture for this symposium that seeks to bring the Eastern Fertile Crescent out of the shadows and restore its standing as a region of really focal interest in one of the most significant transitions in human history, the domestication of plants and animals, and the emergence of agricultural societies based on domesticates. What makes this symposium particularly special, I believe, is that it brings some of the founding fathers and a few mothers of this initial pioneering work in this region together with this vibrant and growing group that are now pushing new boundaries of research in agricultural origins here. Over the next few days, these two groups will come together to visit the early work that established the Eastern Fertile Crescent as an independent center of agricultural origins back in the 50s through the 70s, and that now provides the foundation for this really exciting new work in the region. What I'd like to try to do today is to provide you all with an overview of this collective work, taking you through basically the entire 70+ year history of research in this region. Let me go back. From this first interdisciplinary expeditions to the Hilly Flanks and the Zagros Mountains, through the 3 decades in which the focus of the work shifted to the Western Fertile Crescent, and up through the last 10 to 15 years, which has seen such a reawakening of interest in the Zagros Mountains. This is mainly a story of all of these different individuals who have, in many cases, overcome a wide array of obstacles, logistical, political, linguistic, to explore this region. It's also a story of the shifting theoretical paradigms that have been marshaled over the years to explain this pivotal period in human history. But I think at its core, it's really mostly a story about the creative application of the ever-expanding toolbox of archaeological sciences that has enabled these researchers, both past and present, to be able to paint an increasingly comprehensive and very high-resolution picture of the plants and the people and the place that all came together in the Epipaleolithic and early Neolithic to set this region on the pathway to agricultural origins. Of course, the story has to begin with Braidwood, who, together with his wife, Linda, led the first expeditions to the Hilly Flanks, expeditions that brought together teams of researchers with very different scientific backgrounds to define the paleoclimatic context of agricultural origins here. They were tasked with identifying the shift from wild to domestic amongst the botanical and zoological remains that were recovered from excavations, and defining the paleoclimatic context for this initial agricultural origins. These are researchers that included Herb Wright as a geologist, botanist Hans Helbeck, zoologist Charlie Reed. Braidwood's research was directed at better understanding the origins of village life, as we've heard. In particular, he was interested, at least initially, in testing Gordon Child's so-called propinquity theory, which is a hypothesis that had agriculture developing out of a period of post-Pleistocene climatic desiccation that brought humans and the progenitors of domestic plants and animals together in river valleys and oases where they were basically forced into symbiotic relationships that resulted in domestication and agriculture. Instead of river valleys, Braidwood targeted a region that he quite evocatively labeled the Hilly Flanks of the Fertile Crescent, which is an arc of foothills and intermontane valleys that stretch up through the Zagros Mountains, across the Eastern Taurus, and down through the Levant. Over the course of 3 field seasons in Iraqi Kurdistan from 51 to 55, Robert and Linda Braidwood oversaw a really ambitious research program that was directed at capturing this transition from hunting and gathering to agriculture. These early excavations focused primarily on the hilltop site at Jarmo, with its upper levels that belong to a very well-developed pottery Neolithic village, and its lower levels that belong to an earlier aceramic settlement. In addition, this team discovered, and in many cases excavated, sites that were earlier than Jarmo, including Palagower Cave, that represents this local Zarzian tradition of the late Upper Paleolithic or the Epipaleolithic. They also discovered a number of small roundhouse communities, Karim Shahir, Gir Chai, Melfat, that belonged to this earlier phase of the aceramic Neolithic than the lower levels at Jarmo. In addition, they also discovered and excavated some sites that postdated Jarmo, including late pottery Neolithic Matara and Halafian age Bonelhilk. Evidence of domesticates were found in the upper levels of Jarmo, as seen in wheat and barley with their distinctive non-shattering seed heads, as well as horn cores that are characteristic of sheep and goat, domestic sheep and goat. Evidence of domesticates, however, was lacking in these earlier aceramic levels at Jarmo, as well as at even earlier sites of Karim Shahir and Malafat. But given the abundance of ground stone tools in these earlier settlements, Braidwood concluded that they were occupied by a people who were in, as he put it, a stage of incipient cultivation. To Braidwood, this meant that he had actually captured this transition from hunting and gathering to agriculture. Political issues, however, made it impossible to return to Iraq, so the Braidwoods moved over the border to Kermanshah, Iran, where in the spring of 1960, they once again began a series of survey, excavation, and natural science reconnaissance. Sites discovered here also span this transition from hunting and gathering to agriculture, including the site of Asyab that we heard a little bit about today, a small ephemeral site with traces of this oval structure, along with ground and chipped stone tools that were quite similar to that was found at Karim Shahir and Malfat. They also conducted limited excavations at the nearby site of Sarab, which is another small settlement, but this time with pottery and material culture that was quite similar to the upper levels at Jarmo, along with domestic goat horn cores, but no sign of domestic cereals. So by 1960, Braidwood was able to draw the following conclusions about agricultural origins in the Eastern Fertile Crescent. First, he concluded that climate was not a forcing factor in agricultural origins. Herb Wright's research on the retreat of Ice Age glaciers had found that by 12,000 years ago, upland regions of the Zagros were really quite habitable with climatic conditions that are really not that much different from today. This conclusion was supported by the faunal and the botanical remains from Zarzian and early aceramic Neolithic sites that really resembled the wild plants and animals that Reed and Halbeck had found as they surveyed the region. There was then no evidence for that climatic desiccation that was called for in Child's propinquity theory. Moreover, since these favorable conditions were established well before Braidwood's phase of incipient cultivation, he felt he could also discount climate change as a positive factor that had actually pulled people toward the relatively rapid adoption of domesticates that he'd seen in upper levels at Jarmo. Second, Braidwood concluded that agriculture developed within the natural habitat of the wild progenitors of domestic plants and animals. This is the region that served as his so-called nuclear zone of initial domestication, which came about as the result, as he put it, of the increased ability of people to both settle down and settle into a greater variety of specific environmental conditions. Where they gained an accumulating and very rich lore of experience with wild wheat and barley and other food plants, as well as with wild dogs, sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle. Third, Braidwood reasoned that even though people had experienced similar climatic conditions during earlier interglacial periods, they really didn't possess the technological know-how needed to take advantage of these conditions. It was really only possible after culture had arrived at a certain point of sophistication that this could be done. Domestication didn't come about earlier, as he put it, as that the reason for this was that culture was not yet ready to receive it. Fourth, the Neolithic package of domesticated crops and livestock diffused from this nuclear zone outward wherever environmental situation allowed it. And while he acknowledged that favorable conditions existed outside of elsewhere in the Fertile Crescent region, in particular in the Levant, he nonetheless put a spotlight on the Eastern Fertile Crescent as this primary center for the emergence of agriculture and its subsequent spread to secondary centers in Southwest Asia, Anatolia, and beyond. With the continuing political uncertainties in Iraq and the failure of the Iran project to locate a Jarmo-like site, Braidwood shifted his focus to southeastern Turkey, where he began a several-decade-long collaboration with Turkish archaeologist Halat Çambel at the site of Çayanu. Over 16 seasons of excavation at the site, excavators have encountered 5 levels of aceramic Neolithic occupation, distinguished primarily by variations in architecture, from basal levels, which are roundhouses that have several parallels to the roundhouse sites that Braidwood discovered in Iran and Iraq, followed by 4 levels of progressively more rectangular houses, topped off by a very thin level of pottery Neolithic deposits. Moreover, this site also contained increasing evidence of domesticated plants and animals, and did so even earlier than they'd seen at Jarmo. Other people, however, continued exploring agricultural origins in the Iranian Zagros. 2 of these were young Turk students of Braidwood, Frank Hole and Kent Flannery, who had participated in the Iranian project, as we heard. Now, as students sometimes do, Hole and Flannery set out to test Braidwood, their mentor's model of agricultural origins. And in this pursuit, they co-opted an alternative demographic disequilibrium theory that had been proposed by Louis Binford, a theory that saw agriculture arising not out of opportunity, but out of necessity. Flannery in particular proposed that post-Pleistocene climatic change had created a mosaic of diverse environments in the Zagros, with people that were drawn to the more optimal parts of the mosaic. Here they focused on high return plant and animal species that were supplemented by an array of less profitable resources, things like wild cereals and small game, something that he called the broad spectrum revolution. Now, as increasing population levels began to put pressure on the carrying capacity of these more optimal areas, small groups began to venture out into more marginal, less optimal environments, carrying with them the wild resources that they'd relied on in the more optimal areas, as well as the techniques that were needed to encourage their success in these less favorable environments, techniques that eventually led to their domestication. To test this alternative theory from 1961 to 65, Hole and Flannery conducted several seasons of survey and excavation in the Iranian Zagros, both in Braidwood's nuclear zone, where they sounded a number of upper Paleolithic cave sites and rock shelters, as well as on the hot, arid Delaran plain, well outside the natural habitat of cereals and caprines. Here they found 2 sites, Ali Kosh and Tepe Sabs, that had spanned the Neolithic or the aceramic to the pottery Neolithic periods. The earliest levels at Ali Kosh produced clear evidence of domesticated wheat and barley. They also found evidence of domesticated sheep and goat in this aptly named buz morda, or dead goat phase of the site, a conclusion that they based primarily on harvest profiles that emphasize the culling of young animals, which is a strategy identical to that practiced by modern herders who happen to be humans. They also pointed to progressive changes in horn form and size as another indicator of domestication. Now, although radiocarbon dating was very much in its infancy during this time, they argued that the series of dates that they'd obtained from Ali Kosh put the appearance of domesticates here earlier than at Jarmo, something that Braidwood always had hotly contested, thus lending support to their theory that initial domestication took place in these marginal areas outside of Braidwood's nuclear zone. Other expeditions to the Zagros in the 50s through the 70s included Ralph and Rose Selecki's excavations at Shanidar Cave, with its long record of intermittent occupation from the Middle Paleolithic up to recent times, as well as Rose Selecki's work as Zawi Kemi Shanidar, which is a small open-air site with roundhouse structures and material culture quite similar to that at Karim Shahir of Braidwood's incipient cultivation phase. In 1964, Dexter Perkins published a very brief report on the faunal remains from Zawi Kemi that made a really quite controversial case for early sheep domestication here based on a high proportion of immature elements. At high elevation Ganjtere, excavations led by Philip Smith encountered 5 building levels, beginning with these level of amorphous pits and ashy deposits, followed by 4 levels of established rectilinear mud brick houses. Brian Hess, zooarchaeologist for this project, determined that despite the lack of morphological evidence for domestication, Ganjtere inhabitants nonetheless herded domestic goats based on demographic profiles that indicated the selective culling not only of young animals, but young males. Excavators also found evidence of domestic barley at early levels at this site. Can you all see people on the right side, or do you see the full slides? It's okay. All right, because I can see all you people nodding off. So if you fall asleep, I'll know. All right, Peter Mortensen's excavations at Tepe Guran and Judith Puller's work at Tepe Abdul Hussein both encountered this same shift from these ephemeral pits and haars, followed by established rectilinear architecture. However, the Iranian Revolution of 1978-79 and the Iran-Iraq War drew a curtain on research in the Zagros, both by Western and Iranian-led teams, a hiatus of research that would last 25 to 30 years. After the Iranian Revolution, the primary focus of research on agricultural origins in the Near East shifted to the Western Fertile Crescent. This work was conducted during a time that also saw a steadily improving picture of the paleo-environmental climate in context of agricultural origins. New insights into global climate change afforded by the Greenland ice cores had painted a whole new picture of the very complex and really quite turbulent changes in climate that had occurred over the course of the late Pleistocene and into the early Holocene. The picture then that was emerging looked something like this. The last glacial maximum of about 24,000 years ago was followed by a period of gradual warming and increased precipitation that reached its peak during the Bowling-Allerod period at about 15,000 years ago. Then about 12,700 years ago, there was an abrupt return to cold, dry conditions, a sort of last gasp of the last ice age known as the Younger Dryas. This climatic downturn ended just as abruptly as it began about 1,000 years later, with increasing temperatures and precipitation marking the beginning of the current Holocene era. Pollen cores from Lake Zarabar in Iranian Kurdistan and Lake Huleh in the Jordan Valley revealed that there were major differences in the responses of the different parts of the Fertile Crescent to these post-Pleistocene, early Holocene changes in climatic conditions. In the Levant, with its much more moderate Mediterranean climate, even at the height of the last ice age, when the region was dominated by cold and drought-tolerant steppe plants, oaks, and tree species, along, it was thought, with the progenitors of crop plants, were able to find refugia in protected parts of the region from which they were able to really rapidly expand during the change with more moisture and wetter conditions. And while there was some contraction of these plant communities during the Younger Dryas, the early Holocene once again saw their rapid expansion across the Levant. In contrast, the Zagros, which is dominated by much harsher and continental conditions, it seemed to lag much behind these developments, with cold-adapted steppe plants persisting right up through the Younger Dryas. Moreover, there was a marked delay in the expansion of oak woodlands, not reaching their modern levels till about 4,000 to 6,000 years later than in the Levant. So by the early 1990s, it seemed that the Levant, with its retention and then rapid expansion of biotic communities containing the progenitors of crop species, was a much more likely context for early agricultural origins than the Eastern Fertile Crescent, where ice age conditions seem to be much more severe and to linger much longer. The settlement history in the Levant really closely tracks this paleo-environmental record. Even during the height of the last ice age, small groups of foragers that ranged over really broad territories were able to congregate in favored locations. Sometimes it's thought for extended periods of time, where they exploited a broad spectrum of game animals and plant resources, including wild cereals. Following the period of post-glacial warming, Levantine foragers concentrated on regions with increasingly more plentiful trees and plant species, which they processed with groundstone tools like this mortar. The peak of this warming period saw in certain parts of the Levant the establishment of largely sedentary settlements located in resource-rich areas where people living in small oval structures continue to exploit a broad array of plant and animal species. The Younger Dryas climatic downturn was met, it's thought, with a resumption of greater mobility in parts of the Levant and the southern Levant, while others in the northern Levant seem to have hunkered down in favorable areas and adjusted their subsistence practices accordingly, including, it was argued, bringing rye and einkorn into domestication. The climatic amelioration of the early Holocene saw this virtual explosion of semi to fully sedentary communities across the Levant, again comprised of small, round houses supported by this broad spectrum economy that included the processing and storage of wild cereals and legumes. A handful of cereal grains from these sites display this non-shattering morphotite found in domestic cereals. This pre-pottery Neolithic A period was followed by the PPNB, which saw the establishment of villages comprised of increasingly elaborate rectangular houses that by the end of the pre-pottery Neolithic included mega villages that were increasingly reliant on the cultivation of a wide range of crop plants, and from about 10,500 years ago, first goats and then sheep, and then much later cattle and pigs. So, by the mid-1990s, the consensus view was that the discovery of some domestic cereal grains in Younger Dryas and PPNA deposits placed initial domestication in the Levant at about 12,000 to 11,500 years ago. As a result, a number of researchers, most notably Ofer Bar Yosef, awarded the Younger Dryas climatic downturn with a catalytic role in initial domestication, with environmentally caused resource depression basically forcing people to begin to experiment with ways of enhancing diminishing resources, leading to their domestication. However, in the early 2000s, really close scrutiny of the stratigraphic context of a lot of these domestic cereals and their dates, along with advances in small volume radiocarbon dating, showed that most of the proposed domestic cereals from Younger Dryas and PPNA deposits were in fact either intrusive from later levels or from insecure contexts, while the domestic status of questioned on other grounds. The earliest bona fide cereals, domestic cereals, were emmer and einkorn wheat from early PPNB sites in the upper Euphrates Valley that date to about 10,500 years ago, while the earliest domestic barley came some 500 years later. This meant that cereal domestication occurred during a period of increasing resource abundance, more than 1,000 years after the Younger Dryas early Holocene transition. However, Mary Steiner, a student of Louis Binford, proposed another resource depression-based scenario that could accommodate domestication during a period of expanding opportunity, a theory that maybe not surprisingly closely tracked Binford's disequilibrium hypothesis. According to this theory, climatic amelioration and increasing resource abundance was argued to spur on a rapid increase in population, leading eventually to population packing and loss of mobility and a decrease in the availability of high return species, all of which forced people to broaden their resource base to include less profitable plant and animal species, cereals and things like medium-sized ungulates, which under conditions of continuing population growth and intensifying pressure, they eventually brought under domestication. Either way, the prevailing wisdom in the early 2000s was that the Levantine corridor was the center of agricultural emergence, a center from which plants domesticated in the Levant and the know-how needed to bring other plants and animals under domestication dispersed throughout the rest of the Near East and beyond. Now, around this time, a team of Israeli archaeologists argued for redrawing the boundaries of this core region to a much more limited area around the upper reaches of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. They based their argument on the fact that this is the only part of the Fertile Crescent that today includes the wild progenitors of all 7 of the Neolithic founder crops, including chickpea, which has the most restricted distribution of all of these founder crops. Moreover, newly available genetic evidence suggested that both emmer and einkorn wheat, as well as peas and lentils, were only domesticated one time from founder populations that today can be found on the slopes of the extinct Karakdag volcanic region. Rejecting climate change as either a pull or a push factor in agricultural origins, this team instead credited this development to the initiative of individuals living in this fortuitous set of geographic circumstances who, as they put it, were blessed by amazing scientific and social and practical ingenuity that made it possible to rapidly bring all of these progenitor species into domestication. Jacques Cauvin also argued that domestication rested in the mind of man, specifically a change in mindset that allowed humans to see themselves as dominating nature rather than simply being part of it. He proposed that this cognitive shift, this collective cognitive shift, occurred under the steadily improving conditions of the early Holocene in an even more the middle Euphrates Valley, where perhaps not coincidentally, Cauvin himself worked. This sudden promotion of humans to the rank of masters of the natural world found its symbolic expression in a mother goddess figure emblematic of female fertility, whose rise to dominance during the later phases of the PPNA inspired the initial domestication of cereals and other crop plants and their spread down the Levantine corridor. In the following PPNB period, a bull figure, emblematic of male virility, arose, which propelled humans to assume mastery over animals. This more masculine mindset was also credited with the transition in architecture from the softer, more feminine, more oval shapes of the oval houses of the PPNA period to the more masculine straight lines of the rectangular PPNB houses. In addition, it fostered an expansionist mindset that drove this mother goddess, bull-centered symbolic system and the agricultural economy supporting it out of the Levantine Cord region and through all parts of the Fertile Crescent and beyond. We heard a little bit about this from an earlier lecture today. Salvage excavations along the Tigris in the 1990s helped shift the focus of research from an exclusive one on this Levantine corridor and started to bring at least a part of the Eastern Fertile Crescent out of the shadows. A number of sites were excavated here that were contemporary with the Levantine PPNA settlements, ranging from Halanchemi and Demirkoy in the upper reaches of the Tigris Valley that date to about 11.7 to 11.5 calibrated BP, to somewhat later sites down the Tigris, including Melifat that had been originally tested by Braidwood, Nemric 9, and further out onto the Iraqi Jazeera, Gemez Dere, that we heard a little bit about this morning. All of these sites have very similar layouts with small round houses and central courtyards and an inventory of ground and chipstone tools that very closely resembled the earlier excavated and contemporary settlements of Zawi Kemi and Karim Shahir in Iraq, Asyab in Iran, and the initial phases of occupation of Chayanu in southeastern Turkey. Terminal levels at both Nemric and Germez Dere capture a transition from the round to the more rectangular houses at about 10,800 BP. Based on an exhaustive analysis of the material culture attributes across the entire Fertile Crescent, in 2005, Stefan Kozlowski and Olivier Ronche argued that there were two super-regional culture groups that separated the Western and the Eastern Fertile Crescents, the origins of which could be traced back into the Upper Paleolithic that continued up through the Pottery Neolithic and beyond. Within these broadly defined culture groups, they also identified a number of subcultural regions that functioned as independent, though interacting culture groups. But they signaled out a constellation of groups in the Central Fertile Crescent that formed what they called was a golden triangle, which is a hub, as they saw it, of innovation, where initial domestication of both plants and animals took place, where this transition from round to rectangular architecture first happened, and where they believed ceramics were first invented. This was their ground zero for the Neolithic Revolution. And it was from this golden triangle of cultural dynamism that these traditions expanded, first to a somewhat larger region that stretched from coastal Lebanon all the way eastward into Iraqi Kurdistan, and then downward through the Levant. However, due to its rugged mountainous topography and its harsh climate, they proposed that the Iranian Zagros remained relatively isolated from the rest of this rapidly changing Neolithic world, only receiving the innovations radiating out of this hub of innovation much later than the rest, and really quite slow to adopt them. Thus, while the shadow that fell across the East in the late 1970s was partially lifted by this work of the 90s and the very early 2000s, the Iranian Zagros still remained very much in the dark, portrayed as a isolated backwater that was slow to receive and indeed maybe even resistant to the modernizing innovations of the Neolithic Revolution. My own research on agricultural origins began around 1995 when I set out to develop more effective ways to monitor the process of very early animal domestication. Just a second, I'm not going to take that call. It was spam. Let's see, where was I? Second. We're getting an amazing offer to extend our warranty on our car, but I think I'll turn it down and continue with my lecture. When in the early 90s or mid 90s, when I set out to develop these better techniques to really monitor initial domestication, especially in sheep and goats, at the time, the demographic profiles that had been so widely used in the 60s and 70s had fallen largely out of fashion, replaced by a decrease in body size that was thought to be an almost instantaneous artifact of initial management. My work centered on the analysis of a large collection of modern wild and domestic sheep and goats from Iran and Iraq that were housed in the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago, including material that had been collected by Reed during the Braidwood expeditions. But it also involved the analysis of all of the available caprine assemblages from archaeological sites that had been collected in the 50s through the 70s, at least all of those that I could find, including materials from Braidwood expeditions that are also curated by the Field Museum, as well as assemblages from the region that I at the time curated at the Smithsonian. What I found in this work was that sex and not domestication is the primary factor affecting body size in sheep and goats, so that the large bones that had been identified as wild animals were in fact actually male animals, while the small specimens identified as domesticates were in fact females. This strong sexual dimorphism in caprins made it possible to distinguish between males and females in archaeological assemblages that could then be used to construct sex-specific harvest profiles in caprins that are capable of discriminating between the strategies of hunters that tend to emphasize the greatest return from the hunt. In caprines, this often means focusing on large adult males, and distinguish those from the strategies of herders that are directed towards perpetuation of the herd. Strategies that, again, in caprines tend to focus on the culling of young males while delaying female slaughter until they pass peak reproductive years. When I applied this new method to these assemblages from Iran and Iraq, I found harvest profiles dominated by older males that were consistent with hunting in Paleolithic sites, as well as in early Holocene Asia. But I found clear signatures of early male culling and delayed female slaughter, emblematic of herding at Ganjsture, as well as at Jarmo, Guran, Sarab, and Ali Kosh. I was also able to settle the debate between Braidwood and Hole and Flannery as to whether goats were first domesticated in the heartland of wild goat country, where both Jarmo and Ganjsture are located, or in these more marginal territories outside this natural habitat where Ali Kosh is located. Applying small volume AMS dating to collagen extracted from goat bones from these sites, I found that all levels at Ganjsture date to about 10,000 years ago, while basal levels at Ali Kosh date to about 500 years later, about 9,500 cal BP. There was then evidence of goat management and, I would argue, domestication in their natural wild, in their highland natural habitat among animals that were otherwise morphologically indistinguishable from wild goats, both in their body size and in the shape of their horns. Managed goats were then subsequently moved out of this natural habitat region and into lowland area, after which they began to show these characteristic changes in the horns and body size seen in modern domesticates. This meant that morphological changes that we had been using as these leading edge indicators of initial domestication, body size and horn shape, that these happened relatively late in the domestication process and only after these animals were moved out of the area where they were initially brought under human control. And so a much later phase of the process. At the same time, archaeobotanists working in the northern Levant were devising new ways to track the similarly long process of human manipulation of wild plants that preceded the appearance of such archaeologically visible domestication traits, such as the development of the non-shattering rachis that we heard a lot about from Dorian this morning. They looked at things like signatures in weed species that were thought to be emblematic of cultivated fields, or finding wild progenitors in areas where they would need human assistance in order to thrive, and seeing increases in these species over time. Evidence of silos, as well as an increase in let's do this one first. Increases in seed size over time was thought to be another marker that was felt to be actually a plastic response to artificial watering by humans. Evidence of silos, as well as increases in house mouse or in mouse droppings and other pests, have also been used to argue for the intensification of human use of cereals that eventually lead to morphological domestication. New genetic information was emerging at this time that challenged the earlier consensus view that crops such as emmer and einkorn and barley and various legumes had only been domesticated one time and in one spot in the northern Levant. Instead, it seemed that a number of species were brought under domestication in geographically dispersed areas, including evidence of emmer and barley wheat, both brought under domestication in both the Western and the Eastern Fertile Crescent. So by the early, I might say mid-2000s, it was apparent that the scope of investigations really had to change. Temporally, we had to look back in time before the appearance of these traditional markers of domestication. Geographically, we had to stop looking for a single center of origins and broaden our focus to looking for multiple centers across the entire region. And most of all, methodologically, we needed to end our reliance on morphological markers of domestication and to expand our toolkit to include the wide range of new methods that were coming online to detect the longue durée of the evolving relationship between humans and target species that lead to domestication. As a result, the focus of investigations have shifted to this critical period to between about 12,000 or 11,700 to about 10,500 years ago, a period of climatic amelioration and stabilization in which we see the proliferation of these small roundhouse communities across the entire Fertile Crescent, both east and west. So finally, it was time for the Eastern Fertile Crescent, the Zagros, to come fully out of the shadows and reclaim its position as a co-equal region in the search for agricultural origins. Now, one of the primary factors that had been keeping the Zagros in the shadows was this delay in the spread of oak woodlands and presumably associated crop plants into the region after the Pleistocene. This was interpreted to mean that the interior of Southwest Asia remained cold and dry long after the Levant, making the region a really unlikely center for initial domestication. An ever-widening array of paleoenvironmental data now has totally transformed our understanding of post-Pleistocene climate in this region. Based on chemical signatures of geological deposits, we now know that the East experienced a dramatic shift in climate as quickly and as early as in the Mediterranean littoral in the early Holocene. Pollen records indicate an especially rapid recovery of grassland species, while both pollen and wood charcoal records point to a simultaneous increase in parkland trees and shrubs, things like pistachios, hackberries, almonds, and junipers. The delay in the expansion of oak-dominated woodlands is still evident in the pollen records from the region, although we'll see later on in the conference whether that remains the case. But this delay has been variously attributed to an increase in wildfires, as indicated by spikes in charcoal and pollen cores, due in part, it's thought, to higher temperatures and increased biomass of fuel, but also it's been argued to the human use of fire to create more open grassland of wild cereals and other grassland species. So not the hellscape of earlier paleoenvironmental reconstructions, but instead a highly biodiverse region that is really well suited to early experiments with the management of free living plants and animals. Recent excavations in this region have brought to light new sites that fit into this target 12 to 10,000 or 10,500 year window of initial domestication. In southeastern Turkey, a number of roundhouse communities have been excavated that show architectural and material culture ties to other roundhouse communities in the Tigris drainage. Some, like Kurtik Tepe, have levels that date back to about 12,000 years ago to the later phases of the Younger Dryas, while the uppermost levels of Hasankeyf and Gusir have houses that are beginning to assume this more rectangular shape, similar to those that have been found in terminal Nemrek and Germezdere to the south. This same period has seen this remarkable resurgence of excavation of Neolithic sites in Iran that we'll be hearing a great deal about throughout this conference, often involving collaborative teams of Iranian and Western archaeologists. Excavations at Chogo Golan, as we've heard, have encountered 8 or maybe more meters of deposits with 11 different occupation levels dating from the younger phases of the final phases of the Younger Dryas up to about 9,800 years ago. At Highland Sheikiabad, an Iranian British team also encountered basal levels dating to the Younger Dryas early Holocene transition, followed after a hiatus of about 2,000 years or so by a fully developed village site with well-built rectangular houses. This team's work at Yani and Darabi's work at Chia Sabs also capture this transition from these lower levels comprised of ashy pits and fire installations and so on to the upper levels of established architecture. In 2016, as we've heard, this Danish-Iranian team returned to Asyab, the small site that had been originally tested by Braidwood in the early 1960s. Here they were able to locate and completely excavate the ephemeral round structure that Braidwood had first located, finding it to be a remarkable 10 meters in diameter with benches and plaster floors. This structure is similar to those found in other roundhouse sites in the Tigris Basin that were basically about 2 to 3 times larger than other structures within these communities, with special features such as those found at Asyab, benches and plaster floors, as well as exotic trade items that are not found in other houses, features that suggest that these structures serve some larger community-wide function. These new excavations have made the recovery of archaeobotanical remains a special focus, as we heard in Nick's talk this morning, and have succeeded then in completely revising our understanding of plant exploitation in this region. Sites in the central Zagros seem to have a very similar signature, with Chogo Golan having a really wonderfully detailed overview of 2,000 years of plant-based subsistence. From earliest levels at the site, residents at Chogo Golan exploited the diversity of grass species. Wild barley seems to have been particularly important for the first 1,000 years or so, without developing the non-shattering rachis that some still widely feel is a marker of full-on domestication. Increases in the size of these barley grains, however, combined with isotopic data indicative of enhanced growing conditions, is thought to reflect some degree of management of the cereal. Upper levels at this site see an uptick in the quantity of emmer, a hitherto relatively minor component of the assemblage, a high proportion of which, I think about 20%, belong to the non-shattering domestic variety. Excavators of this site interpret this as evidence of independent domestication of emmer, though, as we've seen from Dorian's talk earlier, it's also possible that this crop plant was introduced. Morphologically domesticated cereals and legumes also appear in other recently excavated sites in the central Zagros at about the same time. But at all of these sites, also, as we've heard, domesticates remain a relatively minor component of the overall assemblage and seem to be folded into very well-established strategies for exploiting local plant resources that emphasize the utilization of wild grasses. The enduring exploitation of this complex of grass species points to a very effective and highly sustainable subsistence strategy that almost certainly involved the active human management in maintaining and expanding these communities. Cereals and other grass species, however, play virtually no role or very little role in the early Holocene plant communities in the upper Tigris drainage. Instead, as we've seen earlier, residents of these sites seem to focus very much on locally available sites. A number of these assemblages have an emphasis on a plant called clubrush, which is a wetland species that produces an edible and very nutritious tuber. Others have an emphasis on knotgrass, which is a very pliable plant that responds quite well to human manipulation, a variety of which was actually domesticated in Eastern North America. Occupants at early levels at the site of Gusir, however, seem to have focused on various nut species. But even in the sites lower down in the Tigris drainage, where there's more emphasis on, or higher emphasis on grasses, the main signature of all of these sites is a very emphasis on legumes. In fact, a dramatic increase in large seeded legumes and the final occupation levels at Hollandchemie is thought to be a possible indication of at least management, if not domestication, of these plants. And even though domesticated cereals appear relatively later, in the Chayanu assemblages, legumes predominate in all aceramic levels. So I don't think anyone can argue any longer, contra what Dorian was saying earlier today, that the East lacked progenitors of crop plants. These new assemblages clearly show that there's a diversity of grass species, including cereals and legumes, that were present here and utilized from the late Younger Dryas on. And based on both genetic and archaeological data, I think a case can be made for local domestication of barley, various legumes, possibly emmer, and as recently has been argued for Gusir, a local variety of einkorn. But people in this region seem to have marched to a different drummer than in the West, where the reliance on cereals was always much more dominant. In the East, people generally focused on this broad spectrum of locally available resources, developing very sustainable, resilient strategies for exploiting them that involve some level of management. It was a long-term sustainable strategy that supported this increasing number of increasingly sedentary communities for more than 1,000 years before the full embrace of domesticated crop plants in the late PPNB. The outlines of animal domestication in this region are also becoming clearer. A recently published study, I think just last week or the week before, that combines archaeozoological analysis with the analysis of ancient DNA by Daly et al., that will be presented in much more detail later on in the conference, opens a whole new window on the process of goat domestication in the Central Zagros. Whole genome sequencing of goat specimens, both from the original excavations at Ganjture and at Tepe Abdul Hussein, as well as material from the new excavations at Ganjture by the Danish Iranian team, confirms that the majority of goats utilized by residents at these sites were basal domesticates, not genetically wild, despite their lack of morphological markers of domestication. Moreover, a new look at the demographic data from Ganjture demonstrates that the management signature of early male kill-off and delayed female culling is really well established even by level E deposits. Other markers of this close association with goats at Ganjture include these famous hoof imprints in mud bricks and the quantity of the neonatal remains recovered in both earlier and in recent excavations. Dense accumulations of caprine dung and other evidence of penning at contemporary levels at Sheikhiabad and Yani, and as we've heard this morning, Chogo Golan, also point to a well-established system of goat management. All of this suggests that the initial steps towards management and subsequent domestication of goats in this region was taken much earlier, likely sometime in the 1500 years or so between the occupation of the site of Asyab, where we have a very strong demographic signature of hunting, and the occupation of sites like Ganjture, Tepe Abdul Hussein, Guran, and Sheikhabad, where we have mounting genetic, demographic, and other archaeological indicators of management, if not full-on domestication. Together, these sites confirm the Central Zagros as a center of goat domestication, with good evidence for a potential independent domestication of another goat lineage in the southern Levant. My analysis of the Zawi-Chemi Shanidar assemblages confirms Perkins' original analysis that pointed to a very strong emphasis on young animals. Particularly, I found sheep between the ages of about 2 to 3 years of age with a special focus on males. This pattern, however, is really quite different from the prime age male hunting strategy that we see at other sites that is expected to focus on older males. It's also very inconsistent with the emphasis on young, very young males, 1 to 2 years of age, and older females that is consistent with herding. This pattern's been interpreted as a kind of an intermediate strategy practiced where hunting has reduced the number of prime age males in a region, with the remaining females in the region serving as a kind of a bait that draw in younger males from adjoining territories that have yet to establish their own breeding hierarchies, creating then a steady supply of target animals and setting a precedent for more hands-on management. Sheep from contemporary early Holocene sites in southeastern Turkey show similar harvest profiles, and together with emerging genetic and demographic signals from slightly later sites, it now seems that initial sheep domestication took place somewhere in the eastern Taurus, northwestern Zagros region, with domesticated sheep not arriving in the central Zagros until considerably later. Jimena Lemoyne and my analysis of the faunal remains from Holanchemy provides some new insight into the initial stages of pig domestication. Shifting demographic patterns over the relatively short 200 to 300 year occupation of the site shows an increasing emphasis on very young animals along with females, which actually in pigs is consistent with a hunting strategy involving drives or social hunts that tend to harvest sounder herds that are comprised primarily of females and their young. But as with sheep, this is a hunting strategy that sets a precedent for the active management of females and their youngs, similar to that found in New Guinea today. At the same time, there's also a somewhat smaller emphasis on older prime age animals, which in this case tend to be male, a possible indication that Holanchemy residents also participated in solitary hunting forays that focus on older males, that tend to harvest more older males than females or young. This process then intensifies at nearby Chayanu, which picks up where Holanchemy leaves off, with harvest profiles in progressive levels showing an increasing emphasis on the harvest of these very young animals and a diminishing emphasis on prime age ones, harvest profiles that over time look more and more like active management. These changes in harvest profiles at Chayanu are accompanied by morphological changes, decreases in smaller in teeth and in body size, that are typically held to be signs of morphological domestication in pigs. Evidence of cattle domestication is also seen at Chayanu about 10,300 years ago, though there's reason to believe that their initial domestication centered slightly to the west in the upper Euphrates valleys. So it seems that all 4 major livestock species were brought into domestication in different parts of this region, ranging from the central to the eastern Fertile Crescent, and that this process was taking place at the very same time that people were experimenting with various plant species in ways that with certain species led to their domestication. Domestication of plants and animals then in the Fertile Crescent was a geographically dispersed process, with people in different parts of the region practicing very similar strategies that led to domestication of different plants and animals in different places. But clearly, the Eastern Fertile Crescent was very much a full participant in this process. There are also new insights into the social developments in the East that accompanied this increasing engagement in resource management. Settlements established across the region at the dawn of the Holocene follow this same basic plan as we've talked about, with this handful of small, essentially featureless round structures opening onto central courtyards where a range of communal activities were apparently conducted. And it's easy to envision these as basically egalitarian communities where the procurement, the preparation, the consumption of food and daily chores were largely shared activities. These central areas are also thought to serve as a location of feasting and other ritual activities. The elaborately carved stone bowls and animal-topped pestles associated with the central area at Holanchemy, and as we've seen, found in other round houses, suggest that these courtyards hosted special activities in which these objects were used. We see evidence of feasting at Holanchemy in, among other things, the very much higher proportion of big game animals recovered from the courtyard deposits as opposed to residential areas where small game is better represented. It's also interesting to note that the representation of boar increases over time in the central area, but not in residential areas, which are thought, I think, to represent more quotidian or daily diet. In addition, meaty cuts of boar and other large game are more common in the central area, as are prime-age male animals, all of which suggests that these animals figured into communal feasts. Birds carried a special symbolic meaning, as evidenced by the wing bones and talons of large cranes and geese, and especially large raptors that have been recovered from courtyards at a number of these sites. Skulls of large game animals purposely laid out in courtyards suggest a powerful symbolic role for these animals, as does the oryx skull that was mentioned earlier that apparently hung on the wall of one of the larger, likely communal houses at Holanchemy. The newly discovered pit containing the skulls of 19 boar set into the floor of a communal house at Asyab that we heard about earlier underscores the symbolic importance awarded to this species. And while a ramping up of the number and the elaborateness of grade goods at Korçektepe may point to some emergent social inequalities, I believe the overall picture is one of an egalitarian society that is struggling to cope with the tensions that arise when a group stays together for longer periods of time, and especially when this group becomes increasingly reliant on resources that require collective input and that may produce uneven returns. These activities we see increase in intensity and frequency throughout the early Holocene, culminating in the construction of the remarkable ritual center at Göbekli Tepe, which may have thought to have served as some kind of a pilgrimage site. The location of Göbekli at the junction of this Eastern and Western culture areas suggests that the center drew in pilgrims from both of these distinct but largely parallel culture groups. These mechanisms, however, would prove ultimately unsuccessful, as suggested by the really dramatic changes in community layout that follows both in the East and the West, beginning at about 10,800 years ago. Changes seen in the increasing compartmentalization of activities within houses and the replacement of communal storage facilities located outside houses to those hidden deeply within them. Also the shift from round to rectangular houses that could lend themselves to multiple additions that could accommodate expanding households. All of these point to a radical restructuring of society away from the original egalitarian ethos that had once bound them together and toward one that features competition between households and groups of households for access to basic resources and exotic items obtained through trade. All of which brings us back to Braidwood and to the evaluation of the model of agricultural origins that he proposed in the 1960s and how well it holds up in light of all of this new evidence. You'll remember that this model rested on four basic conclusions. Based on paleoenvironmental data that was available in 1960, Braidwood discounted the role of climate in agricultural origins. And while he later pointed to data or acknowledged data that pointed to dramatic swings in climate at the end of the Pleistocene, he maintained that other factors played a much more important role in these developments. And as we've seen, we now have a much more nuanced understanding of the nature of climate change across the entire region in the late glacial maximum up through the Holocene. Based on this new information, I think we can safely rule out resource depression caused by climatic deterioration as a forcing factor in agricultural origins, since the initial steps towards domestication were taken after the Younger Dryas during a period of rapidly improving and stabilizing climate. Moreover, given the apparently low population densities in the East, where, as we see, a number of species were domesticated, I think we can also rule out demographically induced resource depression as a forcing factor in these developments. This doesn't mean, however, that climatic amelioration and resulting rebound of resources can be credited with pulling people toward agriculture. Instead, much like Braidwood, I think that climate change simply made it possible for foragers to focus on more circumscribed areas where they could utilize this diverse array of predictably abundant resources to support increasingly sedentary communities. And it was under these conditions that Braidwood's second conclusion seems especially prescient, that agricultural origins took place in the natural habitat of progenitors of domesticates where people could, as he put it, both settle down and settle into a greater variety of specific environmental situations, gaining intimate knowledge of the range of resources available to them. This talent for what today is termed as niche construction, was not newly discovered in the early Holocene. Indeed, it seems to have been a part of the basic human toolkit since the origin of modern humans, if not earlier. And there's ample evidence that mobile foragers practiced activities directed at resource enhancement. Environmental conditions of the early Holocene, however, I think made it possible for people to focus these capacities on more circumscribed areas for longer periods of time, developing ways of encouraging resources of interest. And then, very importantly, to be able to pass them down to future generations who became increasingly invested in maintaining the ecological inheritance that had been bequeathed to them. All of which led to this increasingly close co-evolutionary interdependencies between humans and target species that resulted in their domestication. So call it settling in, or use a more modern term, niche construction. Braidwood's second conclusion about domestication occurring through this process of increasing familiarity with progenitor species seems to have been very much on target. Braidwood took the most heat, I think, for his third conclusion, that domestication arose only once people had sufficient technological sophistication to exploit these favorable environments, that domestication didn't happen earlier because, as he put it, culture basically wasn't ready for it. But here again, when you cast this in more modern terminology, this conclusion seems to be pretty much on the mark. Tracing these developments in various food procurement and processing technology provides witness to the increasing sophistication in resource management that people were gaining during this time. At the same time, as we've seen, we have evidence of involving social and ritual mechanisms that transmitted ecological know-how, and equally important, promoted the cohesion within these communities supported by managed resources. This increasing intensity of cohesion promoting activities may actually have served as an additional impetus for even more intensive niche construction to provide the resources needed for these social performances. Now, this isn't to give ritual and symbols a primary role in agricultural origins, which, as we've seen, some have done, but rather to recognize that subsistence activities serve a much larger purpose than simply meeting bare basic caloric requirements, and that the goal of preserving community also likely played a very important role in the increasing sophistication of resource management. Indeed, in light of new evidence, I don't think we can credit any one of these factors as either pushing or pulling people toward agriculture. Instead, what we're seeing is that all of these once championed prime mover forces, climate change, demographic pressure, social tensions, ritual behaviors, all of these work together to propel this process. Braidwood's fourth conclusion was that domesticated crops and livestock diffused from this nuclear zone of initial domestication into other environmentally receptive areas. While in 1960, Braidwood emphasized the Zagros as the primary nuclear zone for subsequent diffusion, he also recognized that other parts of the region could serve as nuclear zones for initial domestication and subsequent spread. And as we've seen, we now have a large amount of genetic and archaeobiological and archaeological evidence that points to these multiple centers of initial domestication across the broad arc of the Fertile Crescent nuclear zone, with their subsequent diffusion outward in all directions. The eastern Fertile Crescent seems to have been a primary point of departure for the dispersal of crops and livestock across the Iranian plateau into South and Central Asia and up through the Caucasus and beyond. The northern Levant, as we've seen earlier today, was a jumping off point for crops and livestock, first to Cyprus at about 10,500 years ago, and then some 1,500 years later in two different dispersal routes, one around the Mediterranean basin, primarily by sea, it's thought, and another overland up through the Danube corridor and into Europe. While the southern Levant may have been a jumping off point for the diffusion of various crops and livestock into North Africa. But I think that Braidwood's most important contribution that he has made to the study of agricultural origins is his model of interdisciplinary research that he embraced from the outset of his work on agricultural origins here. Braidwood felt that the only way to understand the key development of agricultural origins was to bring together these multiple branches of the natural sciences to address fundamental questions of how and when and where and why of agricultural origins. Over the past 70 years, Braidwood's vision for transdisciplinary research has been the major force in propelling the remarkable advances in the archaeological sciences that have been so very much on display in this lecture and will be featured throughout the symposium. Genetics, isotopes, radiochemistry, archaeobiology, geomorphology, and on and on and on. What we've seen over these 7 decades has been a staggering advancement in the ability of all of these disciplines to come together to address these fundamental questions, which brings us back to this conference and the broad-ranging lectures focusing on the Hilly Flanks that we'll be hearing over the next several days. This is a really unique opportunity. I would argue a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring together the pioneers of the early days of research in this seminal area with the new pioneers who are steadily building on the achievements of the past in reestablishing the Fertile Crescent as the Eastern Fertile Crescent as a center of agricultural origins. In doing so, this collective work, I think, will help rewrite the story of agriculture in the Near East. But I think it will also shed important new light on the complex combination of these physical and biological and cultural forces that help shape this key transition in human history, wherever it took place. And thank you. So any questions, and I would be happy to receive them. Whoops.
Thank you so much, Melinda, for your magisterial overview of this research history and the developments that have characterized the research into the Eastern Fertile Crescent is as always just a real privilege to listen to you and get your perspective on these developments. But yes, questions. Comments. I have one hand up. Dorian, please.
Well, my name was taken in vain at least once, so I might say something. I love the presentation, and fundamentally I agree with most of it, and especially all the stuff that Braidwood got right, even if it was criticized at the time. I just wanted to make a comment on what I was trying to say about centers. I think we need to be careful in terms of what we mean by centers of origin. It's certainly clear that in the Eastern Fertile Crescent, people are cultivating wild progenitors, and those wild progenitor populations contributed genetically ultimately to the crops. What I was trying to look at particularly was to map those areas where we have evidence for an increase in the rate of evolution towards a domesticated form, so evolutionary hotspots. So I wasn't denying that the Eastern Fertile Crescent was involved. It's just most of our evolutionary hotspots, in terms of the evidence we have at present, don't seem to be located there. Although some are located, as you say, in that kind of northern Tigris region. Maybe you include that in the Eastern Fertile Crescent. So you just have to be careful what we actually mean. With the slow domestication process and gene flow and cultural interaction, in some sense, all of these local populations are part of a wider meta-population that are potentially contributing genetically to the longer term process. So it's more complicated, I think, than we used to think about it being.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that it's a issue of emphasis. When you're emphasizing and looking for the domestication traits and the genetic change within that, you've got a focus that such as yours, that and rightly can plot out where those changes take place and the pace of change and so on. I get less concerned about when something passes from managed to domestic and get very sort of skittish about making that call. And my emphasis is really much more on the relationship with humans between this wide range of plant and animal resources that, in the case of a few, mainly because potentially of the characteristics of the plants and the animals themselves that provide enough flexibility to respond to human management in a way that make them particularly successful as domesticates. that is more of an artifact of a broader process that we see going on across the entire Fertile Crescent region, with people doing, as you were saying, basically the same thing with different resources, with different outcomes, in particular in terms of the domestication. But the other problem with the Eastern Fertile Crescent now is, as you pointed out, the dearth of information. It's people like Nick and Hojet and Tobias and the rest of the people working there now are now going to be able to provide us with that insight that we were lacking before. So I think that will come. And now with the genetics coming online, the material with the Gansteret recent publication showing now these genetic impact of initial management that occurs 1,000 years before the markers that with animals we've been using as domestication. These guys were genetically altered, but the markers that we are looking for in the archaeological record are only things that we see much later. Yeah. So I think we need to be a little bit humble about how we characterize things as domestication occurring anywhere within the region, and maybe back off a little bit from the traditional markers and look more at these interactions that we are increasingly able to monitor.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I suppose what I was trying to get at is that if we can, in different parts, the interactions, the kind of local interactions in different regions are slightly different, which implies slightly different versions of niche construction, some of which are selecting for certain traits to evolve more quickly in some areas than others.
Right. And it depends on the plants and the animals.
Yeah.
I really think it's more up to the plants and animals as to who gets domesticated than the humans.
Sure, but it's up to how they interact with what those particular humans are doing in a particular environment too.
Exactly.
I would agree that we don't really understand a lot of those relationships yet.
No, but we're trying. We're working on it.
Yeah.
Anyone else? I'm sure that various of you either want lunch or cocktails or go to bed.
Cocktails would be nice.
Well,
it's almost time for that here, but maybe if it's allowed, I would like to ask a question, and it's something I've been sort of thinking about for a little while now, because I'm really I found your argument about we have to give equal credit to humans, plants, and animals, and environment, and symbolism, and material culture very, very compelling. And I noticed though that in your talk, one element, or I guess one theory, you sort of didn't talk about is Ian Hodder's idea about entanglement. And I just, when reading that work and that work, I just find there's a lot of areas of overlap or compatibility, in the sense that if we acknowledge that plants and animals play a role, and humans play a role, and material culture plays a role, and landscape plays a role, I'm just wondering how you feel about moving towards trying to reconcile, I guess, these perspectives that come from slightly different angles.
Well, I purposely didn't use the word entanglement because I really don't like it, because I think it just means things are really complex, and they are just all sort of mixed up. But I think that's what I was basically trying to get at, is that there is this amazing interplay of different factors, with material culture developments also setting trajectories. I mean, certain developments that lock people into certain ways of doing things really then help nudge the trajectory off in another direction that it might not have if that they developed a technology and that would have been somewhat different. I don't give as much agency to objects as Ian might do, and I find, because I think people make objects after all, and so I would rather give the agency to the people making the objects. But I do find that the concept of entanglement, even though I don't like the term, because I don't think it really describes all that much, is important in that we are recognizing that there are these multiple factors that nudge the process along, and that do so in locally locally focused ways, so that the trajectory in one area is going to be different than another directory because it's got a different combination of environment and people and happenstance. I mean, I think there are basic factors, and this is where I've had huge arguments with my colleague, Dolores Papirno, that I do think there are basic factors that shape the process wherever it takes place. And there are things like, a basic security and a resource base and social interaction, which is a basic feature of being human. But they are so broad that they're not very explanatory. And what really sets the direction of domestication is within those really broad forces, that you have this whole variety of local forces interacting, sometimes converging and going in the same direction between different areas, and sometimes being quite different. And that is really very exciting. And it gives us all a lot of work to do, because it's not one and done. You can't just say, okay, well, let's move on, and I figured it out for this region, because each of us has an obligation to work on the local trajectories and to sort out the variety of factors that are particularly localized as to those that sort of cut across between areas. And that I think that's what we're beginning to approach across the Fertile Crescent with the proliferation of work there, but especially now with the work that you all are doing in the Eastern Fertile Crescent.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course, Robin.
Okay, thank you. Concerning the comments by Dorian, I just wanted to say that, about those hotspots, and whether the Zagros, the Eastern Fertile Crescent, was not a hotspot for the pre-domestic cultivation and so on. I think that we need to bear in mind that it's too early to talk about the pre-domestication, pre-domestic cultivation, and the initial animal management in the region. Because when we look at the area of excavation at a few sites that we know from the region, like Sheikhiabad, Asyab, and East Shasabs and Joagolan. So when we compare the area of excavation, it's almost nothing. It's something at all. Actually, if you look at the whole areas of excavation at different sites, is something like maybe 10 meters a square meter, actually no more. So I think if so, maybe if so that we're not having actually a hotspot of pre-domestic cultivation and so on. We're going back to the end of the last century, when we had the predominant idea of the core and the Levantine primacy in the Neolithic archaeology. So I just wanted to mention this, and yeah.
And let me further on that. Poor Dorian, you're getting beaten up, but not really, because we all love you. But I really object to the term pre-domestication cultivation. I think that sounds like people are working towards domestication, and I would prefer a term proposed by someone I know well: low-level food production. Because I think that what we're really not seeing is pre-domestication cultivation. It's sort of like as if you just tried a little harder, you might get to domestication. It also implies this progressive change. Is that especially in the East, what we have are sustainable low-level food production. And maybe some of the resources have gone over into the realm of domestic, others are more intensively managed, others are lightly managed, others are not managed at all. But what I think if we get out of the mindset that it's all leading to agriculture, we can also better appreciate what people are doing in this region as sustainable, resilient strategies that support these societies for 1,000 years or more, and that domestication is more of an accident in some ways of these receptive plants and animals and humans that do come together, that become then these paired entities. But that the real story is in trying to understand these low-level food-producing communities and how they built these strategies that sustain them. So I I would prefer that use of terms.
If I can first respond to Hojat, I totally agree that there's and I did put on one of my slides, is absence of evidence, really evidence for absence when we're dealing with the Zagros. We simply don't, it could change a lot as we get more data. So I totally agree with you. On the other hand, we can only map the data we have at present, right? So there's that sort of issue. So I totally agree with you there. I'm going to disagree with Mindy a little bit in that I like the term low-level food production, but I see that as part of as characterizing an economic system, whereas pre-domestication cultivation is characterizing practices as they relate to domestication in a genetic sense.
Yeah, right. Which is where our divide really, I think it really epitomizes our divide in how we look at the problem.
You know, and a few years ago, I used the term intermediate economies, which essentially is low-level food production, and I took intermediate economies from a paper David Harris had written, and that's really looking at to what extent do these crops, these cultivars, these future domesticates contribute to the diet, and that's the kind of low-level food production definition by Bruce, right? Sort of 50%. You could argue about what percentage is low-level or high-level. And I think that that's a very important trajectory, but that's quite separate from whether the plants or the species involved are genetically changing and becoming domesticated.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's why I would kind of separate the economic trajectory, low-level food production, from, you know, you could have low-level food production with fully domesticated species. Yep. You could have high-level food production, agriculture with undomesticated species in a sense, right? So theoretically,
that I would find harder to believe, but anyway.
Well, I mean, you could argue with some of these tuber crops whether they're domesticated or not, but they're important caloric staples, right?
Yeah.
That's a different argument. But in any case, and I agree that that's going to be unlikely, but you can certainly have fully domesticated species with low-level food production, right? Low contribution to diet.
Conrad, I think, would like to make a comment.
Just a comment, I guess, for Mindy or for Dorian, just to make sure I understand. When you say food production, are you implying cultivation or management, or what about situations where you have an abundance of plants that are useful that you can just harvest without controlling their reproduction actively? I was just wondering if you could elaborate on, I know it's a pedantic point, but what you mean by production. I mean, when I look over, let's say, the Dasht Rostam, I can easily imagine the kind of situation Frank was mentioning earlier, where you have incredibly rich wild stands. Is that production if you systematically harvest them? It's just a question of definition, but I'm curious because I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, and I think I would tend to refer to it, and the originator of it here is getting a glass of milk in the background. So, but I don't know if he wants to comment since he's writing mystery novels now and not doing archaeology. But I would tend to view that as some level of encouragement would be in that production. Now, whether that's controlling breeding populations, that really enters into genetic change. It really sets you into that domestication. But it's burning, like as Simon has suggested for you all at Golan, and some level of anthropogenic alteration of environments to encourage these species, so that there are varying levels of that degree of engagement. How much are humans doing to monkey around with either the biotic community itself or the environment in which it's growing to enhance its production, and also how much the plant or the animal is entering into an anthropogenic environment to enhance their fitness as well. But there's a sort of sliding scale of it, and the distinction that Bruce would have drawn between low-level food production and agriculture really depends on the reliance on fully domesticated crops and livestock and/or livestock within the society. I think he had a level of 60% or more, 50. But I guess my problem with again calling it pre-domestication cultivation, and I understand what you're talking about, Dorian, when you're looking at trying to understand the genetic trajectory of domestication and really looking at it as to how did this crop or livestock that we now have become that, and when were those genetic changes made, as opposed to looking at the kind of systems that you all at Chogo Golan have been so effective at documenting, of this utilization of this wide range of resources with varying levels of human engagement in actively manipulating the environment. Now, in some cases, as we see, that ends up with domestication. And that's interesting as an artifact of that. But I guess, and this is again where Dorian and I would diverge. My interest is primarily actually in that economic system, is to how did humans then interact with an environment in such a sustained way to develop these sustainable systems that in certain cases ended up with domestication of certain species within those. I'm not sure that answered your question, but.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that low-level food production implies cultivation or systematic management. So you might have a very rich environment and exploit it, but you could do that as a kind of hunter-gatherer relationship as opposed to managing that resource.
Right. And so it's an engagement in enhancing the returns from that environment.
And if you do that, I mean, if people do that consistently, it's a form of niche construction. It's going to probably lead towards domestication, not necessarily, but eventually it probably will.
With receptive species, it will. And with others, it won't. I mean, you know, you look at what people were doing with gazelle potentially, and it never went anywhere. So.
I mention this because I think we have a very long record of that at Garrett Booth that Simone and I are working on and getting close to submitting, and that might enhance the discussion a little bit, pushing this process further back in time, which I'm pretty sure Mindy will be happy about. Dorian, we'd have to talk about. I'm not sure exactly your views on that. But
no, I mean, if you go and look at the Alibi et al. Paper which we did, so we tried to estimate, you know, selection coefficients from the existing data. The other thing we did in that paper was we tried to project back. So if you take the earliest two data points for any cereal species for non-shattering and say, okay, let's assume a constant rate of change going back in time because they speed up later, right? Then when do you get to a point where you're at 0.00001% domesticated morphotype? Those are always in the Pleistocene, 12,000, 14,000, 18,000. Of course, there's big error margin on this estimate. So we have to look at the very earliest kind of niche construction engagement with these resources as long before what we've conventionally seen as pre-domestication cultivation or low-level food production. So they have to have a very long tail.
They do.
But that probably, the very earliest stages probably don't involve cultivation, but some sort of, sustained resource use that's modifying the environment enough that those species start to respond by producing or allow the persistence of these genetic variants that later become selected for.
That's why in the talk I used the term Paleolithic harvesting hypothesis, because I think we can demonstrate pretty intense harvesting, but again, we need to present the data in a way before, that's in more detail before we can discuss it. But and then we can discuss this in more detail. But to be honest, we have, I think, very good evidence from the Rostamian at about 40K. And now, again, because of the recovery techniques, we see also very systematic use of pulses and cereals at a much earlier date, even the middle Paleolithic, but we'll get that out and then discuss that in more detail.
Well, and didn't some of the Henry's work with the Shanidar calculus pull up some of the use of plant resources too? Yeah, I think there are different kinds of records, and the records augment one another nicely. Yeah. I saw that Wendy had a question. Do you? Maybe not.
Yes.
She has her hand up.
Hi, sorry, struggling with technology a bit. It was really just to say thank you, but also just to support Hojat's good point that there's still so much to do in the Eastern Fertile Crescent, and all of these sites have been identified. But at Sheikh Yabad alone, you know, above Trench 1 was in the 10th millennium, Trench 2 was in the 8000 BC at the base. So there's 5 to 6 meters of this crucial period of change that have not yet been excavated, you know, and there's just so much to do. And this conference has really brought us together to think about how we do it. And thank you very much for your wonderful talk. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy. Are there more questions? Eleni, you turned your camera on a while ago. I was wondering if you wanted to. Yeah, there you go.
It looked like Frank Hall might say something, but he needs to unmute himself.
Okay, maybe Lainey first and then Frank afterwards.
Oh, Frank can go first.
Okay. Frank, if you want to go first, you have to unmute yourself. No, I can't do it.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, there's several issues here that might be worth discussing. One is talking about Nick's idea of production. And I'm thinking about the harvesting of acorns, for example, and you can hardly claim that that's not production, even though the people are not managing the trees directly. Secondly, there's the case of burning off vegetation in order to increase the yield. And this is known ethnographically from the steppe lands. Certainly Australian Aborigines were doing it. And I think that turns it into a very productive system, which you make in sense, say it's managed, but it's certainly not pre-domestication. Then finally, the thing I'd like to mention is that several of these early sites have very thick layers of ash at the bottom. And this implies there's a different kind of food processing or other kind of activity going on. And I'm wondering to what extent the plants may indicate that there is a different sort of processing involved. And I'm thinking in particular here about the use of the root or bulbous scorpus kind of plants, which have and other things that we think of as kind of prairie potatoes, plants that are quite edible. They have a lot of starch, but they wouldn't leave a whole lot of remains. But on the other hand, they tend to be roasted rather than ground and eaten in that form.
Yeah.
Did you hear all that?
We heard all that. We'll actually hear more about the, I think the archaeobotanical material from Gamshawi in the pits later this week by Amaya.
Yeah, and I'm really anxious and excited to learn about this transition from these that is captured in so many of these sites, both from the early excavations and now the recent ones with these lower levels with the ashy deposits and so on, and then they followed by the architecture. And I know that you've got a hiatus at Sheikhiyabad, unfortunately, that may not give you that trajectory. I think you'll catch it maybe at Chogo Golan, but are we moving from a very different kind of processing of different kinds of plants, and also in terms of the mobility that Frank was talking about? I mean, clearly mobile adaptations are major in Zagros, always have been and are today. And the ability to better understand, how these different sites at Ganjure at 1,400 meters and Guran at 700 and Ali Kosh, down sea level or so. How are they linked in terms of people moving? I mean, they have these established architectures, so they can't be ephemeral camps. There've got to be locations where people either repeatedly come back to, or a certain segment of the population lives there year round with other people moving. But the whole idea of movement is extremely important and not well understood. There's been a lot of work trying to begin to get isotopes on teeth of sheep and goats to be able to start tracking that. It hasn't been that successful so far, but that will be major. One of the things that Kevin Daly will be talking about with the Ganjture, and I don't want to give too much away because it's a wonderful paper, but the Ganjture mitochondrial DNA haplotypes from the very beginning have all 6 of the major goat haplotypes. All 6 of them are represented amongst these basal domesticates. And to my mind, and we've had a lot of discussions amongst the people working on that paper, but that indicates some level of exchange of the females. The male is only one haplotype. But the females between those intermontane valleys. And I think that there's got to be movement of female goats and female people and others as part of that basic strategy of sedentism that I think Trevor was talking about, or someone was talking about earlier, that those that forming of those networks is a key to the success, so that you've got these individuals doing different things, maybe bringing the different 6 haplotypes of goats under management in these different little intermontane valleys in the Zagros, that by the time Ganstray comes about, they're beginning to move them and exchange them. So I think there's all these lines of evidence that we may begin to be able to look at the kind of metaculture that Dorian, you've been talking about. And Frank, you also, in terms of the levels of movement within this region, given some of these techniques.
Eleni, you had your hand up earlier?
Yes, I would like to pick up from where Nicholas left his intervention earlier. It is absolutely right that if we are going to talk about needs construction, we really have to look at the very long durée. But I would like to detach that, to disassociate that so much from the story of what happens with cereals and for how many thousands of years one has to argue for cereals being managed before you start arguing or believing you can detect domestication signals. I mean, we now know, and it's not just from the Rostamian, we now know, for example, that in the northern Zagros as well, the legumes were there, okay, from our evidence from Palagaura. We know that oaks, even just a little bit of them were there, okay. People were doing all sorts of things with plants. We have 3 papers currently in preparation looking at the covariation of charcoal and seed data from sites also including Shanidar Cave, where we've been working on archaeobotanical materials from the more recent excavations. And there is evidence there that human groups in this part of the Fertile Crescent, but also in parts of the West and even beyond the Fertile Crescent, were focusing on specific resources. In our case, in our region, for example, almonds and pistachios further north, from very early on, from as early as the Middle Paleolithic, as Nicholas was talking about. And with these come certain plants that may not be wood, they may not represent nuts, but they also flourish in the same habitats. Therefore, if you start looking at the charcoal and the seed data together, you see that there is a convergence. If I was Ian Hodder, I would call it an entanglement, but yes, exactly my point, Mindy. Okay, so there is needs construction happening from very early on, but at the same time, it is not an obligatory entanglement, if you want. You look at Sogagolan, Nicholas showed us earlier the charcoal diagram that I had produced for the site. It is amazing that the site that has so many grasses, including barley, etc., has not a single fragment of deciduous oak, even in the late PPNB and later layers. Okay, so they were doing all these things, but in a habitat that today we would not associate with these grasses. Yeah. There is a lot of things we still do not know about the zones where these things actually grew in the past. Okay, there is a lot of different engagements. So I guess I will have to finish this comment by saying that I share Mindy's uneasiness with terms such as pre-domestication cultivation. I would even go as far as saying I feel uneasy about the term low-level food production, because once you start talking about low-level food production, you have to define it, and you resort to the same, intellectual barriers. So, what percentage of rakis, non-threshing rakis, do you have to move from, low-level food production to pre-domestication cultivation to domestication?
Yeah.
Okay, especially since, as you know, Mindy, in the paper we published recently about Gusir, we made a sustained argument that there may be good taphonomic reasons why some of these key indicators, such as, you know, the Rakis remains, it may not be present there because they were destroyed by processing.
Right.
And think also of the Paleolithic. Some people talked earlier about, I can't remember who it was a long day, about groundstone. I mean, for a very long period before the emergence of you know, tangible processing technologies such as groundstone, people could have been used perishable materials such as wood containers for this, you know, so what do we know?
I think we get so bound up in what we can see in the archaeological record that we give it more primacy than it should have in actually monitoring the process. And that's one of the things that I think that why I try to encourage backing away from that and talking more about the process and the markers, because the markers, by privileging them, then you forget about the process and you don't look for markers of the process. You say, okay, I'm going to look for the rachis, or I'm going to look for horn change, or I'm going to look for size change. And that's my initial domestication, because that's what I can happen to see in the archaeological record. And that limits, and I think it did limit for a long time, the work on methodological development to try to understand what happens before those markers become visible, and to recognize that there's an awful lot that we don't see in the archaeological record that's happening that precedes any of those markers. And that if we're going to understand the process of domestication and agricultural origins, we're going to have to figure out ways, inventive ways, such as you've been trying to develop, Eleni and others here, of actually using the tools at our disposal to be able to monitor them. And I think we're at a really great point. And that's one of the other things that I really liked about Kevin's paper, which I recommend to you all in PNAS. It just came out a couple of weeks ago, is that it was one of the first of the genetics papers that actually really melded the archaeozoology and the genetics together. So Lisa and Pernille and Marjan's work and mine, with the work that Dan and Kevin Daly were doing, and Bradley and Kevin Daly, into comparing rates of change with these different sets of markers. And I think we're getting to be in a position where we can bring seed assemblages together with charcoal and with the animals to really begin to track these things in a more holistic way. Blah, blah, blah.
Great. On that note, I think it's getting very late now in Tehran. It's definitely getting a little late here, and people on the eastern seaboard probably are ready for lunch or past lunch now. So thank you so much, Melinda Zita, for your fascinating, fantastic talk. Thank you to all the participants and speakers today and all the comments. We look forward to seeing all of you, or most of you, tomorrow. Continuing this conversation with all of you.
Thank you all. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Toby.